The following is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. History says, work hard, play harder, embrace the grind. The journey is an arduous lane, yet creates a lifetime bond. Fight. Learn. Reach beyond. History can't say what happens next.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm even more pumped today as we're restarting our round robin and seeing these teams go against each other once again. I'm XinaLili, and this is week 4, day 2 of the North America Challenger Tournament spring season. Joining me today are our charming casters from the NASL. We have Trex, and from the MLSA, we have Coach Deku. How are you guys doing today? Are you guys pumped as I am today about these matches?
I'm ecstatic. If we're in a live arena right now, there would be tension through the air. We're jumping into the second leg, and honestly, I'm speechless. I just can't wait for these games to start.
That's right, Trex. We're speechless, but I feel like these players are going to have a lot to say for this weekend's matches for NACT.
Yes, super pumped. But before we do and go on, Trex, could you run us through our tournament format?
Well, we had over 90 teams compete in the qualifiers, and it was hectic, but the top 8 teams were able to secure a spot in the league for the first leg of the round robin starting on March 11th. Now, today, April 2nd, we're starting the second leg of this round robin where every team will face against every other team for a second time. After that, the top 4 teams will go into a playoffs double elimination bracket from April 29th to April 30th, and the final 2 teams to secure their spot in the grand finals will meet up in Las Vegas on May 14th at the HyperX Arena, and I guarantee you it's going to be hype.
I am super hyped for the HyperX Arena, but I am super pumped as well for the upcoming match. Get your popcorn ready. It's the Ohio Brothers versus BTK. Act MOBA Zane's Revenge. Guys, we've all been waiting for this match all season. Can't wait to see BTK take their revenge on the Ohio Brothers for their initial match. Hopefully they get a revenge, we'll see, but I am super pumped up. But Deku, could you run us through the rest of the schedule for today?
Absolutely, Xina. Like you said, grab your popcorn, grab your drinks, folks, because we have a banger of a match starting off the first series. Ohio Brothers versus the BloodThirstyKings. Fallen a little bit from the throne, but head up high. Zane will look to lead them back on his revenge tour up against Ohio. But right after that, we also have FALLOUT and Ackerman. FALLOUT has fallen through the standings, looking to bounce back, and Ackerman looking to hold on to second place with BTK close behind. And then third, we have Wasians up against LaimiTop. The Circus Act up against the team looking desperately to seek their first win in this NACT spring season. And to close all this out, we have the Empire up against Area 77 to finalize tonight's matches.
I am super thrilled for all these matches, guys, but I cannot get over the first match. What do you guys think and guys expect in the first match? What do you guys think the teams are feeling right now?
I mean, there's a lot to be felt about it all. BTK, Mobazane, Yato T, the rest of the gang took a very hard loss day one, match one of this whole season. And from then, I feel like everyone kind of doubted Zane, but he has been on this slow uphill battle, has just been kind of demolishing teams left and right. And now, to restart the season in the second leg, he is up against ex-teammates, up against ex-friends, looking for the rematch of his life. And if they win this, I mean, it's an epic story right here, and who knows what's going to happen at the end of the season in playoffs.
Absolutely. And I mean, they're looking for the Cinderella run here. Friends turned foes today, Trex. And right now, we heard it before from G. This is resembling the American crawl for them. And speaking of things, though, the standings, we're seeing BTK, right? A lot of things on the table here. Potentially, they could shake up and maybe secure that second place. It's going to take a win from them and a loss from Ackerman.
So we heard Mobazane recently speak on their recent scrims with the Ohio brothers, saying, "I don't know why they're acting like we didn't wreck them in scrims. Good luck this weekend." Thoughts on that?
I mean, definitely he's embracing the drama meta, right? And I think there's just been so much tension, so much hype, and it's just definitely the story of all of NACT right now. Zane gets a little spicy on stream sometime, and honestly, I'm with it, man. I'm with it. How about you, Deku?
I mean, I'm loving it, right? That's that competitive, fierce spirit. I expect nothing less from the man that has called himself the face of North America. With the matches on the line, his reputation on the line, he's going to have to stand tall and look to take down Ohio.
Yes, you will have to, but enough of the drama meta. I'm so looking forward to watching these matches, but first, let's check out what these teams are fighting for. The total prize pool features 50,000 worth of rewards, which is split into 24,000 cash and over 900,000 diamonds. The first place will get 15,000 cash and 100,000 diamonds. But we cannot forget the main goal here. The NACT champs will be going to the MSC Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup. This is special because it's the first time that North America will be represented in one of these tournaments. But wow, these prizes are getting better and better each year. What would you guys do if you won that?
Couple skins, maybe a car, down payment, maybe a new computer, who knows? But I know I'd do a lot, but the real thing is, I say it every week, it's MSC. Forget money, forget diamonds. I'm here for the glory, baby.
I mean, you give me that prize pool, man, you have to call me Elon Musk, because I'm going to cop me a rocket, send it straight to the moon, because the stock of NACT is on an up and up momentum right now. Not only are you getting prizes from NACT, but a trip to MSC to further on that reach of glory.
Yes, I would get a new car. I'm just kidding. But before we go any further, we've got a special giveaway for our lovely community as well. We've got the 30 codes on screen right there, right now, a 99.5% chance at the tickets, magic dust, premium skin fragments, but you also have that 0.5% chance at one of those amazing skins on screen, the Great Adventure, Floral Nights. But we've also got 4 giveaways today, so make sure you stick around. That's 4 giveaways, guys. But now, what we've all been waiting for all week, we've started with the much anticipated match of the Ohio brothers versus BTK, but I want to know what the casters think first.
Well, I mean, as we can see, it's pretty one-sided. One caster, the spiciest caster of all, likes to keep it exciting here. And as you saw, BTK, I'm guessing it, everyone else on the bandwagon right now at TOB, but I respect it. I respect it, Deku.
And I mean, like we talked about, when you look at the numbers, look at the stats, it's kind of hard to root against them. But I'm definitely with you on the fact that this could easily go into the hands of BTK. Either one of these teams could win tonight, Trex, but obviously overwhelming into the side of Ohio.
All right, Mr. Spicy. I am on you with the train of BTK. Might be able to take it, but what do you guys else have to say about these? Like the Ohio brothers, BTK. BTK has been doing an amazing job of reigning and coming back in these past few games. They have been doing a great job.
They've definitely turned a new leaf, I would say. They definitely finally kind of getting the synergy. I think from the start, we've known they've had a star-studded lineup with Yato, T, Joybaj, all top players from X respective teams, right? I think the major issue with them has been synergy. The main issue with them has been you have some more rookie players like Yato. I mean, honestly, Yato, T, and Joybaj are all pretty young, pretty rookie. They're like 14, 15-year-old kids. And you got Zane at the helm trying to ring these kids in to stop making big mistakes, stop over-aggressing, stop doing these problems. He's Daddy Zane on the team, you know, correcting all of the kids' mistakes, and they're doing a great job of that. But it does look like we're going into the draft. I'm sorry, Xina, we didn't get the correct toss there, but here we are, Deku, ready, game 1, match 1, draft 1.
And I mean, that's a lot of ones, but this is going to be the part 2 to this sequel in between Ohio and BTK. Band's already coming out nice and fast, but you know what? Before we hop into those, there's some storylines here, right, Trex? There's some things to unearth. I can smell the scent, right, of the revenge tour from Zane. They're looking envious to take the position of where Ohio is right now. And you know what, Trex? This is kind of reminding me, we haven't had this much conflict since the year 1862, April 12th, 4:30 in the morning, shots fired to kick off the first Civil War. That was the Civil War. The Civil War in North America, the Great War. And it's starting to look like we're poised for another one when we're looking at BTK and Ohio.
I couldn't have worded it any better myself, Deku. You know, right now, NA is in turmoil. We are on the literal Civil War of Mobile Legends in America. It is TOB versus BTK. I mean, what more of a storyline could we ask for here? And like you said, anyway, of course, by the numbers, TOB has the better odds here. If I was a gambling man and I had a lot of money to put on a game or a lot of respect to put on a game, I would probably bet on TOB here. But I got this feeling in my gut, man. I feel like Zane is running hot right now. I feel like Yato's running hot right now. They're on the up and up. But it's definitely going to be a big fight here, right? Some of the bands coming out looking pretty normal overall, Deku.
They are looking
Except
overall
for that
pretty
YZ.
normal. Yeah, that is. But, it looks like the XP is kind of being targeted out just a little bit. We got 2 of those picks, Joy taken out as well as the Yuzhong. We know there's definitely some picks that are kind of comfort to the hands of T as well. So it looks like some of those are kind of getting taken off the board. But it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to finalize the first half. I know one thing, Trex. I am excited to see the matchup in between Zane and Best Player. I want to see what those two are going to be bringing out to the table. Will Zane bring out some more of those damaged junglers? We know last night we got to see him really stop pulling punches to go for that Esmeralda jungle as Arlok gets locked in by Ureshi, Trex.
Yeah, I think we definitely see the Fredrin pick come here from Moba Zane most likely. Maybe the Farza for Yato. You know, you mentioned the Zane and Best Player. For me, it's Yato Hoon. I feel like Hoon kind of demolished Yato last time. And a lot of people wonder why I'm such a fan of BTK this season, why I'm like, I want to see them do good. I was a big fan of Yato back in Area 77. I was a big fan of Joybaj back in Team First Blood. It's not even exactly a Zane thing. I just love some of these players. And I love TOB too. Shark, literally the best roamer in all of NA. Hands down, right? Hoon, one of the best mages in all of NA. Right now, statistically, practically the best. I think Nicolette took best KDA after he trolled that game against Wasians. But right here, they actually, Zane feeling flexible here. They're going to pick up the Lolita and the Farza. I think still a solid initial lineup.
That's right, you could say. So I definitely like the Farsa pickup, especially now that Valentina's gone. Those next pile of mages are normally going to be the Farsa and Eve, and Farsa's kind of been that answer up against the Eve, so I really like what they took there. They also took the Lolita. So in case maybe if that did get picked up, they wouldn't have to face off against the Eve and Lolita combo in that position 4 and 5 slot. So I feel like that's a pretty okay read. I'm not normally a fan of locking in those roams nice and early, but I feel like with everything that was on the board there to be taken in response, that's not a bad response, like you said. That's a pretty solid draft right there, taking that Lolita in Farsa.
Most definitely. And now Hoon gonna lock in this Fermis, which I like the Fermis to a sense. I think it can be a little squishy, can have a slightly rough early game. I think Yato may have a bit more mobility here. Of course, he'll have a bit more mobility here with the wings by wings. And again, I think one of the major winning points for BTK here is to try to slow down Hoon and Shark. They can't let them in the jungle. And with having this Lolita literally only hero in the game with a level 1 non-skill stun. You just click the button, you stun them. You know what I'm saying? With that, you have some ability to slow them down. Shark may not have the ability to be in Mobazane's face in the laning phase of this game, which could be good for BTK. It's definitely going to be a winning condition for BTK here.
Absolutely, and we're seeing the win condition come through as Mobazane has locked in that Fredrin. You're kind of wondering where it was at in those first 2 picks, but it's like they're going to go ahead and fall back on old habits, and not a bad one, as we do know Mobazane on that Fredrin is a monster in that jungle position. But now we're transitioning right over to that second half of the band, and Trex Martis has already been taken out, so it looks like they're going to try to reduce some of those jungle picks on the side of best player, but will that be enough? We know he is comfortable on the assassins, and it could easily be slotted by the side of TOB.
Yeah, I think a Ling could be a problem here, right? Against Yato on this Farza. Also, we know how well best players do. I mean, he's just been super flexible. He's been all over from tank jungle to assassin jungle. We saw him pick up the tanks a lot last night, did an amazing job on it. And that pick alone has just like rocketed into S tier around the globe, right? The tank slot is being picked all over the place. So it is definitely a hot pick. And I think that's what BTK is debating right now. It's like, man, do we ban out this Lance? Do we ban out this Ling? A lot of options that could be troublesome to us. They decide to go for the Hellcurt instead.
Interesting on that Hellcurt ban there. But you know what? Something else to focus on. You were talking about the hot pick there, but in the hot seat right now is BTK's gold laner. We saw, right? TOB already locked in the Claude. They banned out the Beatrix. 1-1 off the board as well. Marksman pool is starting to dwindle down. Will they have the flexibility? Will they have some picks there to still be on the board to kind of handle up against Claude right now? Because it is, like I said, starting to shrink down, as well as the junglers for the side of TOB. Both teams got to make some adjustments, maybe some tough calls here on what they're going to slot in for those respective roles.
Okay, so we've talked about the matchup of Zane and best player. We talked about Hoon Yato. I got one for you. Isso versus Basically. Isso has recently come onto the team. He was a sub on the bench for a while. Now he's in. Seems like Unicutie was continuously having MS issues. So Isso's in, and he's shown pretty good. I almost feel like the team is running a little bit better since he's been on. Basic I feel like has also really stepped up his game since even previous M4 to M4 to now. He's played a lot better than I think what a lot of viewers and fans have felt about him before. What are your thoughts on it? Do you think Isso is a competitor against him in this gold lane?
You know, it's hard to say, right? Because we've seen a lot of Basic. We've seen a little bit of ISO. When he did stepped up, he had a great performance out there for the side of BTK, definitely filling in that gold lane role very nicely. But I think it maybe steps out a little further than that. We've seen we've seen Basic kind of struggle in the gold lane when he wasn't getting those rotations, a lot of early assistance, especially out there during their M4 run underneath the valley. And I feel like right now BTK has a little bit more favoring towards that gold lane, especially when you have that Lolita, you have that Farsa, that rotation is going to be nice and quick with the wings by wings. It can definitely alleviate any pressure, even if ISO maybe isn't neck to neck with Basic. Those early rotations are definitely going to be able to help him out there. I think they have a lot more pressure, especially when you're looking at who can get the kills off nice and early, and even just with the CC to open up those ganks. And speaking of, I feel like this carry was a great pick in response to the Claude. Carry plays extremely well in the Claude, nice in the laning. She's going to be able to match later on. It might be a little bit of a struggle though when you're talking about the DPS from Claude with the Blazing Duet up against that single target with the Speedy Light Wheels. But there's some potential here for ISO to outperform Basic for sure in this match.
I think the major, I like the laning phase for ISO here. I like that a little bit. I think when it comes to late game, there could be some issues in a sense of lack of mobility against this tanks a lot, lack of mobility against the Claude, and then also you have normally Claude would do great against the Faramis, but they don't have that in the hands of BTK. So a little bit tough there. I still like both drafts, and now Shark bringing out the Diggy. You know, we've talked about it all. Shark, Joybaj, final composition here. Shark actually plays the Diggy pretty well. He's normally a super aggressive tank, but he uses that reverse time so good in a sense of peeling, in a sense of pulling people back. And if he babysits Basic in this early phase instead of being the aggressive tank that he normally is, I think it could still work really well for TOB.
And you know, it's also interesting to note right about that Diggy pick. We know that's kind of been the bane of Zane's existence there a little bit for this BTK squad. We saw them suffer defeat early on up against the Diggy. It really countered them heavily from their composition. But, you know, with that being said, we're going to have to hold the phone on that Trex. We're heading into Game 1, Series 1. the sequel, the revenge tour, everything you can think of. BloodThirstyKings up against the Ohio Brothers. Before that, Trex, a little bit longer on the wait, the pause.
Your intro was so good, bro. The introduction was on point. I would have maybe done it a bit. I'm just joking. But I loved it. Sadly, you know how it goes. Teams like to pause it sometimes. Gives us a little bit more time. Go a little bit deeper on that Rome matchup here.
Absolutely. And, you know, like I said, but there's a few caveats I feel here. Yes, Shark can play the Diggy well. I feel like Shark can play anything well. He's the best from an NA, like you said, undoubtedly, no matter what team he's on. He's definitely top of the line. But we have to note, right, we've talked about Shark being very aggressive. But with this Diggy, he's got to play a little bit more passive, and that's not normally where Shark shines the most. He does exceptionally well when he's able to open up the map with vision, when he's able to face check the bushes without really being contested. He's able to go for those amazing game-changing sets, I should say. But with this Diggy, you're a little bit more on the reactive side, which might be spelling a little bit of an issue. I do like that it answers up against the Lolita to kind of deal with JoyBot, who we know can find some great sets, as he had led to some victories for BTK. But I feel like they still have the answer with that Farsa. We know the Feather Airstrike can pop out that reverse time nice and early, maybe even the Cult Alter. So it's not like there's not answers from both of these teams to deal with the other. It's definitely going to come down to a level of execution, and that's the scary part, because there's no telling who's going to be able to execute better. This is BTK versus Ohio. Again, still, even with the standings, how they're saying arguably the 1 and 2 team in most people's eyes, even with BTK in that third slot.
Yeah, I would say for this game, I like both drafts, right? I think Ohio Brothers, as it comes to 5-mans, they're highly mobile. It's going to be a little weird using the Cult Altar when you have this Lance dancing all over the place. You have Claude BMI out. So I think it's more for Yureshi, Shark, things like that. But then that timed up with the time journey. Definitely a lot of sustainability on the side of Ohio Brothers. BTK, though, I think their late game is solid right now. Like, if this ends up going into very late phases, you have this Esmeralda, you have Farsa, high output burst damage, you have this carry, high damage, you still have the CC, and like you said, there's a lot of ways to bait out that reverse time from Diggy. So I like late game for BTK. I like the laning phase with best player, just because, I mean, even the thing about the tank slot is you still do nice damage even when you're building tank in those early phases. But I feel like mid lane, like Yato and JoyBot, may have a bit of an advantage over Shark and Hoon, just depending on how they try to take this.
Well, I feel that 100% because automatically with the Diggy and the Paramus, you have 2 squishies, right, in the position 4 and 5. It's going to be extremely hard to not only go for the rotations, but to safely go for them, because neither one can really navigate those bushes safely, right? Obviously, you can use the Diggy bombs here and there, but let's say you don't have one ready, or maybe you get a little too close to place one, and then a Lolita jumps out with the stun, and then you get followed up by the stun from Farsa, and then the Feather Airstrike drops down. It's a lot of ways that can go wrong if those bushes aren't cleared effectively and efficiently. But like we said, that is really going to come down to the execution of those things. I do like what you mentioned about the tank slot, though. I feel like the tank slot best player and then Yureshi on this R-Lot are really going to be the winning recipe if they can disrupt that Farsa. If they can give Yato a hard time, which we have seen Ohio do during week 1, when he had that Kadita and really had a hard time in the match. But will they be able to disrupt him? If they can disrupt the Farsa, I feel like this can easily go into the hands of Ohio. But the same can be said if the Farsa can disrupt this Diggy and this Paramus, I feel like this easily go into the hands of BTK.
Yeah, I mean, I think all stats aside, all heroes aside, let's get down to the real spicy topic here, right? Let's get down to the real. Let's get a little crazy on here. We got some time to kill. We got a few minutes. All right, so TOB wins, TOB loses. It's okay. They still stand atop. I feel like BTK has a lot more to lose in this game, right? Zane's coming in heavy. He's coming in hot. They lose out on this. They lose out on this win. It kind of really like seals the fact of TOB just reigning supreme, and it really seals the fact of like TOB probably makes it to playoffs. We were talking about this a little bit before. BTK wins this. They win this game right here. Yes, TOB's still at the top of the leaderboard, but it means a lot, I think, for the totality of the season.
Absolutely, right? Like you said, Ohio's going to remain at the top, but only in standings. When you're talking about the matches, when you're talking about the gameplay, if BTK can secure a win, whether it's a 2-0, whether it's a 2-1, no matter what, if a win is the result of BTK's gameplay today, now we have on the table here another storyline to talk about, that Ohio is not a team that can't be beaten by BTK. It's not going to be a repeat of week 1. It means BTK has closed the gap that was set in stone from Ohio from week 1. It means they have caught up. Or maybe Ohio has peaked as far as gameplay and talent, but either way, it's going to be a scary side if BTK can win today.
Definitely a scary side. And then you still have, I mean, honestly, like the top 4 now, then you still have Ackerman, who's looking great, getting stronger, getting stronger. I think a lot of us are like sealing the deal for those playoffs. I'm a strong believer that playoffs are going to be insane with whatever top 4 teams make it in there. It could go a lot of ways. And right now, BTK trying to make a big statement here. If they can get the win, right, they don't take the second spot. Even if Ackerman loses here, BTK still sits in the 3rd spot because of their match. Like, what the numbers we're seeing right now is their exact games, and for those that don't know, the season doesn't go by exact games. Match ratio comes first, then it goes down to exact games, and there's a point structure of +2 for win, -1 for a loss. But either way, Ackerman, whether they lose tonight or not, they still hold second. But if BTK wins, it's slowly getting them closer to that 2nd place spot.
It definitely does. And like I said, even if they don't move up, and you kind of agree to that point as well, whether BTK stays in that 3rd slot or not all the way through, if they can win tonight, that still lets us know what can happen in that playoff run, like you said, or maybe a matchup in the grand finals if that's to be decided by the lords of MLBB themselves. But we'll be yet to see. But Trex, I'm very excited to be able to get this match underway at some point, because this is going to set the precedent, right? Like you said, if Ohio finds the win, it keeps them still in that nestle of, they can't really be touched. Exactly, like a step above the rest of these teams, because, it's not like in this top 4 there's any real slackers, right? They're all incredible teams, but if Ohio takes down BTK again in week 2, it just confirms what a lot of NA hasn't been wanting to admit, and that's that Zane is not the #1 guy here in this NACT.
I think for me, it's more of, it's not exactly about Zane. It's not exactly about BTK. Like, as a caster, as I've been doing this for the past year, so I love all the teams, right? And one thing I hate to see is a stomp fest of one team. When BTK was the best team in NA, I didn't like seeing it. I hate to go into a grand finals playoffs and just see the semifinalists get swept completely. I want to see challengers, and I'm hoping that this 2nd leg, TOB starts to get some challengers here. BTK wins this, it just builds the hype of NACT. Then we go into Ackerman versus TOB later on, like next week or whatever. I mean, it's hopefully some of these teams in the middle of the standings leaderboards start to give challenges to the top dogs, right? Or should I say top dogs, TOB dogs right now, because they are definitely they're just running through this season with too much ease, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Definitely the big dogs in the standings. Call him Cujo. For some of you kids that may not know about that, definitely the fiercest one in the backyard, locked up away from everybody else right now. But like you said, if BTK can win this, not only does that open up, right, the possibility of being able to take them down in the playoff run and grand finals, it also means Ackerman is just right there, because I feel like Ackerman is right there with BTK, if maybe not a step above right now. They are ahead of them on the standings. I feel like the gameplay from Ackerman, what we've been seeing from BTK recently, is what we've been getting from Ackerman the whole NACT regular season. So I feel like a BTK win opens up a lot of possibilities. There's a shot, right? If Ohio takes a loss tonight, there's no guarantee that they do make it to a grand finals, because anything can happen in that playoff run. If they lose tonight, it's best of 5s. I mean, it's a long series. That's a lot on the mentality, right, of these players. But same can be said for the rest of the teams. Yeah,
I mean, everybody, right? I think playoffs are definitely going to be insane. Now, you mentioned Ackerman. Area 77 also been having some rough games. They get 2-0'd by BTK last night. And Moba Zane showing some flexibility, right? He picks up the Esmeralda jungle last night. Me and you were reviewing some of the drafts and stuff. And I think it's just going to show that BTK is getting a bit more comfortable. They're willing to bring out a couple more cards here and there. We're not just always falling back to the Akai jungle or the Fredrin jungle. We're willing to get a little bit different, and it's just showing growth overall from their team. TOB hasn't gotten put in a spot where they have to feel enough pressure to have to grow like that. So which I'm liking the draft from BTK this game one, if they're able to win this, you know, will TOB evolve? You know, is TOB also, do they have some limits to break as well, or are they just stuck at that top tier mark?
And you know what, Trex, with the predictions back on the screen here, I feel like if BTK wins, a lot of us are going to be on that wall of shame, except for you. Right now, you'll be in the Hall of Fame for cast predictions to be that one underdog vote for the one underdog team in this series. But you know, now that we've been talking all this, I know I put the 2-0 for Ohio, but obviously you can hear the possibility in my voice here about what could transpire in between Ohio and BTK. And, you know, even though it's an overwhelming support for them, BTK, right? You just can't count them out. They have Moba Zane. The man has the most NACT wins under his belt than anybody in the North American region. The most experience out there at the world stage, the greatest storylines, the greatest highlights, the face of NA undoubtedly. So it's really extremely hard, even with those predictions going that way, to count him out. And I'm hoping tonight, right, even with the 2-0 on the board from me personally for Ohio, I'm really excited and looking forward to see what Zane can do, because this would be a statement like no other if he comes out here and takes down the Ohio Brothers with this young team of fresh faces.
All right, so to anyone that's watching right now, we did, essentially the game had to get reset. There was a slight couple technical issues in the tournament lobby. So the drafts you're seeing here don't mean a whole lot. At least the bans don't. Trust me, they're not banning out Nana on purpose. It will be the same exact picks coming through. Everything, we're just resetting to make sure that both teams are playing on the best possible MS. Now, you mentioned the predictions, right? This is why I'm big brain. I'm big brain, Deku. This is why. Because when you get a wrong prediction, nobody bats an eyelash. But when you get a spicy right prediction, everybody's cheering, you know? No one's going to care if you guys got it wrong. No one cares that almost all of my predictions have been wrong this season. Nobody talks about it except for Private and Ben. But if I get this one right tonight, I'm going down in glory, man. I'm going to be in the caster prediction Hall of Fame for this one right here.
No doubt, regardless of what Franco and Valir say, you're definitely going to make it to the gates of Valhalla if you nail this one right with BTK taking the match up against Ohio. And you know, I feel like deep in everybody's hearts, right, even with the overwhelming support for Ohio, what could possibly be greater? What could be sweeter than seeing BTK take down Ohio in the week 2? Because then it'll be 1-1. And while that may mean BTK even the score, we're looking to see who's going to finish out with the score on top. And that's going to be a lot to look forward to when you're talking about going to the playoffs, because that means the storyline doesn't end here tonight if BTK can find the win. They're going to have to break that tie eventually if they can take victory here up against Ohio. And that's what I'm really looking forward to see, if Zane and them can maybe make that narrative come true.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be jumping into it soon, finally. It's like they were just building up the tension even more.
Pins
it's like
and
we're
needles.
all ready to go. And it's like, all right, we're actually going to make you guys wait 10 more minutes just because we know how hype this series is. Definitely a series I think we've all been waiting for. Season, you know, I said in the very beginning, I felt like beginning of season is always a little bit weird. Now, TOB wins this one. I definitely am on the boat of like, all right, TOB are just pure monsters, which I already am on the boat that they are pure monsters, but it's more on the boat that they are just like way above BTK here. BTK wins this, like we've been saying repeatedly for the past 10 minutes. There's a lot of opportunity. The board opens up, and it gives me hope that, you know, maybe Ackerman beats the Ohio Brothers. Maybe Area 77 comes in and beats it. But we will see, because we are now jumping back in to Game 1, Match 1 in a best of 3. This is BTK with the revenge match against the Ohio Brothers.
You know, I don't feel this is fair.
No!
No!
Stop the cap.
No.
All right.
Lord have mercy, Trex. We are getting trolled right now.
Talk
Where's
time.
the cameras at? I'm not
time.
talking about the one in front of me. Talk time. I'm ready for action.
All right, bear with us, guys. Bear with us. I don't know which team it is. One of the players, I'm sure, is having some serious MS issues or something like that. Listen, I've seen longer pauses in MPLPH. Come on.
MPL.
I've seen much longer pauses. I've waited for like 15, 20 minutes to watch a BTK versus Echo. To watch a Echo versus Blacklist game. Don't act like you guys haven't. It happens, you know? But I don't know if I have any more talking points on BTK versus the Ohio Brothers, Deku. Ackerman, though. Ackerman, how do you feel about him?
for Ackerman, right? I feel a lot better about Ackerman, like you said, if we see a BTK win here tonight. I feel like even without that, they've kind of solidified themselves as a serious competitor. I know they've kind of been under the radar because the biggest storyline is right in front of us. It's been BTK in Ohio since week 1, how that's going to turn out the second time around. But Ackerman has just been kind of under the radar, right? They've just been cruising all up into that second place spot. They're in second place and still hear a lot more about third place and first place here, but Ackerman is definitely a team that is poised to strike, and that's the thing about them. They're not really on the radar, right? And but if you're talking between these two teams, I'm sure both of them have their eyes on each other, Ohio and BTK, and Ackerman has kind of been the afterthought, but they've been putting a lot of teams as the afterthoughts because they've sent a lot of those teams you see in that lower 4 down there personally, striking first on them as they've been ascending up the standings board.
Yeah, I mean, it took a few weeks, but things have definitely started to lay out. You know, I did some power ranks. I expected Ackerman to do pretty well. Area 77, though, has been on this, like, downward spiral, kind of. Like, they had a really good start. Now they've taken a couple sweeps. They've taken a couple losses. They've taken some big losses. They've been going against some stronger teams, and we're starting to really see where teams are standing. Same with Fallout. Fallout's another team that is just, for lack of better words, falling out, as all of us have kind of been meaning about. But I still think, like, these are teams that kind of have it. Empire sitting in a very middle-of-the-road spot. LaimiTop winning a couple games, having some rough ones, showing that they do have some premise here and there. But I still think, like, the number 4 spot, the number 3 spot, the number 3 and 2 spot are getting a bit more secured as we speak, like, especially if BTK wins this. But the number 4 spot is still up for grabs for a handful of teams, right? It's still up for grabs.
It definitely is up for grabs. And, you know, for that 4th place spot, like you said, and earlier how I mentioned it's kind of do or die, it's really only for that 4th place spot. Most of these teams are going to be battling it out for 4th place. First is going to be secured by Ohio, right? Without a doubt. Then you have Ackerman and BTK kind of battling for 2nd and 3rd place. I don't think anyone's going to come up there and replace them and beat that up to shake that up too much. So it really is going to rely on the 4th place. And like you said, it's not really secured. Seen Area 77 be taken out. But speaking of taking places, XinaLili is back up here on the desk with us. Purple in.
Purple in. Purple in.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, wait, I'm going the wrong way, guys.
Wait, hold on. High five.
Cameras are hard.
Can't even. But, okay, since the Ohio Brothers and BloodThirstyKings,
yeah, those are some great thoughts.
Those are great thoughts. Great points.
Yeah, I know.
Great points.
Right?
Yeah, you're doing great, Xina. Keep it going.
Anyways,
Xina, a woman of many words.
Yes. I'm excited to see these matches.
She would be really good as a mime.
I know,
excellent.
right? You guys,
there she is. There's her beautiful voice.
You loved the miming, but anyways. I'm excited to see this match because I think that the BTK could come back. Like, ever since they had their changes, they've been playing.
Who's your vote?
Shoot, I don't even remember what I voted. I don't even remember. I'm not even saying. Hey,
right here on the spot.
Right here.
Right here.
1,700 viewers watching. What's your prediction?
This is going to determine if purple's in or purple's out. Choose wisely.
This is going to be a big decider.
Hey, well, we all know that the Ohio Brothers are kicking butt. Their synergy is awesome. They have 3 people from the Valley, but I think BTK could, like you said, it'll be probably a 2-1, but I think the Ohio Brothers. In my opinion.
Say that a little louder into the microphone, please.
You heard?
A little bit louder into the microphone.
You heard me?
All right. You said what?
I said that I think the Ohio Brothers are going to take it, but it will be a battle. It'll be like 2-1, you know, this time around, because I think they found their groove, BTK, so.
I respect your opinion, because I'm non-toxic.
But guys, remember, we have 3 more giveaways to come. You guys need to stick around for them. I'm gonna pop them up and on the screen right now. We have one that we're gonna give you 30 codes on the screen. It's the 99.5% chance, tickets, magic dust, premium skin fragments, or one of those great skins right there. 0.5% chance. One of the 10 skins. What is it? One of the 10 skins. What the heck? But Glorious General, 1 skin from the Venom series. Get those in right now since you got time, you know?
Have we ever gotten approved? Like, are we allowed to use these skins? Are we allowed to put in these codes?
I'm about to. Yeah. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not going to take away from you guys.
Oh, yeah,
Watch me put in these codes and they're like, hey, that's not fair.
I'll be wrong. Cena shows up in a ranked game with a Layla Saber skin, like, yeah, I just bought
I'm like,
this.
yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even Layla. What the heck?
If you see me with a Lance Floral skin, mind your business.
Mind your business. Very true, very true. All right, I think we might be ready here. You know, all the tension is built. I'm ready. I think everyone else is ready. Deku, are you ready?
I mean, hey, look, third time's a charm, and I hope that quote stays true, because this is going to be exciting, potentially, maybe, for the third time underway. We might make it. This might be the time we cross the finish line, Trex. I'm hoping for it. This
no
is going to be
though.
the match. Okay, here.
We're not doing it.
Wait, my shot. Ladies and gentlemen, gentle lambs and gentle giants, game 1, BTK up against Ohio, the sequel, the second part of this amazing series. And my introduction is better than Trex. And now we're underway for match 1.
10 out of 10, Deku. Definitely a much better introduction than mine was in the second one, even though I topped your first one. But we are here now, and we've talked about the draft so much. I'm just excited to see how it unfolds, Deku.
Absolutely. And it feels like we've been waiting so long, but it's finally underway. And in between these two teams, Trex, we're seeing a mirrored effect on them both of the rotations here from the junglers. So it looks like we might be skipping out on a Litho fight. As Zane started on that red buff, maybe looking to help out on that gold lane. You can see Yato already making his rotation, or not over to the gold lane, but over here to the XP lane, maybe for that early play with this Farsa. So you can see the teams or BTK is already trying to use that rotation that they're going to get from Farsa with the wings by wings. They didn't find anything yet, but you can see they are looking potentially to be able to take someone down nice and early with it.
Yeah, and best player doesn't even want to go for the Litho Wonder. Shark, I was thinking maybe he would babysit gold lane, but he is sitting more of, he's getting vision. He made sure that Zane already took his orange buff. This gave information over to best player, and now they know, all right, we're going to give up Litho Wander here. Things going pretty slow, though. No clashes. We're only a minute in, but a lot of times in NA, they get spicy off rip, but I think both teams know how much is on the line here.
Absolutely. A lot on the line. Like you said, a lot on the side of Mobazane there. So he's going to use that retro to pick up that gold to crab. And, you know, I'm liking what Shark is doing, right? We talked about how ISO kind of had that upper hand with the carry with the laning phase. But if Biggie does a good job here, Shark does an excellent job of babysitting, it can definitely help out the matchup because obviously in the 1v1, it kind of goes in the favor of ISO. But in the 2v1 number advantage, kind of got to tip your hat over there to the side of Ohio.
Yeah, I mean, so far, though, BTK, I would say that Zane's having a slightly quicker laning phase. He's already in position for this turtle. We need to see how Yato and Shark are going to, how Yato and Joybaj are going to come in as well. Zane's trying to claim a nice position for it. Yureshi also trying to get the midst of this T, locking up, getting loaded, drops that falling star moon, gets a stun. Out comes a nice feathered airstrike. Turtle getting very, very low. Zane takes the first turtle. Here comes the Newman on blast. Shark gonna get stunned up. A lot of damage. Does not have that ultimate. Yato taken out by Yureshi though. T able to find Shark. Overall, could be good. Yureshi very low as well. A nice double kill going into the hands of T, giving BTK a solid lead in this phase.
Absolutely. They took the 2-for-1 trade. And not just that, right? Not stopping at the kills. Mobazane able to pick up that turtle in the first retry battle up against the best player on the tanks a lot. So it's going to be a huge sign for them. But hold on, speaking of signs.
So should be able to get out of that, and that's a good, I mean, the fact that they weren't able to get that pick off is very huge. Joybaj was a little out of position, wasn't ready to try to help out ISO there. So if ISO gets taken down too early, could give a huge advantage to basically here.
That's right, and speaking of things on the way here, look at Yato and Joybaj.
Ooh, a lot of damage on her Shark. Didn't have the ultimate once again. It's another pick off for BTK.
And this is what we might see over and over again. It's going to be extremely hard for Shark to be able to keep hold of that time journey. But Hangul, speaking of things.
Ooh, and in a very bad spot. Going to get taunted up. Killing spree over to T. Yureshi gets a nice knockover, but in comes Joybaj looking for the stun. Yureshi taking a lot of damage. Praisel's Wrath does miss, but the stun comes in. And Zane picks up the kill. That puts us at 5-1 at 3.5 minutes.
Hey, man, as Mobazane said, it's my Fredrin. He's 1-0 and 2 already, had the first neutral taken up. He's definitely on the lead. He has the level advantage right now, already about to go for that number 7. But look at the group up from the side of BTK. They're already going for this 4-man rotation. They're looking to go for the invade, and right now, potential clash underway.
Yeah, Feather Airstrike comes down. Gold Balder comes out, trying to get best player over to safety, but BTK still holding a solid lead. Hoon looking for Yato, decides not to go for it. BTK embark from that journey, but still you can see the presence they have over the map.
And, you know, that is so huge because like we were talking about earlier in the draft, being able to force the utilities, Time Journey, Colt Ultra, both off the board here when you're talking about going for this turtle. And OhioBrothers isn't going to have anything to go contest. It's going to go right into the hands of Mobile Zane, who's going to pick up the second neutral in this jungle matchup up against the best player, taking the lead right now for BTK.
Yeah, and a good lead at that at only 4.5 minutes. We're talking 2,000 already. 2 turtles over the side of BTK. And I said in the beginning, I feel like BTK has a strong end game. With the way they're pacing this, with the lead they already have, I think they're putting this more and more into their favor. There's going to be a great mid-game spike for Yato here. There's going to be a nice mid-game spike for T and ISO and Zane as well. So it's looking very clean for them overall.
Absolutely. And you know, I feel like we're kind of seeing what I was harping on about earlier. With this digging in the hands of Shark, the gameplay is so passive. They're being forced to do whatever BTK wants to put them in a situation to waste as far as utilities. Shark having to use the time journey like we saw earlier, the Colt, what they're coming out. It's a very reactive game from the OhioBrothers. They don't really have the edge control, you want to say, the aggression really in their favor. If BTK, as long as they don't make any mistakes when they're looking to force out these utilities, it's kind of just going to go in their favor every single time because they have the CC, because they have the damage, they have the layering to be able to stack up as far as engages and those able to get to the back line. So it's going to be extremely hard for Ohio to be able to deal with BTK if they can't get the right footing to be able to make those utilities come into great effect in those 5v5 clashes.
Not only that, but in that first 5 minutes, they spent a lot of time up in that gold lane trying to get a pick onto ISO there. A lot of wasted time at that, because if we look at ISO's KDA, it's still 0, 0, and 0. No deaths. We saw Hoon up there. We saw Shark up there. So spending all that time and letting Zane, Joybaj, and Yato and the rest of camp moving around the map, getting better positions overall. Here goes another dive onto ISO. Maybe able to pick up this one basic. Finally grabbing one. Didn't need the teammates there for that one, though.
Absolutely, but like you said, it's taken a long time to get that kind of result. Finally getting a kill on the board up on ISO in that 1v1. But was it enough, and is it on time right now to be able to catch up with BTK? It is going to help him take a lead in that gold advantage up against ISO, but here now we're seeing a turtle fight in between both junglers.
Yeah, best player is gonna able to take that. Just click the button, walk away. Well played. Wasn't able to use his Phantom Execution, but ended up not needing it. And I think as we get a little bit farther in this game, he will be able to go against Zane in those retro battles a little bit better. He's a little bit tankier. He can last. And now, first tower of the game, gonna fall over the side of the OhioBrothers. Starting to see the tables turn just a little bit. Best player puncturing through, getting a little bit of burst damage onto the side of BTK, but nothing too major. Zane wanting to maybe possibly take this fight moving through the map, but OhioBrothers have now taken a little bit of control here.
You know, that's actually quite huge for them, right? We were talking about it earlier with the babysitting. It hadn't led to much, but now being able to find a kill on ISO, and that went directly into the hands of Basic, not to anyone else that they didn't want that to go to. Man, going here, Zane maybe in some trouble.
Yeah, he's tanky though. He's bulky. I think they know that they can't. They don't have the damage quite, but wait a second. A lot of damage on a Shark. Shark's forced to use a flicker. Time Journey comes out, but it is a selfish one at that. Newman on Bloss able to get that stun, and T picking up another mega kill for the team. He's looking good right now at 4-0-1. Esmeralda, is she back?
But we have to pay attention to the macro coming in from Basic. While they lost that, he was able to find a tower on the opposite side of the map. Now both side lanes have been opened up by the side of OhioBrothers, but BTK is going to look to respond with that up there in the top side. You can see them looking to take up this tower, and that's going to be good because originally, before they were able to find the tower, it allowed Basic to be able to rotate and make some plays. But hang on!
Oh, lots of burst damage. Feathered Airstrike hits hard at 8 minutes in. Yato able to find that. Not only that, but they take that tower like you said, and look at the health bar on that bottom tower. It's low. Look at the health bar on this middle tower. It's gone. BTK taking a little bit of control here, swinging back and forth. We can't count TO beat out just yet, though.
You know, I feel like this has a lot to do right now with kind of the positioning from Ohio. You could see they had Ureshi Basic kind of in those side lanes still, even though they had that first tower down. But BTK is wasting no time responding to that. They know that the marksman and the XP are off to the side. They're forcing fights in the jungle, forcing their pressure. Like we said, they have the damage and the CC to do that up against this Diggy, up against this Faramis, Shark, and Hoon having a hard time holding back against them. And when they go for the clash in the jungles, there's just no response from Ohio. They literally have to fall to the oppression that BTK is putting on for them. And speaking of oppression, we're seeing both of the teams now starting to jockey for this Lord. It looks like there's still great positioning here from BTK. Will TOB be able to help the best player? He's the only one right now dancing around that pit.
A lot of damage on Mobazane, able to use the Appraisal's Wrath. Shark goes down first. T picking up the kill. Joybaj into the backside. Yureshi able to find ISO. Still going at it. Mobazane still on the field though. Joybaj very, very low. Yureshi picks it up. T here as well, looking for it. Does he find it? No. Best player takes the first objective in this civil war. Lord going to the side of TOB. A little bit of a swing there. TOB back on the map, evening out the playing field with this gold as well now. Looking for this mid tower. Zane forced to kind of back away here. T to the backside with that falling Star Moon. Yureshi able to pull him back in. Shark as well. Nice reverse time. T very low. They're looking for it. For Roses. Phantom execution, but can't get the finish. Down comes the feathered airstrike, and down goes best player. BTK trying to respond here. Lord still coming.
Maybe a bit too greedy from best player there. They had the advantage with that Lord coming up for the 6v5 with that extra help from the Lord that they were able to pick up against BTK with that well thought out fight that they had up against them in that top side of the river. But with him falling now, that Lord's kind of going to go to waste. Not going to be able to pressure anything else as far as towers, and you would have liked to see that happen, but that's just about that discipline, right, in between these two teams. Who's going to be able to think clearly when it comes to executing on these macro decisions? But hang on, maybe another force fight, Trex.
Zane keeps wanting to force this as well, but he's starting to get melted from basic. Numenal Blast does come down, does not connect. Shark able to use that reverse time. Yato creating distance for the team. Cool and basic, still maybe looking for something. Mobazane gonna try to work on his orange buff. Don't know if BloodThirstyKings want to try to force this. Maybe give up the tower. No minions left, so they buy themselves a bit more time.
You know, Trex, I kind of got to harp on, I got to point it out a little bit here. Now, we were talking about these matchups, right? And right now, I want to key in on Joybaj and Shark. Shark's struggling a lot earlier on, right? Being forced to use those time journeys. He's been taking some deaths, but he is still a roam. 0, 5, and 3, not the prettiest KDA, but he's still being impactful with the time journey. Joybaj has not really landed too many successful ults, and it seems like right now, when he's trying to layer in after Zane forces the time journey, it's a little too early. He needs to kind of sit back, wait a little bit more until it's completely gone, and then look for the set, because he's starting to throw it in a little too early. But speaking of looking for sets, he can still play from Joybaj.
Shark still does have that time journey, gonna pop it. I think that's the goal right there. T able to get it with the falling Star Moon. Basic though, caught in the midst of all four members, able to puncture out, get away here. Poon coming through the wall, but BTK have secured a nice position in towards this Lord pit. Still 40 seconds on. Zane gonna hold down vision, maybe come closer to this purple buff. As the rest of the team try to get a flank. Gotta keep our eyes on to basic. He's always trying to work that backside, looking for something. Nice possible pick here. Phantom execution comes through. Joybaj very low, but T crashes in. Appraisal's Wrath. Best player very low, but T not able to get the finish. Look at basic though, with the macro once again, taking another tower, consistently finding these flanks around the back end.
And they're playing this extremely well. They've been having a hard time in team fights, but having a hard time splitting up the map, finding the objectives right now, and that's going to be huge for them if they want to stay in contention with BTK. They're going to have to force the responses. The same way BTK has been forcing out the utility, they're going to force them to play their game. You have to make them go to these lanes respond to open up these objectives. You can see TOB trying to use that pressure that Basic has been utilizing to open up this neutral, opening up this Lord for the side of TOB. Again, they found the first one, and it looks like they're going to be poised and ready to try to capture a second one. Mobazane's the only one here in the pit currently showing on the map, but that's good for BTK. You can see, yeah, we do see Yureshi here with that great positioning right now.
Yeah, this is bad. The TheOhioBrothers have been known, right? I feel like they've been so known for their macro overall, their placement on the map. Yato gonna drop the feather airstrike, but in comes Yureshi. Ooh. Nobody has vision on him. He gets the kill, a big mega kill. Lord, very low. Zane also looking for a position. Numenal Blast comes down with the flicker. 3 members, taking a lot. Basic, forced to use it. Zane finds the Lord. This could be bad though. Phantom execution coming in. Best player in a rough spot, not able to find a kill though. Yato, the only one to fall. They need to get out of town quick because their health bars are low, but they do secure the objective.
You know, these teams are scary, man. All those ultimates, all that clashing and damage going on, and only Yato falls. So clearly these players knowing their limits almost to a pinpoint accuracy, knowing exactly what they can give and take as far as dishing and dealing out damage right now. But like you said, Lord falling into the hands of Mobazane, a huge retry from Twitter Fingers himself as they're going to look to march down the lane and maybe poise a nice siege with the Lord.
Good old Mike coming through with the Lord take there. Mobazane himself, T does lock on with the feathered airstrike. Best player taking a little bit of damage. He's a tanky boy, though. Should be able to puncture away. Now Lord still coming. Yureshi up on the top side, going to have to come back to base as BTK going for the typical pocket formation. They want to try to get something out of this. They know the only option is going for this bot tower. The crash comes in. Able to take that second tier tower. BTK still on the advance. The Ohio Brothers slowly moving backwards. The BTK don't want to force it. They've gotten a little bit. They've taken a bit of the map, and they might be backing off. Feather airstrike does come down, putting on a little bit of damage onto Hoon there. Best player versus Mobazane once again in the midst of this as the rest of TOB hold the back line over to the mid lane. They're going to be able to take another tower and finally evening out the playing field here. A well-played push from BTK.
Absolutely. But Ohio not losing everything, right? They lost to tier 2, lost to tier 2 down in the bot side as well. So it does bring them down to the inhibitors, but you still have them, or the high ground towers, I should say, over the side of Ohio Brothers. BTK, like you said, though, did have a great push there. That Lord was huge, falling into the hands of Michael Myers, them, like you called him, nice Mike, and I want to be like Mike if I was a jungler. To be Mobazane, but he's doing a great job, right? He lost those early neutrals, but like we know, Zane, with the pressure on his back, pressure on his shoulders, when it comes down to crunch time, put it into the hands of Mobazane. That retry hand was right on time, right on point, and it let BTK turn this game a little bit more into their favor.
You know, BTK really likes, I mean, I feel like even past BTK, even old BTK, they're so known for their, pocket positioning. They're very 5 roaming around the map, maybe 1-4 positioning. The Ohio Brothers recently in the past few weeks have been known for splitting around, but Yato T, feather airstrike comes down. Yureshi is going to get stunned up for the response. Deleted. What happened there? Yureshi and Basic walk into a bush, and you don't gank them. They take you. Mobazane and ISO trying to respond and take something here. Hoon very low, going to get shredded down from that speedy light wheel. Now they're going to move on to Shark. A lot of damage. Us pulled back. Time Journey comes out. Best player puncturing through. Joy Baj with the Numen on blast. Completely whiffs it. Not able to find anyone. Basic still up in the top side. Yureshi trying to delay them. Basic able to take another tower here, but the flicker comes in. Iso comes out. This is bad for Best. I mean, this is bad for the side of BTK. They're trying to go back. Basic takes another tower. Mobazane and Yato against the world. 5 members of TOB up. It's looking a little bit rough for the side of BTK.
And what a bounce back Trex TOB. It all started in the rice fields up there in the top side. They tried to catch them off guard in the bush, Yato and T, but a quick Uno reverse from Ohio Brothers, and now they're in great position to be able to take up this Lord this time, but you can't count out BTK. Mobazane is still alive and on the board, and that means it's a 50-50 even with the number advantage into the side of Ohio. Twitter Fingers looking to take on best player, best chung on the line.
Yeah, a lot is on the line, but Basic now here, and he hurts. He does a lot of damage, especially on the Zane. Zane gonna get shredded down, Immortality pops. Keep our eyes on to T, though. Hiding out in this bush. Zane does buy a little bit of time here. Yato maybe gonna look for something here as well, but currently, Ohio Brothers do control this pit. T now gonna come in. Falling Star Moon does not connect. Feathered airstrike, able to land something. The best player should be able to take this Lord. Now the responding Blazing Duet comes out with the Petrify, and 4 members are gone on the side of BTK. Make it 5. The upswing is over because the Ohio Brothers are trying to end it here tonight. No members up. Mobazane up in about 12 seconds. Lord coming soon. Can they defend this push? Don't know if it's going to be able to happen.
Welcome to the Midwest, Ohio Brothers, stopping the path to power, Trex.
That is going to be it. Zane knows it's over. Recalls come out. The Ohio Brothers take game 1.
Victory!
And what a scary performance from Ohio, because Trex, I'm going to be honest with you, for a second there, it really felt like BTK had a good chance to run away with that one, but again, with all that experience from the side of Ohio, they never let that game feel like it was out of their own hand. Maybe I might have doubted them a little bit, but they knew exactly what they were doing because they turned that around quickly up against Mobazane and company.
Once basic damage got online there, not only that, the macro from him, constantly able to find the back line, the first Lord push, everything. I think we really knew it might have been crunch time the moment that Basic and Yureshi walked into that bush. They're supposed to get surprised, but the surprise got put onto Yato and SO there, or Joybaj there.
Absolutely. I mean, that was crazy what they did there. Just the fact that they were able to get caught off guard and still stay in the moment and turn that fight around lets you know the mentality and the poise that comes from these players. Because anybody else, that might have been a GG for them. They might have fallen there. But these professional players with that world experience, it takes a lot more than a bush play to shake them to the core to really start making those mistakes. But again, Ohio, even with some of those blunders, still able to come out on top, led by Basic. With a lot of the macro gameplay, I have to give that to him as he finished 3-0 and 6 on the Claude. He opened that map for Ohio, even when they were kind of behind, playing the macro exceptionally well, able to get them into the game. You can see here on the replays, we can see the final plays from Ohio starting to kick up the notch on to BTK. They were looking to take the Lord and end that game on them.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering if Zane maybe shouldn't have tried to force that there. Again, taking the weight of his team onto his shoulders there, maybe going for the steal. They maybe could have defended this push if they just would have waited it out. They didn't have a great position, and then he commits, the rest of the team commits, and Basic once again with a wonderful blazing duet tied up with Yureshi on that Petrify. Just the teamwork, the synergy from Ohio Brothers every time seems to come out on top.
And you know, Trex, speaking of Yureshi, he did a great job of kind of what we were talking about. I pointed out that if he was able to get into that backside, kind of disrupt Farce a little bit, disrupt that team's formation, they had a great shot of winning. And honestly, Yureshi couldn't have played that R-Lot any better. I haven't really been a big fan of the R-Lot. It seemed to have come up short for a lot of teams, for a lot of players. But Yureshi, the NPL PH player from Next Play Evos over here in North America, getting it done in the XP lane up against T.
Yeah, he's definitely just, I mean, he's been a star in this season so far. His R-Lot plays, and then also flexing into other heroes. He's picked up the Hilda a few times. He's done a lot of things. And honestly, I feel like with his experience, I'm sure he gives a lot of input. Some of those macro decisions, some of those things that we haven't seen a whole lot from NA, that right now the way TOB is playing, the types of plays they're making are definitely just a little bit elevated, and I like to think that maybe Yureshi has a small piece of that. Maybe bringing in some of that PH style over to NA.
And you know, I really feel like that's just a credit to the team as a whole. Yeah, Yureshi as well had that professional experience over team, but we also got to realize this whole team of Ohio is a roster full of experienced players. You got Shark, overseas experience, obviously one of the top roamers out here in NA. You got Hoon, a champion in 2 different games, but ain't going here, Trex. Game 2 draft on the way. Will we see some fixes and responses in between these two teams? Will they be able to bounce back? BTK is on the back burner right now, 1-0. Will we see a repeat from week 1?
I don't know. I mean, after watching the way the Ohio Brothers just did that, it's looking gruesome. BTK, though, as we said, really were shining in the start of that game. Really just putting pressure on. Even T had a beautiful record on his Esmeralda, and Esmeralda isn't like a super hot pick right now, but just played it so perfectly. You know, but the question is can they keep that momentum throughout a whole game? Because again, I don't think it's exactly that they lost to draft or anything like that. What they lost to was just getting a little bit out macroed, a little bit outplayed in a lot of that. TOB were always kind of making, once we got to the mid game, they were always one step ahead.
Absolutely, and I feel like this is one of those things that I used to harp on about a lot in between these top teams, right? In North America, like you said in clips before, it's very micro-intensive. We're very great at team fights, right? Everyone can really clash pretty well, but it's about what you do after or before those fights that really matter. And I feel like up against Ohio, when you're talking about these lineups, both of them have stars in all roles. But who's going to make the right decisions at the right time for the greater turnout? And I feel like with Ohio, with all this experience that they have on this team from different places, from different games, it just seems like their game plan is a little bit tighter. When you look at BTK, the only player that really has that is Mobazane. Everyone else is just a little more inexperienced, I should say, not so much as far as skill wise, but when it comes to these advanced decision makings, they haven't really been exposed to too much outside of these typical clashes that we see in NA. So I feel like they're just falling behind after that, because we saw the team fights, they did great. They were leading in the game early on. When you're talking about the team fights, when the map was getting opened up by basic, what were they doing? Forcing fights in the jungle, great at team fights. But what can we do after that? Can we make this outcome get a little bit further with towers, with lords, turtles, all these objectives? They have to be a little bit more precise. You can't play sloppy up against Ohio.
Yeah, I think it's more to just the brains of Ohio. Like, I don't think it's exactly like BTK. Any of the players are playing bad. I think it comes back to just OhioBrothers are just exposing their formation. Like, even Yureshi coming around, they know that the way that BTK is going to approach this lord is they're going to group up as a 5-man. They're going to try to just come head into this. Yato's going to be in the backside. There's never really any question of that. And the OhioBrothers did their homework, and they're like, okay, you want to do that? We're going to consistently have basic come around the backside, take towers, or come around the backside and flank whoever's in the back lane. You're going to have Yureshi do the same thing. And it's just, they are picking apart the way that BTK takes these fights, and they are just shredding it right there. And it just goes to show the way that BTK is approaching every single objective, the whole game in a sense, the way they're rotating around the map. The OhioBrothers has their ticket right there in game one. So I think if BTK wants to do something, they either need to play a lot better if they want to stay in that same type of formation, or they need to switch it up a little bit, the way they're moving around the map, the way they're taking these objectives. They have to find a different way to go at this, because OhioBrother has the number of that style.
Absolutely, down to a precision there, because even when the Lord was happening, right, when Ohio was taking up that one on the top side, during that whole clash, Basic wasn't even there. He took the tier 2. And while we're seeing best player locked down, trying to take out ISO on that carry, what was Basic doing? Now he's on the high ground tower. He's taking it down. They were looking for the push there to open up that base. We're able to end it right there, but that's just one of those moments where it's like Ohio is doing more than one thing at a time. And it feels like BTK is so just laser focused on one type of objective, one type of idea here. They're not able to account for the flexibility that Ohio is bringing as far as decision making.
You know, real quick, onto these bans. Something I found is the Farza and the Valentina are gone. We're digging deep into this mage pool, right? I'm wondering if the side of BTK picks up this Faramis here, and I think that's what the OhioBrothers are trying to kind of bait them. They're like, listen, you can go for the Fredrin, but then we get the Faramis again, you know? Or you go for the Faramis, best player steals Moba Zane's Fredrin. A lot of options overall on the board, right? But another important thing is NA in general, man, we've been really like that mage pick, the Farza, the Valentina, just that like the mages in general. I don't know if it's just because we have a lot of great mage players or what, but it is very prioed for, very contested for overall on who's going to get the better mage pick here, how we're going to play that out. But it does look like instead they're going to go for the Joy here. So Fermi's still open, Fredrin's still open, Glue open in the offlane. A lot of things out there right now. The drafts, the bans have switched up a lot.
And, you know, I'm really liking that pickup from BTK, because I'm right with you. I feel like what they could have went for, as far as that for Mr. Fredrin, might have been a trap they could have taken. I like that they get a comfort into the hands of T, especially when you're talking about going up against Yureshi, who has been dubbed by a lot of players in NA to be one of the hardest matchups in XP outside of going against, obviously, Chicken. But Chicken's not here. So it's Yureshi that you have to fear now over in that side lane. And I feel like putting that comfort into T, especially a pick like Joy, is going to give him a great shot playing in those side lanes up against him.
Most definitely. They are going to still pick up this Faramis though, but I'm wondering, like, does Yureshi end up just picking up the Esmeralda here? It has done decently against the Joy, at least in the laning phase. Does he go back into this R-Lot like he's been doing? Basically though, not going to go for the Claude here. He's going to pick up the carry, and I think at this point BTK need to lock in the Claude. Does well against the Faramis. I think it's just a beautiful answer right now to just the Faramis in general and the types of compositions that the OhioBrothers like to bring. I think if they don't pick that up, it could be a huge loss for them. Last game, when they didn't pick up their gold laner up first, OhioBrothers railed into that. And it put them in a spot of picking up the carry, which I'm not saying it's a bad hero, but it definitely wasn't the greatest against the OhioBrothers for that select match.
Absolutely, and it's going to be interesting to see kind of what they respond back with when you're looking at BTK, because I feel like there's some strong lock-ins from the side of Ohio. They didn't really commit too hard. You got your gold laner prio in, and I feel like they just forced that right there on BTK. They had to go for that Marson pick or be able to get banned out as we transition over to that second phase. So I feel like one of those slots just got utilized maybe a little early from the side of BTK. I don't think they were really going to go for that Beatrix right here.
And I think at this point, right, Zane wondering what he's going to end up picking here. There's going to be some bans coming out. Big chance Ohio Brothers kind of go into him a bit here. I like the fact that Ohio Brothers are kind of taking their time too with some of these picks, some of these bans, thinking about it, rolling it over in their minds. Do they just lock in the R-Lot here, right? Do they just lock in Yureshi? Something solid here, maybe flexible. The Fredrin could still be a great pick for them because they can put it in the XP lane, or if they have to, they can put it over in the jungle, but instead they go for the Franco. A nice counter to the Eve and to the Joy here. A good answer from Shark.
Definitely a great answer, especially with Kaja already off the board. You need some suppression if you want to deal with either of those two picks. Like you said, that's the only form of CC that can handle Eve during that ultimate. Not bothered by anything else. And then if you definitely want to try to secure a kill on Joy, Franco is your best option right now with everything else that was left on the table. And right in step with that, after they lock in the Franco, they're looking to close out the potential for BTK to swing back on their roam spot to pair it with this Eve.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of good options. The Atlas is definitely a great ban, right? Because we know they're going to be grouped up. We know it could be a problem. One big pick onto basic Hoon and someone else could be game changing. So we check off those boxes. BTK,
Lolita.
on the other hand, going to go, yeah, Lolita. That may be the next ban, honestly, and it would be a solid ban. Now, BTK focusing on Yureshi because, honestly, man, he's just been... He was trouble last game, and I like getting rid of the R-Lot and probably continuing on that route.
I think that's a great target to kind of ban out. Like you said, you already got Joy in his comfort. Now it's time to make Yureshi get a little more uncomfortable. Will they be able to do so? Time will only tell because, again, this is Yureshi. This is a professional player. May not shake him a little bit, but at least give T a little bit of upper hand. He's already kind of that uphill battle when you're talking about experience, you're talking about the gameplay. Obviously, as you saw last match, he didn't do a bad job around the Esmeralda, but just feel like Yureshi did a lot more with the R-Lot out there on the board, especially in those team fights. So I feel like trying to set him up for a little bit more than 50-50, maybe a little more into that 60-40 territory, give him a great game, but there goes the glue into Yureshi's hand. That's a scary sight for the side of BTK.
I feel like no matter what Yureshi picks, it's kind of a scary sight. At this point,
Yeah.
I'm just waiting, contemplating. Now, Ohio Brothers ban out the Karinas. This is going to get, and with them picking up the glue, Zane going to get his signature Fredrin here. He did well in the last game, but they still lost, right? Had some good plays on it, but they still lost. I'm not... Fredrin was like... I feel like the recent nerfs on him have made him a bit more containable. He's not this, like... He's not the best jungler in the game, I don't think, anymore. Joybaj's going to lock in this Grok, though, so we have CC. We have control. Once again, I really like BTK's draft. They just need to execute it.
That's right. I definitely think that Grok was a nice adjustment. Obviously, we were talking about Alita could have came out, but obviously some options to be able to potentially disrupt that Numian Blast. But with this Grok, it's a great opening engage tool, but it's also really great for the disengage if they need to rely on that with the wild charge to get them out of trouble. And it's so spontaneous, I feel like it fits the rest of the composition, especially when you have Beatrix in your backline, you have Joy coming out from that side, maybe for those flanks. I think Grok is a lot more quick, if you want to say, is being able to react to setups than a Lolita charging up the Numian Blast. People can dash out the way, but now you have an instant set, right, with this Grok that can open up the fight for the real-world manipulation to drop down and really turn the fights upside down on Ohio. But again, this is Ohio Brothers. Is that going to be enough to take them down, as they do have that lead 1-0 right now?
Yeah, and Shark on this Franco could be the deciding factor of all of this, right? Before we go too deep, we're going to be jumping into Game 2. Match point for the Ohio Brothers up against BTK. Can BTK turn this around with a reverse sweep, or will they be stopped here?
Reaches the battlefield.
And you know, Trex, after seeing Game 1, I'm really hoping BTK can take this match so we can get that Game 3, because these teams played at an exceptionally high level last match. Obviously, Ohio able to edge out in the long run and take Game 1, but if we can get that 2 more games, Trex, I can't complain.
I mean, of course, game 3 right here would be epic. No matter who it goes to, as long as it goes to game 3, I walk away from this series very, very, very happy. Now, keep your eyes on Shark here. He's hanging out with Basic up in the top side. One of those hooks land on a bad spot. It's just instant KO, instant fatality. And we just know that threat is there. The Franco's really been showing his face globally a lot more lately.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see who can open up this gold lane a lot more, because I feel like that really changed the pace last match. Even when Ohio was behind a little bit, they were able to get Basic moving on that map after they took that tower first and get him to focus on the other towers, even when those neutrals are being contested by the side of BTK. If they can get him moving again, get him grooving, that's going to be great. But if BTK can push back against that, that would be extremely lovely to be able to get ISO in a nice position to take off, because we do know if he can get a little bit of a head, especially with Beatrix, that power spike coming nice and early, especially after he picks up that Blade of Despair. If he can get rotating, joining in these team fights early, that could put them in a great position up against Ohio.
Most definitely could. T's doing a great job in that bot lane. I feel like he's really stepped up his game just as an EXP laner overall. Even, I mean, I'm not saying the matchup is great for Yureshi, but just the fact that he's really holding his own, sometimes having the advantage, shows a lot how he's been doing. The Ohio Brothers, though, keeping it simple, right? They're not looking for any picks here. They like to kind of wait, especially against a team that they know there's possible threats, against a team like BTK that always has a pretty strong early phase sometimes. The Ohio Brothers are just going to chill. They're going to wait for their time to shine. They don't even need this first objective, but they are going to try to contest it possibly. Best player Hoon and Yureshi taking the sides of this wall. Best player looking for a time to come in. JoyBosh does not have that all yet. And best player able to take the first one. Yureshi in a bad spot though. Very low. Colt Altar comes out, but he wasn't able to catch it. Forced to use the flicker. ISO getting picked off up in the top side though. This is what I meant. Shark and Basic could end up being a problem.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been getting on that a little bit. It seems like Ohio really is just going to stay focused on committing to that gold lane, because, again, if they can get Basic moving, the macro comes into play. Now they can start having diversions, distractions, or maybe for those unanswered complete clashes. But hey,
nice flick, nice wall. Basic forced to use the flicker, though. Able to still get away. Could have been the perfect response to that earlier death on ISO.
He didn't find a kill there, but I tell you what, if JoyBosh keeps playing like that, with those Flicker Wild Charge sets, Ohio's going to have to keep their eye on him, or they're going to be in a world of trouble when these team fights break up, because that was such a crazy set from him. That would definitely be disastrous when you're talking about a late game on one of those lords. But speaking of late games, in this early right now, a lot of scuffle going on in between the junglers and the bot side. We're going to go ahead and disengage there, but let's talk about it, right? Ohio has already secured that 1K lead so far. They were able to secure that first neutral, but a kill may be secured.
Ooh, there's a kill, all right. Zane gonna find Yureshi. T doing most of the damage, though. Able to get that electrifying beats. One thing I will say, Zane and best player on this tanks a lot, doing so well. You think he's caught, and he's just always able to get away. He gets in the midst of trouble, and he's just a slippery guy, man. You're not able to catch him.
Definitely not able to catch him. But speaking of things catching, we did just see that corrosion side being locked in by Basic already as we're about to cross into that 4-minute mark of the game. So a nice core item locked in from him. But speaking of lock-in, teams engaging.
Ooh, Shark taking a lot of damage, forced to use a flicker. Best player comes in, tries to lock onto Yato here. Yato getting hooked in. This is dangerous, and it's bad. Hoon gonna find that kill.
Shark, such a threat. What an iron hook. What a bloody hunt to go ahead and lock down the mid laner for the side of BTK, putting Yato in an uncomfortable spot. And I tell you what, Trex, if they keep the pressure on him, that's going to be very disastrous to the side of BTK. Yato's going to be very critical to their team fight capabilities, as he's really the only controlling aspect in this game as best player kicking up that turtle.
I mean, it's already almost it's a 2K gold lead, a little over 2K gold lead for the side of the Ohio Brothers, right? And they still have Basic, who hasn't taken a death yet. They have the constant threat of the hooks. They have Yureshi, who isn't having the greatest early game, but he's doing just fine. Taking a look at BloodThirstyKings, Yato, Iso, some of the major players who need to be able to output damage have already taken death. It's not like it's JoyBosh. It's not like it's Zane. It's not like it's T. Some of these pivotal players in the mid and late game are already a little behind.
That's right, but were you seeing what Basic was doing there? They were trying to keep that lane froze on ISO. They're trying to force him to step out to potentially get hooked by Shark here, and now it kind of makes sense what's been going on in that gold lane. But speaking of what's going on, best player, we force back a bit. They're not going to get into a fight, but now look at you, Reshi, knowing that Joy or T is missing from the lane. He's going to go ahead and cut out. That's a great play from him. Hang on. Joy.
Damage. Hoon gonna come in with the Ghostbusters. Finding Joy Baj. He's got to be careful face checking, man, because you're going to walk right into a bloody hunt. And that's the thing about going against Franco when you're the enemy roam. You can't get too crazy. If you walk into the wrong bush, you're going down.
Absolutely going down. Speaking of things going down right now, we're seeing that gold lane prio coming in heavy for Ohio. And I have to tell you, in the early phase I was talking about, the power spike for Beatrix would have been a lot stronger than Carry, but since he's been frozen, since he's been ganked, since they've been finding kills, been in a lot of trouble. But Joy Baj.
Joy Baj in a lot of trouble. Best player looking to get the finish, is able to find it. Colt Alter comes in the nick of time. Best player will get stunned up. Electrifying Beats not able to finish it, could not connect. COB get away scratchless.
Get away scratchless. Ice Queen Wand falling through the hands of Yato, though, so it's some good utility. But speaking of things, also falling top tower into the hands of Basic now.
No, not like this, guys. Shark being ever so aggressive. Turtle back up on the map. This is looking bad for the side of BTK.
It's looking very bad for the side of BTK. Basic has found one tower, found another kill, and now looking for a tier 2. But Turtle happening with a fight on the top side.
Yeah, big fight on the top side. Not able to see it because the Turtle is going down. Roses come out. T finds Basic, luckily in the top side, but best player still secures the Turtle. Phantom Execution comes in. Joy Baj very low. Will get taken out from Hoon. The Appraiser's Wrath drops the damage. Just not there. Snipe shot. Big miss. Big whip. Zane in the midst of 3. Still fighting it out, but just not enough. Forced to try to run away here. You're actually looking for the stun. Not able to connect. Nabir's Passion comes out. Ohio Brothers don't find Zane, but they find a lot in return.
Definitely finding a lot. Up 3K. Trex as we're crossing over that 7-minute mark. 6-2 as far as kills. Not only are they leading in this game, but they're leading in this series 1-0. BTK gonna have to find a way to dig deep and fight back. They might find an early exit in this series up against Ohio Brothers. They have been forcing so many errors from the side of BTK. The pressure from Shark in that lane has been consistent from game 1, putting ISO in an uncomfortable spot, and I really feel like BTK should have gave a little bit more assistance to ISO. Speaking of pressure.
Look at T. He's gonna get pulled in. Bloody Hunt, another great pick to the side of the Ohio Brothers. Add that with a pick onto this tower. They're taking more ground. They're taking more things on the map. Players, towers, nobody's safe from the brothers right now.
And there's no way Yato can really defend this. They're going to pop that high ground tower passive there to be able to clear that out nice and early over the 8-minute mark. And I was going to look for more. Speaking of look for more.
You know, here's the thing. If Yato's alone defending, he's scared to bring up. He's got to be scared to bring up that real manipulation because the hook.
Oh yeah.
Like even when he's solo like that, he's like, man, I really can't do anything about this because I'm by myself. And if I pop my real manipulation, I'm getting pulled in once again. I'm going down.
Definitely are going down. Speaking of things going down, best player some space over at BTK. Be able to try to maybe pick up this tower. They are so heavily focused on these objectives. While they do have quite a bit of kills, just look at the lead. They're already 3-1 on towers, and if they look ahead as far as neutrals, they picked up every turtle that has been spawned up on the map. 3 of them going to the hands of best player, and that's what I'm kind of been getting at. That it just feels like they are just worlds ahead, just worlds ahead.
He's taking a lot of damage. Shark able to use the flicker. ISO tries to flicker in. It's a big whip. In comes Joy Baj. Big wild charge. But the Colt Alter helps seal the deal in response. Basic wants more. He's hungry. Gets the triple. That's rough for the side of BTK. It's Moba, Zane, and Yato left on the field, and the Ohio Brothers don't even need the Lord right now. They're taking towers. Zane gonna get grabbed, possibly slam, but you're actually still under the tower. Takes a couple shots. Zane pulled in. 2 forces. This is bad. Zane goes down. The Ohio Brothers taking a huge lead at 6,000 at 10 minutes in.
And that was quite the take right there. That Shadow Stampede sending Zane to the Shadow Realm. That's going to Lord and more. They're looking to go ahead and take out BTK. T almost got dropped down there from that Magic Worship passive. But right now, we saw Basic come alive right there. A triple kill from him on the bot side fight. Mr. Infamous, Mr. Hollywood, the man of much controversy, but the man of much action in the game, too, for the side of Ohio Brothers. They're looking to put away BTK Trex before we can find the game 3, and I have to tell you, my heart's breaking right now from what I'm seeing on the screen, but I feel like it goes right back to what we were talking about. BTK not putting a lot of help, and ISO's 0-3 right now. Trex's the fight is about to unfold potentially.
Yeah, we do have a
What a
pause
pause.
coming in from the side of BTK. I like the sportsmanship for the Ohio brothers. They stopped. I think they knew. They're like, well, wait a second. We don't want any excuses for this one here. They hold it off. We're jumping into a pause. Now, you said it again. BTK having a few issues. Or is it the Ohio brothers are just this good right now? We mentioned them possibly being in the god tier of NA. And honestly, if they take this 2-0, I just don't think anyone's messing with them. I'm getting to that point. It's hard to stomach that. I want to see someone take them down because, as I said, it's just no fun watching one team stomp everybody. But like, man, they are just. Game 1, they play phenomenally. Game 2, they play phenomenally. And nobody has been able to really compete against them.
That's right. And I mean, if BTK loses this weekend, really all we have to look forward to is maybe next weekend when Ackerman matches up against them, maybe, potentially, be able to take down Ohio. But a little less on that. We're focused on this weekend, and if Zane and them can bounce back with this pause that has been put into play, maybe a little bit of time to recollect and get their thoughts in order. And I have to tell you, Trex, I feel like that's what it came down to. The thoughts haven't been right on the side of BTK, doing a lot of thinking, but not coming up with the right conclusions. And it seems Ohio has made every right decision, every right call you can make, whether it's for the objective. Oh!
Yeah, T was in a bad spot there,
Almost.
is able to get away safely, but they still lose the tower. Lord now marching down the bottom side as the rest of TOB claim their presence on this map. They want to try to take a couple towers here. Best player is taking a little bit of damage. Lord onto Moba Zane. The rest of TOB up on the top side, looking for this mid-tier 2. BTK able to defend there. Hopefully they only lose that tier 2, not inhibitor along with it. Moba Zane holding the front line as usual. Shark looking for a hook. You can see him waiting for it. Snipe shot misses. Hoon looking for a pull, not able to connect onto anybody with the Shadow Stampede. Yureshi onto the backside. Not scared of the towers, not scared of the world as Basic pushes away onto this tower. Joybox with a big miss, goes too deep and goes down. Big hook, not able to connect onto Yato. He's got the road manipulation out. Basically finds T. 2 members of BTK down, and the Ohio brothers take the advantage once again.
That was a huge whiff, Trex. That went from bad to even worse. Because now Ohio can potentially close this out.
Yeah, best player very deep, gonna get taunted up, take a couple tower shots to the face. Now Hoon and Basic also want to try to engage. They lost their wave of minions. They're going to have to back off here, but still controlling the game with a 10,000 gold lead.
And this is a hard deficit to overcome from the side of BTK. They already didn't really have the threat for the late game besides maybe Yato on this Eve to kind of lead them in team fights. But when you're looking over at Ohio, they have Hoon with the Farames to extend those team fights in their favors. You have Shark to be able to get those late game pickoffs, especially when you're up against Joybaj. They don't have the largest set potential. Obviously, Brock can get it done, but he's definitely a lot stronger in the pickoff. But it seems like Shark has been doing a lot better of a job. He's 12 assists out of the 13 kills for Ohio. So needless to say, he's been a critical component for all their plays. You can see they're setting up behind them right now to go for another. But when you're talking about that for the late game, it's extremely difficult for BTK. They're down, like you said, 10k gold. What an insurmountable lead here for the side of BTK. They're only down to 2 high ground towers, with the Lord obviously potentially going to the heavy favor of Ohio. It might be impossible for them to defend later on if they can't steal this, but it's like they're going to make the Hail Mary call potentially to contest.
Most definitely now, Lord going very, very low, and BTK not able to contest at all. We are seeing T up in the top side, trying to get a little bit of push, a little bit of macro game, but it may be too late for that. Shark with another hook! Down goes Joybaj, and down could go BTK. The Ohio brothers moving in, looking for the finish. Lord ain't even here yet. T up in the top side, trying to get a possible steal here, looking to make the play of his lifetime. But the Ohio brothers don't care. They think they can beat the base race. They think they can take the advantage. Tower about to go down very low. Basic able to get a couple shots off Lord. Still marching down. Poon, Shark, best player looking to conceal play, trying to get the lock on. Best player punctures through into the backside. Nice hook to Joybaj with the wild charge. T able to get away with his life, but the Lord is still up. Moba Zane hold the front side. Real manipulation still out for Shark. Finally able to get the hook with the bloody haunted down. Goes Joybaj once again. The Lord does fall though, and BTK able to defend this. TOB backing off.
TOB is picking apart BTK, and they're not going to let go here, Trex. Looks like they're going to push their arm into that high ground, and they have their offense on the crystal.
Yureshi is flickering in. Best player in TOB along with basically possibly look for something. Minions are low. Hook does not connect. A little bit too far to the right. Another wave is coming. Snipe shot misses. ISO has not been able to land those very much this game. It's becoming a bit of a problem. Could have been the possible defense. Wall does come out from JoyBaj. Yureshi looking around the wall. Shark misses on the hook again. Another wave of minions coming soon as TOB hold down the front line. Finally a wave from the side of BTK so they can possibly defend this. JoyBaj with a nice wild charge. Able to lock onto best player, but he's still up. Roses comes out, puncher into the backside, able to find ISO. And now T looking for best player, finds him, electrifying beats drop, but he's not able to find any more than that. Shark able to get the hook. Bobazane goes down basically with the speedy light wheel. Very well played. Yureshi gonna lock onto base. Immortality pops. Shark and Basic trying to get the finish, but not quite able to. Minions are here though. Base down to 50%. Crystal looking low. Can JoyBaj defend it all? He can. That's it. A clean sweep. The Ohio brothers stay dominant and reign as gods in the NACT.
And the revenge tour, Trex, is going to come to an unfortunate end as Ohio put away all doubts. An end to the drama meta, and an end to this series. A 2-0 sweep up against Mobazane and company. And Trex, for once, I can't lie, I am a little bit sad about the outcome of the series.
Definitely a little bit sad. I wanted a best of 3, but at this point, it is undeniable. The Ohio brothers are just something to contend with. They are something to put on a pedestal and try to achieve this year if you are a team in NA.
Absolutely. Now, all of these teams from the side of Ohio, I mean, all the players were just amazing. Hoon 5-0 anonymous Faramus, basically with all the macro decisions, even keeping a crispy KDA 9-1-6. Great itemization as well. We saw him with that C halberd at that last push. Took down Zane like he was nothing more than a mannequin. It looked like he didn't even have a chance of fighting back as he quickly shredded him down. Shark off the diggy, and now on something a little bit more aggressive. 1-0-16 on that Franco. Saw the hook, saw the bloody hunts out there on JoyBaj later on, taking out the roam for the side of BTK. And what a match. What a series from Ohio.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw it here, and there was just a few mistakes consistently. Best player, though, consistently able to get to the backside. JoyBaj, he does get some plays to happen, able to put out some nice walls, but in the end, BTK just never able to make those huge plays that the Ohio brothers and that Shark was making throughout that game. A good defense at 15 minutes. They do so well at it, but like I said, just the continuous onslaught from TOB was just too much for BTK to handle.
And you know, Trex, a lot of those things just didn't go in their favor there as we saw them be able to close out that series up against BTK. But from game 1 to game 2, it seems they kind of fell off the wagon there as far as momentum.
The first match was exciting to see. I loved the back and forth a bit. But congratulations to the Ohio brothers for taking that win. But you guys, what do you guys think the MVP would be? Like, would it be Basic?
I think all of them played very well. Basic, you just said his name, and he definitely, like, I think just being able to see him go from the Claude and just shred through from macro to everything over the map, had an amazing game. And then you go into game 2 where he plays something a bit more frontal objective, wanting to get in, be aggressive, right into the midst of it. He also played that very, very well. And it looks like he is going to be the MVP here, Deku.
Undeniably, he was basically the best player out there in this series. Like you said, from the macro, from the lane awareness, keeping control. He was kind of doing a little bit of janitor work, and still getting it done in those fights as well, cleaning up the members of BTK and those minions to lead Ohio to a victory.
Thank you for that. That was a great series, guys. Next up, we got F4LLOUT versus Ackerman. You won't want to miss it because our number 2 team, Ackerman, and F4LLOUT, who almost took out the Ohio brothers one of the matches. But make sure you come back and witness this after the break.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
right, taking a quick recap of the match from before. Ohio Brothers take a dominating sweep against BTK. Now, BTK had a good start in game one. Take us through what went wrong, Deku.
Game one, Trex, I feel like we saw a bit of a macro dip from the side of Ohio. The focus, the prioritization on the gold lane definitely opened up basic, like we were talking about, to make those macro plays, playing all lanes, able to find the towers, able to find those crucial objectives to lead their way over to that crystal base. And then I feel like after that game one, right, we saw it happen in game two, but this time BTK had no answers. And in game one, they were able to force a lot of team fights on the Faramus, on the Diggy, with Ohio having to be a little bit more on the passive, the back end of the match. But in game two, it seems like they couldn't only not find objectives, but they couldn't find the team fights either. As you can see right here on that final, only with 3 kills, they were not able to include in those fights to be able to match up against Ohio.
back, guys. Our next matchup is Fallout versus Ackerman. Ackerman has been taken NA by storm, surprising everyone with their grit and great plays, and Fallout, who showed some impressive moves last night against the Ohio Brothers. This will be a fun match to watch and see what they can bring to the table. Before we get started, here are our predictions for this next match. What do you think, guys?
Sheesh. Sheesh. Nothing but Ackerman. And not only is it nothing but Ackerman, but it is all 2-0's Deku, except for Steph Wheezy over there. I like the encouragement. Right. Fallout does have that opportunity to maybe turn a game around, but definitely a lot of money on Ackerman here.
And, you know, I feel like from Wheezy, it might have been a little bit more of a courtesy call. I really do feel like this is going to be a sweep up against Fallout. I mean, if things remain as they have been progressing through the regular season, Fallout has not really been on an upwards trajectory, and Ackerman has definitely been ascending and kind of breaking a bit of expectations that they are sitting comfortably in second place.
Super exciting. I'm excited to see this because watching Ackerman's gameplay with the way that Nicolette plays Mage, it's very exciting to see since I play Mage as well. What do you guys think of her plays? And also Push.
Yeah, I mean, Nicolette's been a monster, right? Like, Nicolette, funny story, last week when Hoon finally took some deaths against the Wasians, Nicolette actually took the #1 spot in KDA for the longest time. Hoon was like the #1 mage with KDA. Nicolette actually jumped into that KDA position last week, and even before that, she was top. And if you look at like everyone's KDA over the whole league, it's like 4 Ohio Brothers players, and then it's Nicolette. So she's definitely a top competitor in this whole event.
And, you know, speaking of Nicolette, I'm actually wondering if Fallout, I feel like that's the only way you really have a shot up against Ackerman. If you're able to throw Nicolette off a little bit. You're always going to have to worry about Kush over there in the jungle, but I feel like if you can at least make Nicolette struggle a little bit in the early game, kind of slow down that scaling, slow down her potential, you have a much better shot. But it's extremely hard to take her down, as we've seen from the standings as far as KDA with players in general, not just mages. She's extremely hard to kill. It's not an easy task to just throw Nicolette off. It takes some real strategy to make that happen.
Yes, and she's a force to be reckoned with. But all right, enough of that, guys. Enough of the wait. We're gonna jump right in to this battle. Let's go, casters. I can't even speak.
You're doing great, Xina. Thank you. It's Draft 1, Series 2 of the night. Ackerman up against Fallout Deku. Now, we've seen a lot of spice coming from Ackerman. Nicolette picking up the Lu Yi, picks like that happening. I mean, Nicolette's another, like we've already been talking about it for a while, but you mentioned a great point. You put some pressure on Nicolette, you put some pressure on Toinks, and it's kind of the same thing for the Ohio Brothers. It's just much harder to do, I think. You put some pressure on that roam in that mid, and you slow down the pace of the team. That is going to be a big answer for Fallout here.
Absolutely, but again, it depends on if they can come up with that answer, because like we said, I'm sure everyone has kind of came to that same conclusion as we have up here at the desk, but who has actually made that transpire into the matches? It hasn't happened a lot. The KDA has been relatively untouched and unbothered. She's sitting at the top of the rankings for a reason. And Fallout, unfortunately, if I did have to bank on a team to make it happen, it's not really them. But we are going to be able to see anything can happen, especially now that we went off into that second leg of the season, Trex. This is the chance to see if these teams have been able to correct some of those mistakes, if they're able to turn it around now in the second half. First leg, obviously, was not the greatest for Team Fallout, but now we're going to be able to see if they can turn that around up against Ackerman.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die at this point. In the very beginning of the season, we talk about, okay, you can take a loss here. There's plenty of time to make it up, right? Now, we're halfway through. At this point, you start losing too many games, and you start losing them hard. You start taking sweeps, and you're not even in the top 4 position yet. It starts to mean a lot. You start to lose your opportunity to contest for playoffs. So Fallout need to try to at least take a game here. That way, if they do end up tied with somebody, they can maybe beat them with the amount of games, or whatever. But maybe, just maybe, like, Fallout's still very hit or miss for me. Sometimes I feel like they play amazing, and I wouldn't always count them out. Like, if I flip a coin a few times, I would say they land on heads of, they have some opportunity there. Ackerman, though, is like monsters. So can Fallout pull it off? Anna and Kush I think both kind of similar. They both have some assassin possibilities. Anna's been really favoring the Ling and has done a great job on it, but the rest of the team needs to be able to keep up here.
Right, and you know, I feel like they kind of relied on Anna a lot, right, in that jungle. Not able to pick up a lot of wins, but the close games have been with Anna being on point. But this match, you're going up against Kush, right? Kushabusa, his private dancer, has dubbed him rightfully so. So you're not just going to have this automatic maybe control in the jungle. It's not going to happen that way, especially with Nicolette supporting him. And then again, can't forget about Twinks there on that roam. It's going to take more than just Anna. Like I said, everyone's going to have to step up to be able to match up against Ackerman if they want to be able to find a win. And maybe not even a win, just to keep it competitive. I think it's going to take a little bit more than just stepping up, right? You got to outplay Ackerman. You got to beat them at their own game, and that's no easy task. They're sitting at second spot comfortably for a reason.
Yeah, very comfortably, right? Like, and especially now with BTK taking that loss earlier, Ackerman's chilling. They're vibing. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be able to take the first place spot, but I think they feel very good, even if they lose a game
It's
here.
a playoff
But at this point, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a playoff run for sure. They're looking for it. F4LLOUT trying to contest Area 77 for the number 4 spot, right? Now, we saw the Farza ban from Ackerman, which I think overall, F4LLOUT probably should have banned the Valentina in return, right? Like, oh man, they're banning out Farza. Yeah. It's one of the top contended for heroes other than Valentina. But now you give over. So Ackerman, I think, go through that initial banning phase flawlessly.
You know, it's really interesting because Ackerman goes for that Valentina quite a bit into Nicolette's hand. And something F4LLOUT likes to take is Kaja, right? And put that into the hands of Mello. But with Valentina being locked in, it's going to be very hard for them to take that. Last night, they took Kaja first pick on blue side. They took it in the first 2 picks on the red side as well. Right now, they're on the red side. But again, like I said, with Valentina out there with the IMU, now you have to think a little harder about what kind of utility you want to put out there to make available to her. And especially when you're talking about Nicolette, giving a free Kaja ult is scary, but they're going to do it anyways. They're going to commit to what they've been using.
I feel like you kind of have to sometimes. Like, the Valentina's scary, but sometimes it's just like, all right, you're going to get this. It is what it is. We can't, like, completely limit our heroes. Kaja's too good. And what do? You give the Kaja and the Valentina over? No, that's
rough.
Like,
it's a rough spot.
That's really rough. So I like it. They're not showing too much fear. I think from here on, though, they do have to watch out a little bit, right? Like, we don't want to give too much over, but it's definitely going to be a bait. Like, who's going to pop it first? Who's going to pop it correctly onto the right hero? I think the big goal for F4LLOUT might be to try to use that Kajal onto Nicolette, right? Try to take out the Valentina so there is no correct response. But Kush, gonna lock in the tanks a lot. This hero, I mean, after watching Best Player play it earlier today, it's starting to take almost that position of like one of the best picks you can put in the jungle right now.
That's right, but we're gonna have an assassin matchup here, Trex. We got the Hayabusa facing off against the tanks a lot, and you know what? I really still have to give that over to the favor of Ackerman as far as the jungle because it's a tanks a lot. We're not going to see a tank Busa here, hopefully. So you still kind of lose out when you're talking about trying to hover around those pits, especially late game where everyone's grouped up and clustered up. It's going to be a lot harder for Anna here to be able to sit around as opposed to Kush with the tanks a lot. But I do have to say, the side of F4LLOUT does have potential maybe to pick them off. They have the glue, they have the Kaja. Those are 2 very strong pick-off capable characters to be able to deal with them. But I will have to say it may not lead to much, though, is the problem, since he is playing the tanks a lot. And then even if you're talking about going for Melissa with the go away, it's going to be hard to get on top of her to be able to find that kill right now. The only target that's going to be kind of reliable is Nicolette. But again, this is Nicolette, the one with one of the highest KDAs. Not too often you catch her out of position. So none of these are really looking that great for Kaja and Glue to get on top of.
Definitely not easy targets, and Ackerman's cover their bases with that. I would be on board with Anna going tank build here. You know, breaking down barriers, one jungler at a time. I'm just kidding. No. Just kidding. But I like, now we're going to see the Kadita ban from the side of Ackerman. F4LLOUT will get the first pick up here. They need a gold laner. They need a mage. Eve's still open, could be a possible answer, but now you're giving over even more possibilities for Nicolette to use. So maybe something simple, maybe something like the Lilia, still give black shoes. I'm trying to think of what could be possible here.
I mean, it wouldn't be a bad option, right? Especially when you're talking about dealing with that the lane with Valentina. I feel like Lilia is a very nice option to keep up with the early pressure that Valentina can put out. And like you said, the black boots, yeah, it could be okay for for Nicolette, but I don't really think Nicolette would go for it. How many times have you seen Nicolette in a position where it'd be like, oh, she had lived with Black Blue, she wouldn't have died? Not too
Hey,
much
man,
because she rarely ever does die.
didn't we
But
see her
they're
like
gonna,
pull out like a decimation earlier and like some
yeah,
games on the side
yeah,
or something like
exactly.
that? So hey, man, you never
Uh,
know. They get crazy, but they do pick up the Eve.
that's a little bit scary as well to pick that up because that's again more utility to the hands of Nicolette. But I guess maybe they're trying to overload her. We know that's one of the strats as well up against Valentina, kind of bring a couple ultimates and make her forced to choose which one she wants to go for. But it's Nicolette, and I definitely would trust her judgment on whatever she pulls up. I feel like you're just giving a buffet over to her to get very creative. Like you said, we've seen pull out things like with the Martis, with the Decimation. I feel like Valentina's only contained by the imagination and creativity by the user. Nicolette is up there when it comes to being able to express herself creatively.
Definitely. I mean, and but it's also a great point. Like Nicolette really does. Like even when she picks up low E, like her mindset, like I think just her game IQ overall in game is very high. But Guapsi, is this a first time pick? Is this a first time pick
Yes,
right here?
it is.
First time pick up against the Melissa. I feel like there's a lot of range. Very low range for Guapsi. I'm excited to see how it does.
It's one of those things where it's like I do like those kind of off the wagon picks just because it's interesting, right? It keeps things fresh. It's reminiscent of watching when we saw the Hanabi get picked up for the first time by Wasians. As we also know, it hasn't been a great recipe for wins. But I do have to say, it could throw them off. I mean, like you said, there is the range. There's kiting position from Kimmy. I don't necessarily feel like Melissa has anything to kind of stop anything Kimmy wants to go for, especially with the range. Like, it's not like the go away really stops anything Kimmy's going for. But speaking of stopping things, stop the run. Game 1, Trex underway between Ackerman and Fallout. And we're going to see the Fallout can fall back into good standing, not only us, but the viewers and on these leaderboards.
There was a day and time when Kimmy was a very good pick. There was a day and time when Kimmy was, you could put her in the jungle, build her mage, build her damage, do all types of things with her. Wapsi trying to bring that back here. It's interesting. There's some possibilities. I think with the build that, with the composition that Fallout has, with this World of Manipulation, with Mello trying to pull people in, it's very kind of controlled. It's trying to really work around the World of Manipulation and also kind of poxy, except for Anna, going to be bouncing around a lot. So with that type of strategy, if they execute it right, it could work out for Goapsi. Just constant DPS onto people that are kind of immobile in a sense.
And this is kind of interesting to see. I'm going to try to make sense of the Kimmy a little bit more while we have the time. I feel like there's a good chance they're able to make it work. There's not necessarily too much pressure when you're talking about backline. I mean, there's Galaxy and Kush, but we know Kush is going to be running the tanks a lot, which obviously is going to lack a little more damage. Not to where it can't kill, but obviously a slower time to kill than a standard damage lance. Galaxy can easily be kited. He has Sprint, and we know Sprint can immune the slowing, but Wapizi also has Sprint, right? So he can just proc it at the same time and still keep that cat and mouse game going on. And once that's kind of negated, I feel like there's still a good chance for this Kimmy, for Guapizi to work with this Kimmy on maybe like the re-engage, maybe turn around and start slowing them down with that Ice Clean wand when they're trying to run away. But it's going to be hard to make it work. There's a window for it, right? Some possibilities for it to come through, but it's definitely going to come down to if they can make that happen.
Yeah, look at the pressure that they put onto the gold lane there. I think Mello may want to hang out up there, but Turtle is up. Kush gonna dance through, puncture around a little bit. Anna waiting for the possible quad shadow. Try to come in. Mello does have level 4. Galaxy drops the feathered airstrike, but it comes in on blast. Nice stun. Down goes Uzi. First blood and a turtle over to the side of Ackerman.
And there we go. The man starting to become the master of assassin out here in NA finds the turtle and the kill as well. Facilitated by Twinks on that little lead, like you said, with that Numian blast and the flicker combination. A great setup for him, a great setup for Ackerman as they now have a 1-0 advantage and a 1K gold lead already, Trex, as we're underneath that 3-minute mark.
I mean, Guapsi is able to kind of handle this, but I think Mello, man, I don't know. I think Fallout maybe needs to try to get the advantage in that gold lane. Maybe give up a turtle here or there. Kush going to come in, try to steal that purple buff. Not quite able to, but still the harassment, the map control is there for Ackerman.
Definitely, and we're going to have to see, like we said, if Fallout can have answers. Ooh, Lumion Blast?
There's some answers for you. Mellow, forced to use the flicker, just gets away. Midnight's popping out the real manipulation, does keep them away. In comes Anna though, finds Galaxy. Nice pick, big ult from the side of Guapsi there, able to do a little bit of damage. Fallout trying to answer back.
And that's going to be a huge little play from them, especially when you're talking about Galaxy. He popped that sprint right underneath that tower dive when the real world dropped on his head, courtesy of Midnight's to evade death from the tower shots, but then still ends up falling to Ana anyway. So a death to Galaxy and a waste of the utility spell, as we also see Uzi working on the tower.
Most definitely, and they're able to defend here a little bit. Mellow hanging out a bit more here. Zia definitely having the advantage, but now Ackerman putting a lot of pressure. 4 members on the top side. Could be trouble for Guapsi and Mellow.
This is interesting. We've seen Guapizi go for the Genius Wand on the Kimmy, right? I was expecting maybe the Ice Wand to be locked in first, but he's going to go for a bit of that early penetration, maybe to boost up the spike for that damage, especially in a matchup against Zia, who's already picked up his Corrosion spike. So he's definitely already locking in onto his core items. Both of these marksmen have been able to lock in that first piece as we cross over the 4-minute mark. So it's going to be interesting how that kind of transfers into these early skirmishes, these early fights, especially since Turtle now is up on the top side of the map, and both these gold laners can get involved if they choose to do so.
I mean, it's a good thing that there isn't, like, the gold lead hasn't really escaped Fallout too much. Ackerman only holding it down 1,000. They did just lose out on that purple buff, which is very bad for Anna. Uzi trying to come up. I don't even know if Fallout can try to contest this at this point. Anna not having that purple buff is going to be huge if they want to try to take a big fight here. Nicolette holding that bay, gets terrified onto Uzi. Midnight's dropping. Pat real manipulation, a lot of damage. Anna picking up the kill onto Nicolette, but Kush finds the turtle. Kush trying to puncture through, but the grab, slam, pulls him in. Nice play. Numenon Blast lands the falling Star Moon to pick up Uzi. Ackerman biting back after losing Nicolette.
Huge play from them, and I'm right there with you, Trex. I really feel like Fallout maybe should have reconsidered their options. We're speaking of reconsidering.
Big stun. Toinks able to lock onto Anna here. Quad shadowing through. Not able to pick up Kush there. We are starting to see a bit of damage, though, coming from Anna.
Absolutely. Definitely some damage coming in from Anna here, but damage still being done from Ackerman. Like we said, they're still holding on to that 1K gold lead. They also have picked up both of the turtles in this early stage of the game. Guapizi hasn't been able to find too many opportunities. The pressure hasn't really been coming on for him as Zia picks up that Demon Hunter sword. He now has 2 of the items and looking to pick up the tower. It's going to be huge for the side of Ackerman.
Look for the pick. Mellow trying to come in. Does not commit, though. Doesn't use the Divine Judgment. Was looking for Zia. I think at that point should have just gone for Toinks. Decides not to. And it's a little bit of a mistake. Guapsi still here, but the range just can't compete. He's going to lose that tower.
You know, losing that tower and now going to let Zia be able to rotate. We've kind of seen this from the side of Ohio, what they were doing kind of with basic. Letting to get their marksmen to be able to start moving around is going to be huge for the side of Ackerman. They've already been winning the team fights. So speaking of team fights,
a lot of damage onto Anna. Galaxy does go down. Uzi finding the kill. Anna now on the run. Kush deciding not to go for it. Maximum charge, trying to find a possible target. Kush taking a little bit of damage. Nice grab, look for the slam, bring him back, and down goes Kush. Uzi helping out with the team, finding the picks where it matters.
That's right, finding the picks when they matter. But now look at this. We're seeing the rotation, right? Zia, after they found the tower on the top side, moving to the bot. And like what we were just talking about, this is what happens when you lose that gold lane tower first. You allow the enemy marksman to start rotating around the map, putting pressure on outside towers, putting pressure in those team fights when they join in. Guapizi still hasn't been able to find the tower and almost fell to the hands of Galaxy there up in the top side, Trex.
Might still go down. Able to finally kite away. Looks like on the top side he's going to move in, but down in the turtle pit, Toints, Zia, and Nicolette trying to do some damage onto Uzi here. Midnight's and Anna decide to back off. Uzi popping the split just to try to escape here. Now with Coach up, should be able to take this turtle unobjective, uncontested.
That's right, they found the tower now as well, though, on the top side in the hands of Fallout, but with at least anything.
Nice suppression. Guapsi going to be able to pick up the kill. Anna actually lets him have it there. Guapsi being 1-0-1 is a possible condition for the side of Fallout here. Ackerman looking for the mid tower, not quite able to find it. Mellow going to do a little bit of damage on the Toinks here, but they do back off.
That's right. And with a pick like Kimmy, something that's kind of been underwhelming when you think about it coming into this this regular season, for it to be 1-0-1, that's not bad for the side of Fallout. Like you said, definitely something that can be a bit of a condition. I'd also like to add, I feel like it's a great opportunity for them to maybe abuse some poke.
Ooh, Newman on blast. Anna flicks right into it. Gonna get stunned up. Moves on the backside. Picks up the killing spree. Zia goes down first. Toinks may just be next. Wapsi kiting away. Able to find the damage. And Midnight picks up the kill. Kush forced to run away along with Galaxy and Fallout. Starting to come out on top. The dash comes in. And Guapsi finds Galaxy. A nice play. Anna still dancing. Looking for something along with Mello. Mello flickers in and finds the Divine Judgment. Nicolette goes down. Mello will be picked up for that, but it's a beautiful trade on the side of Fallout. Well played from the side of Fallout there. It's 9-3, but the gold lead's still in the hands of Ackerman.
The pieces are starting to fall in the puzzle here. Is what we were kind of questioning what was going on with the Kimmy pick, but starting to make a little bit of sense of it. Speaking of making sense, Wapsi has already picked that Divine Glaive, going for that early percent penetration up against the composition for Ackerman, which I think is a good call, especially when you're going up against a Tank Salon, the Esmeralda, and then Toinks on this Lolita, a couple beefy objects, beefy opponents to go ahead and take down. And I feel like they gave us a great representation of what we were going to see as Toinks is being pressured here. Trex.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing it well, right? Wapsi kiting, that's exactly what you're supposed to do with Kimmy. You can move, you can shoot all at the same time. In the beginning, the damage was kind of lacking, but I just saw him use another one of those maximum charges, and instead of taking 10%, he takes 25% off of Zia's health bar. So the damage is getting there. Here comes another maximum charge. Able to keep them away. Nicolette getting bursted down. The blast does come out, the flicker, but nobody lands. Nobody found, and Guapsi back in being a nuisance right now. Right behind Uzi. Uzi holding the front side. Zia found by Anna off cam, and down goes Toinks. Fallout taking over this game.
And this is really what I was going to talk about this about a minute ago here. You're seeing kind of what Midnight's and Guapsi can do. Trex!
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is that a Kimmy we're looking at right now, Deku?
That's right. Again, as I was trying to get out right, I think now what we're seeing is the combination of this Kimmy and Eve and Midnight, right? If you really want to break it down and kind of look at the 1-2 that we're getting here, it's the slowing capability with the kiting that they have. They have so much control. Ackerman trying to go for this front to back, but it's too much slowing them down to be able to commit. Even with them trying to find that Numian Blast on Guapsi with the dash, with the sprint, but he might find Waps.
Yeah, big Newman on blast. Uzi is going to get stunned, but in comes Anna. Big damage. Nicolette goes down. Toinks now on the run. Guapsi holding down the backside once again. Nice suppression on Zia, but he is able to get away. Not without losing 2 minutes on the side. 2 men on the side of Ackerman. Puncture comes in, but Anna still finds the Lord, and Kush is forced to tuck tail and run away.
Speaking of tucking tails, look at the KDA of Nicolette right now. Trex, we were talking about it at draft. This is one of the ways to find a win up against them. Nicolette is struggling right now, 0-3-2. You saw her pop that real-world manipulation, but just not able to get it done like Midnight, who's 4-0-8. Soon as she popped it, dived on immediately, and bye-bye Nicolette. Join us up here at the caster desk, and she's spawning right back into the map now, but the pressure has been applied. Now she is behind. The entire team of Ackerman is falling behind. Fallout, they're down 4K gold. We weren't expecting this, but boy, is it fun to watch. Nicolette falls again, Trex.
Anna, man. Anna and Guapsi, both these players are on. The thing is exactly what I said. Like, Fallout, they just pocket up with Guapsi in the backside, and Anna's free to do whatever Anna wants. Anna always does well, even when they're losing. And now if the rest of the team is doing well, Anna can really thrive. She doesn't have to protect anybody. She finds the picks. Now, Falling Star Moon does come down along with the Newman on Blast Lord on the base, on this base turret. Looking rough for the side of Ackerman, the force to back off. Nicolette has already fallen. Anna comes in, looking for the finish, able to find it. Toinks goes down next. Seal play from Mello. Nice suppression, the drag, Kush in a little bit of trouble here. Guapsi dashes in, looking for a bit more poke damage. Not quite able to connect. Galaxy with Falling Star Moon goes down right into his death. This is looking bad for the side of Ackerman. Fallout take the base turret, and now they can back off and eat up some jungle.
Trex, this is a hell of a debut for Kimmy here, sitting 4-0-8. And you know, right there in that mid lane, it's looking amazing. Okay, good is a bit of an understatement. It's looking better than I was expecting to see it here. But hang on, the siege coming out.
Yeah, good siege at that minion. Still coming in on blast, ready to land. Midnight, the flicker, very clean. That damage from the maximum charge is getting a lot larger as we creep into the 13th minute.
Maximum charge, maximum damage from maximum range from Guapzizi. Sniper's precision as he threads the needle right into Zia's face for the split cap. To the forehead as he's taking down members nice and low. And you know what, Trex, it kind of goes back to that point about this Kimmy and Eve combination. They're facing up against a beefy lineup, but because they have so much kite potential, because they have so much poke, they're able to chip away at the HP bars of Ackerman, and they have to reconsider their engage. They can't commit fully, because before they can commit to the dive, they're already down to a third, if not a half of HP, Trex. It's not a lot to work with after Kimmy's let off a few shots, after Eve's let off a few shots. And when you're talking about Kimmy kiting and then a real world drops out of nowhere, it's almost as strong as a stun lock CC because you really cannot move as Midnight picks up the Divine Glaive. Now going to stack in some more damage alongside Guapzizi, and they're both playing well. With all this kiting, Midnight's 4-0 and 9. They're not able to find the mark. Guapzizi 4-0 and 8 on Kimmy, Jimmy, Big Brain, Neutron here, as he's being a huge component for the side of Fallout. They're going to have to find a way to answer this. They have to be able to deal with this slow. If they're not able to find a way to maneuver around to get to the back line, this is going to be all but a GG for the side of Ackerman.
That definitely hurts. Another thing to point out, Mello just picks up the fleeting time. That means more ults coming soon to a theater near you. And able to take that Lord. Midnight's dropping a little manipulation points and a little bit of trouble. The kite comes in, and the damage Thea goes down off cam. Anna able to pick it up. Next will be Toinks. Maximum charge. Kush is tanky, so it's not too much. But now it's 3 up against 5, and the Lord marching down the top side. Ackerman in trouble.
Hey, don't count out the Lord there, Trex. This is more than a 3v5. This is a 3v6 because the big man up in the top lane pushing down with the Lord, and there goes Guapzizi and the rest of the team ready to siege and potentially end this game looking for the high grounds in that crystal base.
Look at Guapzi chipping away on Galaxy. Nicolette having to fall back because damage too much from Uzi. They're going to lock onto the base. Waste no time. Waste not, want not. They're trying to finish things here. Galaxy will be the first to fall. Lord still on the base. In comes Anna looking for the pick. Galaxy with the trouble kill. Nicolette able to find Mello though. Anna trying to lock on the base, but the base finally goes down. Ackerman falls out and Fallout takes game 1.
And I have to tell you, Trex, we were talking about creativity coming out from Nicolette on the Valentina, but Fallout with the creative drafting, pairing up the Kimmy Jimmy with that Valentina. Ooh, boy, had Ackerman looking like turtles, even with the fast reflexes that we normally see from them, slowed down to nothing more than a crawl up against Fallout.
It's definitely... I mean, just what a performance from Fallout. And this is, I think, before we came into this, I'm saying, listen, we just don't know with Fallout, right? Sometimes they play phenomenal, sometimes they don't. And that game right there, the Kimmy pick, we were doubting it, but they pull through. But now that we're looking at KDAs, like you said, how do we beat Ackerman? Let's take a look at Nicolette and Toinks right now.
That's right. Nicolette 1, 4, and 3 on one of the comfort picks. They completely shut her down. And once you shut down the Nicolette, the rest of the team will follow suit. Like you said, Toinks 1, 5, and 3. If the mage is going down, the roam is probably going down with them. And that didn't create a lot of opportunity for Kush to perform on this assassin. And with that mage and roam suffering, Zia as well, not really able to get online in that gold lane, had a hard time up against Guapzi on that Kimmy. And then it just translated into the rest of the game.
And now taking a look at this replay, I think this is just the perfect representation of how Guapzi slides in, able to get the pick onto Toinks here, and he's fast too on that Kimmy. The mobility, the kite, it had everything they needed in that match. I think you said it a few times. Anytime Toinks would come up with the Numenon Blast, anytime anyone was about to make a play, they were just able to outmaneuver it.
That's right, Trex. And right now, there's only one thing to say, or maybe two. Wheezy is either completely correct or we are all completely wrong, because we are on pace for a potential 2-1 for Ackerman or on a potential for a win for Fallout.
Listen, you know what I'm going to say. I would love to see the underdogs take a game here. So far, BTK failed us. I'm rooting for Fallout now. I know my vote was on Ackerman, but come on. Let's see a game 3, or let's at least see the tables turned a little bit. Down with the upper leaderboard. Come on, Fallout. Can they pull this off? We're jumping into draft number 2. Are they going to go back into that Kimmy pick? I mean, it worked well. Guapzi played amazingly. And I think one of the major points in that game, Guapsi let that first tower go. He's like, all right, listen, as long as I don't die here. It's like, listen, we'll cut off the arm, keep the body alive, and in the end, it works out for Fallout.
Absolutely, because I mean, all they really needed was the scaling, right? And to be able to get those core items, we've seen them lock in the Genius. Nicolette opted in for the Ice Queen Wand first item, not Nicolette, I forgot the names here, Midnights on the Eve, right? To be able to lock in the slow and then let Kimmy lead in for the damage. And that definitely set them up for some nice team fights later on. And that 1-2 combination, the synergy there and the composition was well thought out to deal with the side of Ackerman. If they can maybe come up with something a little bit more spicy. Now that I've seen the Kimmy work, I'm wondering what else do they have in their bag to go ahead and take out Ackerman? Because I feel like picks like that, even though a bit of doubt is cast on them initially, you do have to break a little bit away from the standard, because obviously Ackerman is excelling in that. You have to come at them with a little bit of a flair, if you will.
Most definitely. And with Fallout on the front side this time, you're going to ban out that Valentina, right? And we've seen, I mean, I still don't, like, I almost want to say, like, Nicolette does great on a lot of mages. Her Valentina's really good, but I think at this point Fallout maybe could have just given that over, leave things a bit more open. But they are, you know, they're dotting their I's, they're crossing their T's, they're checking off all the boxes here. They are going to pick up the glue up front, which Uzi did great on the glue last game. I liked it. He was another, I mean, honestly, everyone did great last game. A lot of great KDAs around the board, but I think Uzi, I think Uzi only took 1 death there.
Yeah, I believe so. So definitely playing pretty well on the KDAs. But speaking of taking deaths, right? The chance for Ackerman right here to even up the series is definitely going to rely on Nicolette. Can they secure her some safety? Because like we talked about heading into game 1, it really starts with that. If you can throw off Nicolette, you can really take out the rest of the team of Ackerman, and that's exactly what we saw happen. And speaking of things happening here, some interesting lock-ins. We're getting Brody and Lunox picked up nice and early from the side of Ackerman.
See, and I like that from Nicolette. I think Nicolette is a great Lunox. I think sometimes Nicolette gets forced, kind of pigeonholed into what the meta is, like with the Valentina and things like that. She has a wonderful Lunox. She has a great Farza. She has a good Yve. She has so many other picks under her belt. So sometimes when I see the Valentina get banned against her, I think it could be the best thing for her. Especially, it's not like the other team's going to get the Valentina. And I think when it comes, when that's kind of off the board, it evens her playing field or almost puts her at a bit of an advantage.
And we're going to have to see if that holds true and maybe allow her to play a little bit safer now to avoid those early deaths, which really hinder the side of Ackerman if Nicolette is not comfortable or be able to make those plays that we typically see from her. But now, like you said, getting to see her on her Lunox, a prime pick for her, really a priority, especially like you said, once you get that Valentina off the board, might have helped them out now to put Nicolette on something she's a little bit more familiar with up against Fallout. But Fallout bringing out some bangers right now. They have some nice pick-off with glue, but they have also secured a nice team fight composition with that Lolita and that Eve. That Numian Blast and Real World Manipulation really sets in reality for a lot of teams when you're talking about those 5v5s.
Most definitely, but how does Ackerman respond? I think they respond beautifully with the Diggy pick here. I think their laning phase maybe be a little bit weak in the very beginning. Depending on what Kush picks up for his jungle. I think this could be a good game to go something a bit tankier just because of how squishy Nicolette and Toinks are going to be once again. So with the Diggy, with this Lunox, it could be the same kind of strategy for Fallout. Focus on them in this laning phase. Try to pick off Toinks as many times as possible, and that's going to lead you to Nicolette, to pick off Nicolette as many times as possible.
And they definitely do have the opportunity to do that because, as we know with the Diggy, right, you're a little bit more reactive. I mean, the whole point of it is to react to skills being used by the enemies. And so they definitely have a much better clear potential. When you're talking about that mid lane, they're going to have the prio. And, you know, it's actually interesting because if they slot that Diggy, right, typically goes over to that gold lane to babysit. So Nicolette might be a little behind when you're talking about rotations. I feel like they already would have lost out on that. But now if that Diggy is going to be hovering gold lane, absolutely going to be behind on rotations. That lets Fallout goes for the early plays as far as ganks. And when you have a Lolita, when you have a Eve, the siege potential on those ganks are incredibly strong. And if your mage is straggling behind, not really safe, not really sure if they can rotate since your vision isn't there, it might be a little difficult for Nicolette. They could really turn this in their favor to either pick off Nicolette, looking for rotations behind them, or getting that upper hand advantage on those side lanes.
And then I love the respect right now over to Anna. Anna's a threat, man. Anna's a problem. Fallout may have had some rocky games, but the Hayabusa on Ana, I know we were talking about Kushabusa, but Ana as well, definitely doing an amazing job. Maybe trying to show who the real Hayabusa player is here tonight up against Kush himself. So with both of these off the lane, I think it's really possible for a Lancelot pick here once again, right? Kush has it, and we get rid of a lot of mobility for Ana. Fredrin still up as well. A lot of options up for the jungle. Fallout taking a different route. We want Uzi to have the best game of his life. He had a great one last time, and we're going to get rid of any possible counters onto Glue here.
That's right. I mean, like you said, you can see the focus. One side looking to choke out the XP and the other on the jungle. But it will be interesting to see what Fallout can go for. They definitely have some room to go for a lot. They could still opt in potentially for some damage, or they could go for another utility and maybe go for a little bit more protect style for whatever gold laner they might choose, because that would be pretty huge for them, because Ackerman really, like right now, they don't have any dive for a marksman besides Nicolette on that Lennox, right? There's no backliners. Even with that Thanos being slotted in, not someone that really easily accesses the backline. They can really stronghold their gold laner right now and really take down Ackerman in some nice 5v5s. Yeah,
and I mean that's where we take out those YZ. That's where we take out any of that possible dive. But you know, you asked me, Deku. You asked me, or you just stated, do they have anything else up their sleeves here? And there it is, another debut pick in this season. There's some dive for you as well from Kush right now on the Fanny. And I was thinking, the Clint, it's really not as bad as maybe it could be laid out to be. It does have some damage, it does have some opportunity, but Guapsi does such a great job at protecting himself and not dying as long as he can farm. But with Kush on this Fanny now, it's going to be tough. I think Mello's going to have to hang out and protect Guapsi this game.
Well, I think it kind of falls more on what Kush wants to go for, right? I'm going to assume they're going to have a lot of gold lane presence because you have the Diggy. You're going to look to babysit this Brody, aka Zia, and I would expect them to also have Kush giving up those turtles and go for the gold lane. But if they make the call to contest turtles, that means there's not going to be much pressure on the gold laner here for the side of Fallout in the laning phase. If they do focus in, that could spell disaster for them. But Trex, speaking of spelling things out, GAME2 in between Ackerman and Fallout. We're going to see the assassin matchup in between Ana and Kush one more time.
I like it. I definitely like it. I think both teams have plenty of win conditions here, plenty of possibilities. Zia didn't have the greatest game last time. He started off well. He was able to get plenty of farm, but in the end, the Kimmy wins out. Taking a look at Ackerman, I feel like they have a solid early game presence here. Even though they sacrifice a little bit of bulkiness with points, they have the Fanny, they have Galaxy on this Thamus, who has a nice early game presence as well. And then you have Zia. Zia can get some kills up early and snowball. If Ackerman can snowball here, it's going to be very tough for Fallout this game.
It is going to be tough indeed. But you know what, Trex? I'm really looking forward to see how they play this out because, like you said, there is some dive now with Kush on this Fanny. But if Kush isn't able to successfully take out Guapizi, who is? There still is not a lot to deal with him, as we are going to have a request from applause. I'm going to respect that going into the side of Ackerman there. Puts it in by Zia, Trex. But with that pause in the action, harping on a little bit of those conditions, I really feel like Fallout has a great shot here. They can keep Kush at bay, maybe slow down the kill potential. They have a very strong shot of being able to keep this momentum going forward, keep Clint in those fights moving forward slowly but surely on their way to the high towers.
Most definitely. You know, with the way both drafts is coming off, what do we think, like, is the only way for Ackerman to win this? Do they need to get some of these picks early on? I don't think they have too much of a late game here. I'm wondering, does Fallout just need to hold out, you know, and get to the mid game, try to keep the gold even? What are the opportunities for both teams here?
Well, see, the fun thing about having the Fanny, right, is that even if Kush isn't that successful and finding kills, when you look over at Fallout, they're very strong for the team fights, but they're not that strong when you're talking about pushing those side lanes or keeping those waves in check. So that is another condition, right? If Kush isn't able to get online with the fights, he can definitely open up the map with some good macro. But that's, again, going to come down to if he makes the right decisions and the right calls. But also something interesting to note, we were talking about Kush being the only threat to Clint, and I have to say, it's interesting to see he actually opted in for the Festival of Blood. So going a little bit more for survivability ability, then he is going for the ability to go ahead and take out Wabizi. You know, we normally see them with that high and dry on the Fanny, but not going for that assassin emblem, not for that early pin, early damage, might lower his chances of taking out Guap.
Well, I think it does kind of help out maybe in the mid and late game, right? Because he has a bit more sustainability, sometimes Fannies can fall off a bit, but if he can pick up a kill here and there, as we creep into the late game, Kush maybe survives out a bit longer. Isn't just an easy target. Kush, though, forced to back off here. Turtle gonna get reset. Anna gonna go back over to the purple buff.
Oh.
Keep your eyes on Nicolette, because we are seeing her hide out in this bush, trying to get back to base, though. Almost getting found out. Back in Kush's purple buff, though. Uzi and Mello keeping vision down. Turtle still up at 2.5 minutes.
That's right. Hang on, Trex.
Puncture through. Galaxy very low. World manipulation does come down. Galaxy goes down. First blood into the hands of Midnight. Make it 2. Toinks goes down next. Nicolette very low as well. Forced to run away. Kush still on the map, but this Turtle may go to the side of Fallout.
And this is not what you want to see from the side of Ackerman. They are very heavy on the early side of this match. When you have the Fanny, when you have the Brody, the only real scaling coming in from Nicolette on that Lux. But again, with that being the only pick to really make that happen, it's not going to be in their favor when you're talking about the late game, when you got to go up against the Eve, up against the Lolita combination to open up those team fights. When you're talking about Guap on the Clint, when he's reaching late game and he's 1-tapping, 2-tapping everyone that's trying to walk him down, that's not going to be a great sight for Ackerman. So they need to polish up this early game and give themselves a shot, because right now, with a 1.3k gold deal to the side of Fallout, 2-0 on the board, and the first neutral in their hands, things could get dicey for the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, they're already starting to get a lead, and if what I said was right, if the fact that Ackerman needs to snowball, this is going to be a problem. Anna, though, comes through, trying to dash out, still gets caught off. Push, very well played, able to still find him with the tables. Mello now trying to respond with movement on blast. Time Journey does come out, so they are able to walk away safely, but Kush finally putting a kill on the board.
That's right, and he was tenacious and relentless on trying to take out Anna there, who did a good job of stalling out that death. But hang on, real world.
Guapsi flickers in a very bad spot, though. Will go down here. Nicolette finding that kill. That could be rough for Guapsi. He needed to try to go deathless, try to buy some time, risk his life with the flicker and pays for it.
Absolutely, a little too ambitious there. A little too big for his britches as he tried to find the kill onto Zia. But again, he does still have the scaling in his favor. Obviously, taking a death slows him down, but if the rest of Fallout can still keep capitalizing like they have earlier on, it still is going to be a nice game for them. But of course, like we said, Guap needs to play a little smarter, play a little better. You don't want to throw away your early game, because that only makes reaching that late game that much harder.
Most definitely. I like the way Uzi's playing, though. Harass Kush, slow Kush down as much as possible. Anna on this tanks a lot, having free roam of the map right now. We might see a possible pickoff here. Galaxy does find them out. Uzi, though, just staying in his jungle.
And you know something, Trex? Interesting enough, I think Guap picked up Malefic Roar for his first item, unless I missed something else. I think that was the first item Malefic Roar coming out from the side of Fallout's gold laner here. So they're going for the early percent penetration. And we kind of saw that last game as well. With Eve, or not Eve, but Kimmy locking in that Divine Glaive, I believe, second item. So Guap opting in for a lot of pin early in these matches.
And we do see the pickup, still goes down though. Nicolette finding another kill, 2-0. Not where you want Nicolette to be. You want it to be the opposite. Mello gonna try to defend this tower, but it does look like Ackerman may be sacrificing this turtle. Kush gonna try to find Mello here. Anna does find the turtle off cam, but Mello will be found by Kush. Full world comes out. Mello trying to get away. Kush doesn't want to let it happen. Movement on blast comes down, and no finish for the side of Ackerman.
And I know that had to be a little bit of a tease for Kush, man. He really wanted that kill desperately. He used the retribution. Even when he was low on energy and could have put himself in a bad spot to get picked off without being able to fly out, he still was inching forward. Didn't give up until Mello pulled out the Numium Blast and got that shield boost from the ultimate usage. And Kush having to walk away empty-handed as Fallout picked up another turtle in their hands.
Most definitely. Once again, we're back to the orange buff. Uzi just harassing non-stop this time. Anna maybe they're trying to come in for the steal here, looking for it. Kush taking a lot of damage. Galaxy able to stall Anna here. Anna not moving at all. This could be a problem. Anna goes down. What exactly happened there? Looking for a pause. There it is. A little late to the P there. Looks like Anna maybe might have disconnected, but it happens. Nobody called the pause. No fault to the tech team. Kush, though, will get found there, able to be taken out by Uzi, so at least it's a fair trade.
And you know, Trex, doesn't that suck? Don't you hate to be late to P? That's definitely not a great feeling at all. I don't know how many else of you, I feel like that's a human experience we can all share. All the time, man. Late to the P.
Late to the
Ooh,
P.
gotta do a little dance.
You're running. You're clicking. You're jittering, man. It happens. I get it. Late to P, man. It sucks. But luckily, I will say, like, the thing that is going there for Fallout is Uzi, in that crucial moment, still finds Kush. Still finds Kush. Hops on for a ride, goes all the way back to base. So it's jungler for jungler. It's jungler for jungler. Fair trade. Fair game.
And you can see Kush was trying to make that last desperate act. He was definitely going to fall regardless, but he tried to put Uzi in a position where he would potentially end up falling as well. But as you can see, it's not going to be the case as Ackerman finds the first mid tower in this match, which is huge for them. Now they open up the map a little bit, puts a little bit of pressure on Fallout, alleviates some pressure as far as that whole invading thing from Uzi, because now their jungle's in harm's way. But hang on, Uzi!
Ooh, Uzi flickers in, split, able to find Nicolette, finally put a death on her. Wapsi will get picked off, Cutthroat comes in, Kush able to find it, but Kush now in a very bad spot. Another ride, yeehaw, Kush goes down. Wapsi, 2 for 1 overall. Fallout lose 1, Ackerman lose 2. Fallout trying to answer back, but they're still down in towers. Uzi wants to re-engage, coming in with Slam, able to get stunned on Toinks. Toinks able to dash away with the flicker, using that time journey. Fallout decides to back off finally, but the turtle will be up in just a second.
And that's really good for them because they have burnt out the time journey, like you said, from the side of Ackerman. So not going to have any CC immunity. Looks like Melo, though, is still waiting to get that Numian Blast. Same with Midnight's with the real manipulation, but it looks like it does not matter. Ackerman not in position to contest. Fallout picks up the third and final turtle of this game.
Most definitely. I mean, at this point, Fallout, yes, they have a lead here, but they need to convert that, right? Because Ackerman's still kind of beating them in a macro. Nicolette making some good plays across the map. They're still not able to take anything major. They got to crush out that back tower, but Kush finds another kill onto Guapsi's 1, 4, and 2 now. We were talking about late game, but at this point, Clint is going to the late game.
Yeah, some late reactions there, and we were talking about that, right? The more deaths he suffers, the further and further his peak potential gets. But will that be enough for Ackerman to keep this game close? Because they have fallen short in all other regards.
What a good call by Uzi there. Able to get the stun, knows exactly where the where the brilliance is going to come out. Ackerman forced to back off again. Fallout still holding a strong lead.
That's right. And, you know, for something I'd like to see from Guap is maybe reveal himself a little bit less on the map as he picks up that Berserker's Fury in his inventory. I feel like if you hide on the map a little bit, maybe let Kush go around. Kush has seemed a little trigger happy. We've seen him commit a lot, even over to Melo on the Lolita. Ooh.
A lot of damage. Is going to be walking now, trying to dash away. Anna doesn't want to let it happen. Able to find it. Melo picking up that kill. Numenon Blast comes down. Nice stun onto Galaxy here. He wants to come back in. Off to Cotterin. Able to do a little bit of damage. Nicolette dashes in. Ruby Didi trying to lock onto Guapsi here. Able to get the finish. Melo now on the run as well. Nicolette is monstrous. Picks up another one. Zia ends up finding that kill as Anna try to finish off Galaxy. But Galaxy responds and gets the kill himself. Uzi now in the midst of them all trying to escape. Gets the drag onto Galaxy with the grab. Zia, though, able to get the stun. Uzi goes down. It's a 4-man wipe all for the price of Galaxy.
And Ackerman working hard. Galaxy working harder, though. He put in a lot of effort there. Trex, he started out the fight getting caught out by the Numian Blast, and somehow he survived that whole engage. Meanwhile, Wapizi being taken apart, really falling to the hands of Uzi, but after all the damage had been inflicted by the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, I mean, this means Ackerman gets essentially a free Lord. And just when Fallout was having a nice gold lead, the tables have now been turned. Ackerman swings into the front here, and it's looking a little bit rough. Guapsi still yet to come online. They're even feeding him their jungle at this point.
When you're speaking of online here, Zia has been having a very quiet but good game. Even though early on it looked like they might be in a bit of a trouble, Zia's picked up already the Blade of the Spirit. He also just locked in that Malefic Roar. So needless to say, he will be packing a punch. The Ackerman gold laner looking to lead the way to take up the series 1-1 up against Fallout. But now they're really on the back end, have to look for the scaling. But look at
Kush, man. Kush is being brutal right now in this Fanny. And it's starting to feel like that emblem choice is paying off a bit. He's getting a little more life, he's getting a little more spell vamp, but in comes Anna, look for Toinks. Time Journey does come out. Toinks wants to re-engage, trying to bring Galaxy forward. Anna able to find Toinks though. Galaxy in the midst of it all though, does find Mellow. Guapsy still down as well. Nobody on the side of Fallout able to respond just yet. Uzi looking for Zia, gets a slam, the grab, trying to pull Zia back. A nice poke, a nice bit, and Zia goes down. Fallout needs to escape though, but he's just not quite able to. Kush picking up another kill, putting it in his pocket, put him at 6-3-1, and the tower will fall next.
Kush refusing to go down without a fight. Trex, like you said, 6-3-1, having a great game, even with that emblem swap. First, thought maybe he might have a little bit of issue taking out Guap easy, but a combination of horrible positioning from the gold laner of Fallout and precision cables coming out from the flying threat that is Kush, able to keep his team in this game a little bit longer. But Trex, like we said, Fallout does have scaling composition. How long does Ackerman have until this game flips on its head one more time?
I would say they still have a decent amount of time with how many deaths have gone onto Guapsy. I mean, it is bad. It is rough. And, like, he can't even be by himself anywhere because the constant, ever-looming threat of Kush is there. He has to stay with his team, so he can't go solo farm. He can't go try to clear a wave. Wait a second, Uzi in a very bad spot. Will get taken out.
Man.
Kush picking up another one.
And you know, it seems like we've been saying Kush a lot. Getting a little tired. We might need to find a new name for him. We can't use Kushabusha this match. I don't know. Maybe we call him, you could say Ackerman, potentially, maybe? Is that what we call him?
Levi?
It's a Levi? There we go. Levi Ackerman? Hello? It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's just Kush doing his own thing out here in this matchup against Fallout. But look at the setup for Ackerman. Fallout needs to be careful.
And get a nice amount of chip damage. Midnight Force cancel out on that real manipulation. Mello trying to get away, but in comes Kush, trying to pick it up, looking for it, finds it, a mega kill into the hands of Kush. Uzi coming in, nice slam, immobilizing two members, but Points able to pop that Time Journey. Uzi now on the run once again. Every time he goes in, he's not as fatal as he was in the early phase. Uzi unable to find the pickoffs like he was in the beginning.
That's right, and you're speaking about these things. Fallout needs to find a way to pick up the pace here because, again, Ackerman has kept control in this match since they were able to find the lead and haven't let up an ounce up against Fallout. Seems they're a little shaken, and like you said, Guap Easy suffering right now, 1-7-2. It has been nothing short of a horrendous game for the Fallout gold laner, and it seems like they just can't stop Kush. Initially, right, we were talking about them having a nice setup for protection, but a Fanny went undetected into one of the best Fanny users in North America, and without having the CC to stop him, they're kind of at the women mercy of Kush messing up his own cables more so than them being able to capitalize with their own composition.
Yeah, and Kush just didn't, I mean, he's not really making any mistakes here, right? He's finding the pickoffs, and whether it's something small, he still always finds the kill, and that's the big issue here. They made it that last pick, so there was no opportunity to counter it. Fallout couldn't do anything about it. Lord is going to be marching in. Ackerman looking for a possible angle through this mid-side, mid-base, mid-turret is going to be focused on. Out comes World Manipulation. Galaxy taking a little bit of chip damage from Guapsy. Nice movement on Blast, but no flicker to help connect, so nobody gets stunned. Guapsy starting to do a little bit more damage as the ticker comes in, but in comes Kush, looking for Uzi, able to output a little bit more damage. Guapsy out front right now in a very dangerous position.
A dangerous position indeed, and when you're down one high ground tower up against a team that's already picked up two of those lords in this game, and in a great position still to pick up that third one when that spawns in the next minute and a half there. Will they be able to hold back? I mean, you do have the Eve, right? So you have a strong high ground mage defense capabilities with that real world manipulation, but is that going to be enough? Because it seems as if the dive from Ackerman have been a little too much. Nicolette has been having some impressive Ruby DD combinations. We've been talking about Kush finding the picks, but Nicolette has been right there next to him as well every dive. hitting them with that double combination ult. They're able to find the kills. Nicolette's 5, 2, and 7, and Trex is much better than the performance that we saw from her on that Valentina, but this is also what we were expecting and hoping for. Without the Valentina, with more of a pick Nicolette likes to use, her and Kush are online right now for Ackerman, leading the charge to even up the series 1-1.
Yeah, look at Kush looking for something maybe to get around the backside here. Ackerman moving as a unit right here. Zia still on the mid side. Uzi looking for a possible stun in a bad spot. Not able to get the slam, and does look like Kush is able to pick up that orange buff and get away safely. Toinks caught up in the road manipulation, should be able to walk away safely as well. Ackerman still controlling the map. Now, ForLLOUT has done a good job, even in past games, at really dragging out games. They're able to buy time. They're good at their siege defense when the Lord is coming. If they can do that, maybe they look for an opportunity here. Wait until Kush falls off a little bit more. But still, the damage is a lot from the side of Ackerman.
That's right. And right now with that Lord spawning in Trex, we were talking about it. This could be disastrous for ForLLOUT if Ackerman picks up this third Lord here. It is an enhanced Luminous Lord, and Ackerman definitely looks poised and ready to pick it up. And look at the positioning from the right now, playing on the back end of the pit. Toinks and Zia doing a good job, but also Nicolette is in a very dangerous positioning. This reminds me a little bit of what we've seen from Yureshi in the previous series, but now Nicolette has exposed herself, and Ackerman still has control of this river. So that means a couple things from ForLLOUT. Not only do they have to spend a lot of time clearing and checking through these bushes, but they also don't have any potential for a surprise play. They are going to have to react to wherever Ackerman is at, and they're also going to have to try and find them if they can. But it looks like they're going to give this up for free, potentially.
There's nothing they can do. Uzi stopping himself. Now Anna, in a very bad spot as Toinks and Guaps are in the bot lane, still trying to make their way up. Kush wants to capitalize. Anna in a very bad spot. Kush able to find it with the cut throw. A lot of damage. Uzi still on the run. ForLLOUT in a very bad spot with Lord coming soon.
And you know, I wonder, Trex, it makes me ponder, what was the reason for the positioning up there that far ahead in the jungle if they had no intentions of contesting? You could have easily saved a life there and just bunkered down for the defense. Like we said, you have the Eve, and then with Lolita as well, you have a good shot, but a fight breaking out.
On blast, does get the stun on to Galaxy. Guapsi able to pick up the kill. He actually finding it. Nicolette, Portuguese Winter Trunchy on the stun does come in, and Guapsi cuts him down. Cushion to the backside though. Caught him between the towers and still able to get away. It's a 2 for 3 currently. Ackerman in the lead. They're going to march down, take out that base turret, and another one might be falling soon. It's nothing but Mello, Uzi, and Anna on the field to help defend this push. Toinks and Zia don't want to give it up. Zia charged up, ready to go. Kush here as well, looking for a possible another finish. Cutthroat comes out, does not get the finish. Anna in the backside, nice immobilized, nice stun, and Zia goes down. The Lord is here. Newman on blast, ready to drop. Fanny wants to connect. They want to try to finish this and bring us to a game 3 base at half health, and there's just no finish for this Lord. Don't know if they're going to be able to do it. The base finally falls, and Ackerman takes game 2. We're going to a game 3.
Victory!
And the courageous spirit from Kush there on that final push onto the crystal, falling with the immortality, spawning right back and getting right back to work as well to go ahead and close that out. Levi Ackerman is what he is on the Fanny, and he definitely gave his heart there for the team of Ackerman, even up to series 1-1, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, he was swinging around. He was on top of the beast, slashing eyes, doing all that stuff, you know. What Levi would be doing, carrying his team into the forces of evil. And right now, that is ForLLOUT. Game 3, though, coming soon. Let's take a look at these KDAs.
If you're talking about KDAs, a reverse of fortune for Nicolette, went from struggling on the Valentina to soaring on the Luna 6, 3, and 8. Definitely, like we said, when she's in good standing, so is the rest of Ackerman. And now in good standing, evening up 1-1 behind Kush as well on that Fanny, opting in for a lot of damage, only using the Immortality and Festival of Blood to sustain him, and boy did it do the job as he went 10-4-1 and put a piercing dagger through the hearts of ForLLOUT, who were looking to try to end that series early.
And taking a look at the items, right? We saw Guapsi. He just never really was able to. Only at the very end, he was finally putting out damage. Before I get too deep into that, taking a look at all the statistics, Zia, the rich guy, able to farm steadily and just be kind of a backbone for the team. But the real thing we got to look at is Kush, the carry. This man was all over the place. 32% of the damage for Ackerman. We questioned the emblem. We questioned Kush, but never questioned Kush on those assassin picks.
Absolutely. He is in a world class of his own. And Trex, looking at these replays, looking at the breakdown here on this match, we saw Nicolette right there with that dive on Midnights. What a play, able to find the mage there and take that apart from Fallout. Gets taken out, but then Kush with the swing back to focus on Guap. So there goes the marksman, and then there goes the mid laner as well from the side of Fallout, and it made the push from Ackerman too easy as they look to close out that match on the final siege. They end up taking out Zia, but they weren't able to take out Kush twice. He spawned back in to close out that crystal base.
And once again, I think, you know, he was under that tower for a while. He took like 2 or 3 tower shots to the face, even into the base crystal tower for a while, taking a shot from there. But because of that emblem choice, when it got into the 15, 16, 17 minutes, the man's got plenty of kills. He's got all his stacks up. He's got so much spell vamp, he doesn't know what to do with it. And as long as he can pick up those kills and keep outputting damage, he's just hanging out. He's just hanging out under those towers. He's able to really dive and help out his team that way.
Definitely. I mean, Kush turns Guapzi on that Clint into a pinata, if you will, just beating him up, taking the candy from him, then getting up out of there, and then coming back into the fights to join in again to find another target, finding those towers, like we said, finding the crystal base for the side of Ackerman. So a well-rounded game from Kush, finding the objectives and kills to lead Ackerman to tie up this series.
Guapzi the Pinata. That's a nickname right there.
That's a nickname, the Pinata.
I mean, game 1, he was the one given the beating. Game 2,
That's right.
He's taken the beating. I think when we look at Fallout, I feel like a lot of teams, a lot can come down to how the gold lanes go. But Fallout, at least in this series, a lot is on the shoulders of Guapzi here. When he was doing great, the team was doing great. When he wasn't doing great, the team was not doing great. Anna's always going to kind of hold her own, but the rest of the team needs to be able to make sure that Guapzi farms right here, because if he doesn't, it doesn't matter how well Anna does, it doesn't matter how well Midnights or anyone else does, they just don't have the damage to output.
And you know, Trex, it made me laugh a little bit while you were talking. I started visualizing Guapzi really being a pinata. And that first game, right, suffered no deaths. So it kind of reminded me, it made me think of like a kid trying to hit the pinata and they just keep on missing. They keep missing. They're like walking away. They're nowhere even near it. And then in game 2, you got that one kid that tries way too hard, which was Kush, and literally smacks it off the first go and just keeps beating it and beating it. It's enough. The candy's out, but he just wouldn't let Guapzi get back up, would not let him fight back.
Yeah, I mean, that was the focus. That was the focus for Ackerman that game. I feel like just completely hone into the gold lane, and it completely made Fallout crumble there. Especially since Anna didn't pick a damage jungle that time, went for the tanks a lot there instead of like the Hayabusa or something else to carry. Well, once Guapzi was taken out of the picture, there was nothing left. But we wanted a match. We wanted a game 3 in the first series of tonight. We're getting one here, and I'm just as excited for it. Ackerman up against Fallout. Match point for both. And I'm not going to... I think Fallout could still pull it off here. I'm not going to take it away from him.
Absolutely. I feel like it was more of like a bit of a misread, right? You're going up against Kush. They took out some assassins, but you left Fanny open, especially with a composition that didn't have much single target capability for CC to be able to lock him down. Obviously, Uzi found some kills, but that was more of misplays from Kush. Maybe recalling in a bad spot here, maybe overextending in a bad spot there. But once he really locked in, there was no one to stop him. I mean, diving on those high ground turrets, diving into the midst of fights, knowing that all the team members were there, but with no CC to hold him down, you really can't stop him. And like you said, that Festival of Blood really came in clutch for him. It's too much spell vamp to even if they did land some damage, he was regening it right back up, taking the kill and leaving the fights. And I feel like if they can maybe find another decent draft like they did in game 1, but keep all those boxes checked off, like not letting Kush take a Fanny in a composition where you don't have a lot of single target CC, they still have a great shot. I mean, opening up the series, finding a win in game 1 is huge enough, as with most of us thinking it was going to be a sweep in the hands of Ackerman. But now both of these teams have the series on the line. It's 1-1 Trex, and this draft is going to start kicking off on who's going to have the upper hand.
And this time, Ackerman isn't gonna try to force Nicolette into that Valentina pick. They're gonna ban it themselves. They learned, right? It's like okay, we lost the Valentina game 1. We win with Nicolette on the Lunox. So Fallout, there's no more messing around with that. Nicolette, I'm wondering if they're still gonna force it up. I think Fallout, it's like, I'm thinking ban the Farza, but it's honestly like, nope, because Nicolette's just gonna go to the Lunox. She's just gonna go to something else. So do we just stick with the regularity? They go, I like that. They go for Kush, because you don't want to have to deal with that Fanny again. Even if you can counter the Fanny and pick a bunch of things, it's still a problem.
You definitely have to respect the Fanny, because I mean, another one of those things, like we were saying, like even if Kush didn't find great success in those kills, which obviously he did, the split push potential was still there, which I feel like is a little of a less degree with other assassins, minus Ling, right? Of course, Hayabusa can kind of get it done, but when you're talking about cross map plays, it's really only Fanny and Ling that fit that bill, fit that category, and I feel like taking off that Fanny, even if Kush still locks an assassin, takes off a little bit of pressure, you know there's not too much dual purpose threat coming at it. He's looking for the kills, and now you just have to find the pieces that kind of slow him down and stop that entirely. Speaking of slowing down deaths, there's a Faramis locked in from Ackerman on that first take, responded on the swing back already with a Fredrin from the side of Fallout.
Yeah, and they're also going to pick up the Farza. So right now you have your front line, you got your back line, a nice solid start. Not only that, but the Fredrin, very flexible. So not showing too many cards off. If they want to have Uzi keep it, or they want to swap it over to Anna here, there are options for the side of Fallout. And these are the drafts that I like to see from teams that we don't see all that much over here in NA, is that flexibility, swapping things around, trying something different, and not giving the enemy team a perfect read on what your draft is going to be. Ackerman, on the other hand, keeping things simple, just kind of mainlining, showing everyone what they're going to pick here and where it's going to go. Nicolette on the Faramis, Galaxy on the Glue.
And with these picks out here, I can only wonder what the roams are going to be. And from the side of Fallout, I would love to see a Lolita or a Grok picked up to go ahead and stack on that additional CC for that engage with Fredrin, and then even to lock in against that Colt Ultra to kind of stop that. But they're going to go ahead and pull out the Link Trex, and we were talking about those cross-map assassins, and that's going to the hands of Anna. And now no matter what Kush locks in that jungle, there's always going to be a little bit more pressure as long as Anna doesn't fall too far behind to keep this map open in the assassin matchup.
If I'm Fallout, I ban out the tanks a lot here. I ban out the tanks a lot here. I try to really
100%.
limit Kush on a lot of possibilities. Plus, they took the Fredrin, so it's a beautiful read there as well. You limit even more of what's going to go into the jungle. They're taking out the Diggy. I think, like I said, still, even though you've been out the Diggy, I think the tanks a lot ban is very solid here.
I agree 100%, but maybe they want to dare him to go for it, and it looks like they banned out that little leader there, if I'm correct in that. And they took out S. Well, you know what? That's not bad, actually. Taking out that S, this is a great ban from the side of Fall. I like both of these bans. They're locking in those roams I was talking about. Like, I'm very interested to see what they would put in, and now you got Diggy off the board. You got S off the board and Lolita. They're really trying to close that in. Fallout still has a chance to get Rock. Ackerman is a ban that out. I still think that would be a strong pickup from them. It's great pickoff synergy with Farsa, great pickoff synergy with the Ling, has instantaneous capabilities to open up team fights with the Feather Airstrike, with the Timbers of Blades, a lot of pressure onto Beatrix and answer to the Faramis. But we're going to have to see maybe what they're going for. I definitely like Ackerman's feeling that as well. They're going for the sets as they did take out the Lolita. So this is going to be interesting draft finalization here. And they're really thinking about this final ban, Trex.
Down to the last few seconds, they go for the Franco, right? Which the Franco's solid. I think at this point, Fallout pick up the Claude, right? Pick up the Claude. Solid against the Faramis and everything. Helps burst everything down. It just adds even more to what their composition is working towards. I think it could be a great pick, but they can save it, right? Because at this point, Ackerman's not going to pick up the Claude right now. So if they want, they can save that for a final pick, or they can use it to buy time here to see what Ackerman locks in. And that way, when they pick up their roam, they can kind of counter here. Ackerman still needing a roam, though. Still needing something. Maybe the Kufra to help deal with the Ling.
Right, but from the side of Fallout, do you want to wait on your roam? Because a lot of roams have been taken off the board, so that's another thing to think about. Kaj is off the table, Franco, Lolita, Diggy, Estes. There's a lot of roamers off the board right now, but they're going to go ahead and hang it in there, and they're going to lock in the Nathan here for the gold lane for Fallout.
Hey, man. Guapsi's getting crazy this series. That's all I gotta say.
It's been very interesting picks.
It's literally 3 picks in a row that are like very just like not what we see ever. We've seen the Natan. That's not a debut pick. I think we've seen it once or twice right throughout the season so
from
far.
Mobazane.
From Mobazane. Kush gonna pick up the Kushabusa though. The Kushabusa and the Kufra, so I like it. I do like that. I'm a little worried about Natan now, though, because, yes, he has that ultimate flicker, but he's not extremely mobile, right? And he's a prime target for Kush on this Hayabusa.
That's right. And, you know, I feel like that's one of the things you kind of have to think about. This is where something like that Claude would have been a lot better. Like you were kind of hinting out that maybe they could have taken that. It does very well against the Faramis. It had a lot more mobility. But when you take in Nathan, knowing there's an assassin jungler over there on the side of Ackerman, who's 9 times out of 10 going to lock in, especially since you already took Fredrin, kind of makes you scratch your head. It was okay before Hayabusa showed up. You can keep Glue and Faramis at bay there, even a Kufa there, but wait a minute.
Oh, we're taking it old school.
We're getting a little crazy, a little shifty. The Angela, the Heart Guard.
Hey man, the Heart Guard Ling used to be a really solid pick. The Heart Guard Ling used to be something you could really play.
That's that E-boy, E-girl special right there.
Yeah. It's that rank game. Never met each other, girlfriend, boyfriend special right there. I definitely like it. Definitely interesting.
This is Tinder and MLBB. Oh man.
But on to a serious note, can it work here, right? It adds a bit more pressure. It can also help out Guapsi. But it is also a prime target in the laning phase. Like, we talk about squishy roamers like the Diggy and stuff like that, but Angela could be a major target. And I think Kush, like, what's your job right now? Focus on Guapsi. Also try to pick off Mello. The whole mid lane is looking very squishy on the side of Fallout. But we are now jumping into match point. Game 3, Fallout going up against Ackerman. Only one will be victorious here. Which way is it going to go, Deku?
Well, I'll tell you where it's not going, and that's not to the laning phase. We're going to hop into the pause, but I have to tell you, Trex, with that Angela being locked in, while it was cute, cuddly, and a little humorous up there at the draft, I do feel like that's going to provide a lot of opportunity to the side of Ackerman, especially when you have that Kufra, who I feel like abuses the bush camping like no other. When you don't have vision on Kufra, the threat of an engage is ever imminent, especially when you have the flicker ready. You're talking about wild angles that can be taken, and Kufra really thrives off that, the lack of awareness, and that's exactly what you're going to have with Angela. Who's there to check these bushes? There's no one on the side of Fallout to be able to clear out the vision. Angela's not even one of the supports. I know things like Estes, things like Diggy, they had that adjustment to their kits where, you know, or not Diggy always can check bushes, but Estes able to check bushes with that S2, but with Angela, you don't have that. So even the supports that could give you that vision, Angela is not one of them. And I feel like that's even further disastrous for that roam position when you're talking about Fallout in this matchup with Kufra. It's going to be very tough, especially when you're talking about those neutrals. Kufra could be anywhere, and you can't check. You might get hit by a Tyrant's range at any moment, and that's going to be very scary for Fallout. And so for that reason, I really have to give that to Ackerman. They have an overwhelming threat.
Yeah, I feel like Fallout right now, on paper, you're dreading the early game. You're even dreading some of the mid game, right? Until you can bring your whole team together and like fight for a lord or fight for things, it's gonna be tough. Maybe we see Fallout like possible win condition. Mello gets level 4 as fast as possible and is able to heart guard onto Anna, and maybe they make some really good plays happen, some crazy tower dives, some possible invades, put a lot of pressure onto Ackerman. But if Ackerman can make some plays happen, like in the first 3 minutes, if Twinks can get a nice set, they get a lot of vision for Kush, and he's able to jump in and jump out and make something happen. I just think it possibly goes downhill from there for Fallout.
And you know, even with this Farsa, right? Like, if they would have took something like the Claude, it would have been a little bit better, because now everyone's pretty much dive-centric. You don't have anyone really waiting in the back line. Farsa can kind of wings by wings out. But even then, now that you have Natan, that's one more person they have to choose for the hard guard. Is it going to Anna, or is it going to your Natan here in the gold lane? And with this Kufra, right, it's such a threat, because not only does it counter out that feather airstrike, every time you sit still to go for that, it's a free set potential for the Kufra. Not only that, last time Kush matched up against a Farsa with this Hayabusa, decimated them, right? I can't recall exactly who the player was in the team, but Kush is definitely a fan of these squished backliners. That's straight to the underground, right? He's kicking butts, and he's not taking names either. And that's the same case for Nathan. They're so immobile. It's just so many threats when you're looking at Ackerman matched up against Fallout. You have the glue even still for the back line. Nathan doesn't really move that fast, you know? So it's always a threat for a kickoff. And I really feel like Fallout, they're going to have to play extremely cautious and extremely hard to be able to win this game. Their win condition is messy. It's a lot harder than it is for Ackerman, who's simply going to look to pick off these squishies, look to pick off Angela, Farsa, Natan. That's all they got to do to win this game.
Yeah, definitely a lot of snacks on the map for Kushabusa here. Plenty of targets, and if Kush can thrive off that, he's going to grow into a big boy here, eating up everybody on the side of Fallout. Midnight's and Mellow have a decent laning phase, right? They're going to be able to clear pretty quick. Both of them have nice AoE damage onto waves, that is, right? So if they can kind of keep that pace, maybe it helps them out here. Uzi going to rotate up. Turtle will be up in still a minute, but it looks like everyone wants to fight for this Litho Wander right now. Everyone except for Anna, who is up in the top side.
That's right. And, you know, it's going to be interesting to see because there's a lot of gold lane prio that can be brought up from the side of Fallout. We're actually already seeing Midnights make that rotation here. It's 4 members up in the gold lane. Got their eyes on Zia here, but they're not going to make any use of it. With these wasted movements, I hate when teams make these kind of rotations to not really go for anything, but it's like Anna might try to invade a little bit on the creep. So there's something there to kind of take away some farm away from Kushabusa. Mid lane.
Push! Yeah, mid lane, push. Target achieved, snap, yum yum. Eats up Midnights, Midnights goes down. Push already finds his first meal in this game, and now Anna, maybe the next assault. Tempest Blaze comes out to try to escape, the dash comes in, Kush finds another one. That's 2-0 for Kushabusa.
And that's right, Kushabusa already 2-0, taking a fat lead for Ackerman. They're already almost up 1,000 gold as we pass the 2-minute mark here. The turtle contest.
Yeah, Uzi trying to do something, but Mello still does not have the hard guard. The grab comes in. Kush still able to take the turtle, and another kill. Not going to Kush this time. Galaxy finds it, but still 3-0. Nikolai going to be aggressive as ever with the Shadow Stampede, able to pull Mello away, but they're keeping vision on that purple buff.
Things are getting hairy and scary for the side of Fallout right now. Already losing this assassin matchup. Anna has fallen behind, and Kush showing exactly why his comforts in the jungle are uncomfortable for the opponents to match up against.
I like it. I love it. Kush going to play a great game this time. Anna going to need to play catch up as we start just in. It's going to be a little bit of a problem. Next turtle will be up in about 75 seconds. Mello does finally have level 4. Finally has a heart guard. So maybe we see that make a difference. But in comes Kush. Look for another pickoff. Not quite able to find it. But the threat is there.
That's right, and that's a big issue, right? At the start, it was just about the set, right, coming out from Twinks, but now it's almost an automatic death if you get caught out by Kush, who is taking a nice lead. But speaking of leads,
and here comes a hard guard. Guapzi is able to do a little bit of damage. Anna finds Zia, able to dance around, flicker away. Kush, Guapzi, wait a second with the flicker through. Kush still looking for him, able to find him, and now Mello in a very bad spot. Shadow kill comes out, not able to get the finish. Mello and Anna now looking for Kush, but he should be able to get away safely. Overall, though, it's a 2-for-1 trade.
Get away safely. Kush is the danger. Trex, the side of Fallout, got away safely. He decided to let them go 3-0-1, but he's got his eyes on Anna.
Kush is hungry, man. Oh my God! To the other side of the map. Where'd that quad shadow come from? All the way to the other side, able to find Anna there. Now Nicolette looking for a possible Shadow Stampede, not able to get the pull. Wait, Uzi falls right into Twinks, gets knocked up. Uzi forced to use the flicker. Mello looking for the stun, but Galaxy invading onto Anna here. Kush here to help out. Tempest Blade comes down, Kush walks up, takes it. It's mine now. Yum yum, more snacks for Kushabusa.
And that's huge. He picks up the purple buff. He already had the lead on Anna. Has the kill advantage as well. Speaking of kills, Kush working on 2 more.
He's everywhere. He's omnipresent. He's all over the map right now, Deku. There's just no way to stop him.
There is nothing. You can see Anna tried to go sneak away with that purple buff over in Kush's jungle, but unsuccessful as the rest of the members of Ackerman promptly responded. So now more wasted movement coming out from Anna. Not able to find either purple buff, as Kush putting on a lot of damage now. Anna has fallen behind 1 level here when you're looking at the jungle matchup. So even coming in to contest for this turtle is ill-advised, as his rescue will not be as high. Kush finding another kill though, Trex.
Yeah, I'm, you know, Deku, this is gonna be a problem. There's just no answer to Kush right now. Anna can have the turtle. Kush is sitting at 4-0-1. Zia does go down to Guapzi up in the top side, which is good for the side of Fallout here. Could be a possible answer. But my main, wait a second, big grab, going for right on top of the wall. Guapzi getting pulled around like a rag doll. Wait a second, Midnight's dropped the feather airstrike. Damage is not there yet though. Nicolette able to use the Pulse Altar to keep them alive. Nicolette gonna keep on playing tug a rope here, looking for somebody. Uzi dashes in, Toinks cocking back, ready to go, looking for the knock up, not quite able to find it though. Wapsi takes a tower though on the top side.
You know, I've been sitting here thinking about Kush's nicknames, and I think maybe outside of Kushabusa, maybe something like the Shadow Slayer would be aptly named for him on this Hayabusa. He's looking to lock in on Midnight.
It's too cool, man. It's too cool. Way too cool. It's
just
good
a cool
nickname.
dude.
It's cool, but also cheesy. You know? Wait a second. Tyrant's Rage. Toinks able to find two. Anna does have the Heart Guard on top of him right now. Galaxy taking a little bit of damage. Wapsi's focused over to the mid side. Push forces Shadow Kill away. Looking for something.
Oh, no.
Uzi very low. Galaxy able to find it. Kush picking up another kill. 5-0-1. He's unstoppable, but Zia does go down, having a rough game. 0-3-0.
And he falls into the hands of Mello there. Angela being the biggest threat from the side of Fallout, if you can believe it here. That E-Girl special there. E-Girl Mello leading the way. But I have to tell you, Trex, 5-0-1 on this Hayabusa. Things are looking grim for Fallout. Normally at this point, you kind of bank on mistakes coming out from other teams, but Kush is not one of those junglers to make them. And he's been having his way with Anna, and they might have to rely on that, you know, cross-map potential that we were talking about. Anna's gonna have to try to open up the map, but it's honestly a threat. Like we said, there's no one to give him any vision. Normally you have a roamer capable of showing something, but Kush!
Midnight's in a bad spot. Luckily Anna shows up, able to save the day there. Very close call though. Wait a second. Zia in a bad spot, flicks in. Wapsi finds another one, and this could be the win condition for the side of Fallout. Wapsi right now, 2-1-3, and Zia 0-4-0. Big fight. Mello goes down first. Colt Alder comes out. Wapsi against 3, looking for something. Not quite able to find him. Wait, he's not down yet. Flicker's back, looking for another. Wapsi finds Toinks, does go down, but still, the potential is there.
Oh, whoa, Kush almost got caught out there, but you know, that's so scary. Not only did Kush find a double kill, he got a shutdown on Quafizi. It's not like he needed any more gold than he already has. 7-0-1. This is to the side of
Depth of Blades comes in. Zia is a good target. And looking for it with the Heart Guard under the tower, slings through, picks up the kill, and walks away. As you said, Kush doesn't need the gold, but he wants all his snacks today. He's taking everything he can because this man is leading the way for Ackerman.
That's right. As a wise man once said, Trex, yum, yum, yum.
Yum,
As
yum,
Kush Busa is having his way. Hang on.
Wait a second, Galaxy does use a flicker. Anna looking for something. Goes back to the Lord. I don't think Kushaboost is going to come for this one. No Levi swinging the day. Fallout will take the first Lord of this game, showing that they're still in this game, finally taking a small, ever so slight gold lead.
Ever so slight, but that's exactly what you need to stay in this match. You have to be able to fight back and break even up against Ackerman. Now they're in some good positioning. Will this be able, though, to turn the game completely on its head? They are still playing with this Angel, but I have to say, Mello doing a great job. 2-2-4 hasn't been picked off too much and definitely helped out some key members be able to survive, namely Anna and Waps on this Natan. So doing a good job of keeping those people alive with the Heart Guard. Will it be able to see them through the entire match? I'm just not sure. Toink still has the upper hand when you're talking about late game, but he hasn't had too much of a great match so far. Not really heavy-handed in the kills, only 2 assists. But he's looking to make some more plays. They do find that Lord, but he needs to find the mark on these sets. 2 assists out of the 8 kills, not really a big part of them. He needs to be able to find Midnights, maybe find Anna, even anyone right now.
Push! Shut down! Anna finds it. Ding, ding! Block up! Fallout! Looking for something more. Galaxy with split, but he's in the midst of everybody. Wapsi ready to flicker in. Now going for Zia. Plus the flicker. 3 members wiped out. Fallout are punching clocks right now. They found a moment. We said they would have a rough laning phase. We said it was going to be bad, but there was a little bit of faith for this time of the game, and they're stepping back.
Wait a minute, Trex. Don't call them Fallout.
Whoa. Oh my god. Wait a second, Kush trying to go into the backside, looking for more nom-noms, looking for more food, not able to connect. Mello with the flicker, looking for the stun. Kush decides to go back to Uzi though. Uzi gonna get slammed against the wall. Ackerman trying to fight back. Anna's down along with 2 other members. It's not over yet. Ackerman back on the field.
That was crazy. Fallout kind of slingshot that match back into their hands. Why did it seem like Wapizi was so hell-bent on going over the wall? All he had to do was attack that high ground tower, but instead, using that ultimate, the entropy, going right into the hands of Let. A double kill. And now Ackerman turning the game around.
Now we'll see how it goes from here. Gold is at a standstill, though. We know Fallout does have the potential for these team fights, but so does Ackerman. We wanted a best of 3. We wanted tension. We got it in a game I don't think any of us expected it in.
And this is a match that I wasn't expecting. Trex is in the series that I was expecting to see Fallout take Ackerman to game 3, and not just take him to game 3, but really have them on the ropes here. But something interesting, Midnight's has picked up a Genius Wand, not something you typically see from the Farsa build. Normally goes from that Lollipop combination of Clock and Trunch, right underneath that Holy Crystal, maybe a Divine, maybe something like a Blood Wings or a Winter Trunch finish it off, or Immortality. But that Genius One slotted in for Midnights is very interesting to say the least. Not something we typically see, but something we are seeing. Ackerman looking to take Cryo over this enhanced, this Luminous Lord here, Trex, but it looks like Fallout trying to come contest. But Anna's missing.
Yeah, looking points, trying to get the pick off. Feather Airstrike comes down, push, able to find the Lord though. Galaxy looking for something here. Guapsi gets the Heart Guard on top of him. He wants to try to push the engage. Well, all this is happening. Anna pushing down the bottom side, looking for a possible tower. Push Busa decides to back off, and they do maybe secure this tower. I don't know if that was a good play. Possibly. They get it very low, so it is prime pickings for Anna. Should be able to defend this Lord, though, as long as no big mistakes happen.
Forget prime pickings. He had it in his hand in the basket right there. I'm not really sure what Anna gave up on that, but
Galaxy into the backside, locks on to Guapsi. Big Tyrant's Rage. 2 members shredded down with the Nibiru's Passion. Uzi now on the run. Guapsi still up. The Slam brings him back into all members. The Lord is coming, and all your members are gone. Nothing but Anna and Guapsi stand against this. Make it just Anna. Kushabusa fighting in the backside. Anna in the mid will go down. Lord has connected, and the minions are there. What a finish. What a swing. Ackerman take game 3, and Fallout still unable to secure a win.
Victory!
What a set. What a game ender there. I know we were talking about Toinks needing to find sets, and he found the set of his life right there in that mid lane skirmish. That was a huge Tyrant's range there, and literally ended the game and ended the chances of Fallout taking out the number 2 team on the standings.
That was a max range flicker. He waited till the very end of his Tyrant's Revenge, or his Tyrant's Revenge, and then flickered. I mean, just max range. It surprised me. I'm like, wait, where did he just come from? Tyrant's Rage locks in, just clips onto the wall. I'm talking like itty bitty hitbox, able to make it all the way there. Clips them, and then the Nibiru's Passion to finish it all up. A perfect finish from Ackerman.
Perfect finish indeed, and what an ending for them. But I have to say, Wheezy was correct. 2-1 into the favor of Ackerman, but he did give that win, one of them, over to Fallout. You know, it's so crazy to see, because honestly, they had a great advantage as far as gold. Zia was 3-7-4. He was not having a great game, but Kushabusa relentless in keeping this game close and eventually into a win, especially with Toinks with that game-ending set, like we said. That really helped them flip this game on its head there.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it always comes down to sometimes is patience, right? Is those small mistakes. I think Fallout had that game in their hands, and greed makes them lose out. Guapsi flickering in, taking that death. They were so close, but in the end, when it comes down to game 3, we've been playing for an hour long, a lot of tension in the air. Can you still keep your cool? And Ackerman did just that. Able to pull out the win. Kush across the board now, the rich guy, the carry, Galaxy with the sandbag, and Nicolette is the forgotten one with a bunch of assists under her belt. Well played to the whole side of Ackerman. Fallout did put up a great fight, but, I mean, it just shows Ackerman why they are number 2 on the leaderboard right now.
That's right. Number 2 on the leaderboards, but they were looking to play like a number 1 team there. And look at that set, Trex, you were talking about. They extended the range. And not only did they extend the range, they cut short the life of Fallout. What an engage from Toinks. Only had a couple sets in that match, but set when it counts, when it matters, series on the line. Who do you call? You call Toinks to finalize the series.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show, like, Ackerman just has a lot of solid players. Like, you have Zia, who I feel like this series didn't show up too much, was there when needed, but Kush played an amazing game. Nicolette played an amazing game too. And now Toink showing up with the set of the series right there. Just so clean, over the board. Xina, always a pleasure to see ya. How'd you like that game, that series?
I thought that was really good. I enjoyed it because it was so much back and forth, and the fact that it was this weekend, this was the only one that went to Game 3. That was really a fun match to watch.
Sweeps until now.
Super.
I feel like this is really a purple in meta. Xena on the desk, Ackerman with the win. It's a good day to be purple, boy. What can I tell you?
Good day to be purple. Ackerman with the purple logo. I think we found out they have an inside person. We found out the reality. Xena's been feeding stats over, giving information to Ackerman from the inside, the caster perspective. We're on to you.
Oh gosh, got me. You caught me. But what did you guys think about the match? Like, did you enjoy it? Like, Fallout, Ackerman, like they're actually giving a battle to them?
I feel like Fallout continuously gives a battle, but they just can't get the finish, right? We saw them give a good fight to TOB. We see them continuously give a good fight, and it's why I'm always wondering, like, when are they gonna break that limit,
When are they indeed? You would have liked to see them be able to win that out. And Trex, like you said, they really did have a chance with that Game 3. Like, they really were knocking at the door of that crystal on the side of Ackerman, but a super blunder, a super toss back over to Ackerman, an alley-oop, if you will. And they went for a bit of a suspect siege there, putting Natan on the front line, getting bursted out by Nicolette with that interesting ability she had, not having the clock book and the glowing wand leading the way, and just two-shotting two of the members that double kill, and then Ackerman marches back to the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, then let's just dive into the replays to look everything over again, guys. Let's check it out.
Deku, take us away.
Right here, I mean, you're seeing from Game 1 what we thought was the reincarnation of Fallout, falling into the good graces with that Kimmy, Jimmy, Big Brain, Neutron slot, along with the Eve, the kiting, the slowing, and the poke, able to lead them to victory in that match. And then right after that, we saw Nicolette back on the comfort off the Valentina. Look at her making the plays like that over and over in that match, taking out Midnight, and then Kush, Busa, that game, Levi Ackerman, giving his heart and all and more to take down Wapsizi, turning him into a pinata, as he was correctly named in the series, getting beat up back and forth by them. And then in Game 3, we saw Ackerman relentless with the spirit, the set from Toinks on the Kufra. What a play from him. And then as well, Kushabusa not letting go at all. He was finding kills and more. And the desperation attempts as Fallout tried to hold them back after throwing away as they were at those high ground turrets. But Ackerman, a second place team, you cannot afford to make those mistakes as they took it all the way to the crib up against Fallout.
Oh, what are we doing here?
We're giving our respect to Levi Ackerman. We're giving our respect to Levi Ackerman. Come on, it's the salute.
Alright, guys, we have someone special right now, so I'm gonna have to stop you right there because we have the lovely and gorgeous Xia to speak with right now. I'm super excited to have you here. Hello,
I'm excited
Xia,
to be.
How are you?
Well, thank you for having me, and I'm excited to be here with you as the host. It's been a long journey for you, and to see you have a seat on NACT, it's been a blessing for all of us, as well as for the female gender as well.
Oh, you are so sweet. I appreciate you. Could you tell the viewers a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Yeah, of course. So my name is Emily, but I do go by the name of Xia on Mobile Legends. I have been playing the game since 2018, so it has been a total of 5 years. Total of a long 5 years. However, I did end up started streaming about 1.5 years ago. I've had a lot of friends that have tried to plant an idea of me to start streaming for Mobile Legends, especially since there's that lack of female representation in the United States and NA overall. So I was like, great, I'm actually open to it. I'm usually a very personal person. I don't like to have my, I guess, personal life all plastered on the internet. However, Mobile Legends is a different situation.
Mobile Legends is fun. That's why I stream it as well. But like, what do you love about Mobile Legends so much? Like, why did it catch your attention?
Well, growing up, I don't think I've excelled at many games, especially with like the popular FPS games in North America. However, my friend had actually introduced me to my first mobile game being Mobile Legends, and I had the will to get better. When I first started playing, I was terrible. I was not harassed, but I was called that I was boosted, that I was carried, and so I had a lot of will to actually get better as a player. And over time, I've watched other players, a lot of other NA streamers to get better, and I can confidently say like I've gotten better when I first started 5 years ago. Mobile Legends is a very addicting game, but I've learned to, I guess, make some balance in life as well.
If you guys have not seen Xia play, she's so good. I love watching her play. But she does get a little rage, but just like me, we both rage.
I do. Let's be honest. When you're in the battlefield, you want everything go in coordination with your teammates. And so whenever your teammates kind of like fall out of line, it's kind of hard to stay composed. But over time, I've gotten to just enjoy just playing classic games rather than those ranked games where you're forced to try hard and put all your energy on the table.
Yes, super fun. But one last question, which is the two teams that you think are going to make it to the grand final?
Ooh, that's a very loaded question. I know that this is a no-brainer. The OhioBrothers is a great representation for us in MSC and also the M series. So I do think that they have no competition. Just based on like the score right now, the OhioBrothers. As for the second team, I don't know. I think BTK is really trying to secure that slot, but Ackerman has they're gonna have to put a good fight against Ackerman in order to secure that top two.
Can you let everybody know where they can find you before we let you go?
Yeah, you guys can find me on Twitch at TheXina. I stream about once or twice a week, playing Mobile Legends, classic games, not so much ranked games, but hopefully in the future I do get back into those ranked games.
Well, thank you. We are happy to have you here. Thank you for talking with us. But we are going to go to a little break, but next match will be Wasians versus LaimiTop. We're looking to see these two teams and see who will reign in the victory. But stick around and you'll see in a little bit.
Thank you for having me.
Hello everyone, I'm back to give you another giveaway on screen. 40 codes, put it in right now. You get one of these tournament chests with a 12.5% chance of getting one of these amazing skins on the screen. Type it in your phones right now before you miss out. But now guys, we are ready to go into our next match. It will be Wasians versus LaimiTop. Super excited to see them. Let's go, guys, casters!
Ooh, right into the draft. I definitely like it. No time wasted at all. For anyone that was wondering, real quick, just to let you guys know, Kush was elected as the MVP for the last series, so GG's, well played to him. I give my heart up to him, you know. He's had a great game. Sasageo. But now we are on the next series. Wasians versus LaimiTop. Pepper versus Spice. Interesting versus interesting. Let's hope they don't get too crazy on us, Deku.
Maybe interesting versus curious, as LaimiTop is trying to find out what it feels like to win a series yet again. Up against Wasians. Trex, we've been trying to hope. It is a good opportunity. You're up against Wasians here. Not to say too much, but there's a shot here to win this matchup against them. And it would be huge for LaimiTop. I don't think it really matters who they beat at this point. We're all just looking for a LaimiTop win. Laimi on top needs to be the hashtag in the chat. Let me get there. Hashtag Laimi on top, as we're gonna root and cheer to be able to win this match. But it might be a little rough, right? I feel like when you go up against Wasians, the thing about them that keeps them relevant in some of these matches is that they're just so
Interesting.
Yeah, they're interesting, Trey.
Interesting.
They're different. They're built different.
They're built
That's
very
what it
different.
is.
Very different.
How do
than
you
me
counter
and you.
a team? They are built different than us. But how do you counter a team that you really don't know what they're going to pull out? This is the team that I can actually say, without it sounding funny, is that Hanabi and Alpha are
possibly
you could say they're comforts.
Yeah, they're comforts.
It's
very
their comforts.
And it's like, and you
How
know,
do you deal with that?
When we first casted one of those games, we were surprised, right? Now, and I thought maybe it was just like a one weekend thing. I thought maybe it was like, all right, that's, you know, okay. They got a little cheesy. They got a little crazy. But then it happened again, and then it happened again, and now here we are. And I got a feeling it might happen again. Though I do like this upfront pick with the R-Lot. LaimiTop, though. Now you got me wanting to say Laimi on top. LaimiTop, though, is very precise, I feel like, with their drafts. So we're looking at two very opposites here, I feel like. You know? LaimiTop doesn't really waste much time in the draft. They always seem to kind of have a plan. It just seems like their execution's a little off. They have had Golem has played wonderfully on the Franco. They've showed a lot of potential, right? They are going to lock in this Melissa with Mar. And I think really, like, I know we didn't go over predictions, but I'll let all the viewers know I voted for LaimiTop this game. I voted for LaimiTop last night. Thank God nobody saw my predictions, but I am now officially a LaimiTop fan. I think I have a jersey coming on the way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you, Trex. I also predicted them to get a win last night, and boy, were we wrong. But
yes,
tonight, I also predicted along with you for LaimiTop, so we got a second chance, and so do they, to get things right. And I'm not gonna lie, if you're getting a jersey, I'm gonna need me one. I need me a Lay jersey, right? That guy showed some heart. He showed some heart. I need one of those ASAP. But speaking of things ASAP, a great response from the side of LaimiTop. They went for the Melissa and Farsa combination, so already have that backline locked in which you have that Farsa. You have the typical counter mage pick that goes up against Melissa in your back pocket, so a little less stress there from the side of LaimiTop.
Yeah, I like it, you know, and I mean they've got their damage locked in, right? And a lot of times you see XP laners, junglers, tanks kind of locked in, but I like sometimes seeing that damage. It's safe now. You don't have to worry about flexing that later on. Now you just need to kind of worry about your front side, worry about what's going to be protecting these players here. Wasians, though, are actually keeping it real simple here, but again, Chacho and the Boogeyman have not picked yet, and those are the guys, right? Those are the guys. They look like a perfectly normal team until you see these two players come in. And anything can happen. It's like LaimiTop. What do they ban, right? What do you ban? You ban the
Yeah.
Alpha and the Hanabi?
If you go for traditional bans and then you just get hit by an Alpha and Hanabi, you feel silly. But if you ban Alpha and Hanabi, you feel sillier. It's interesting. It's even funnier because if Wasians really held these two picks just to lock Hanabi and Alpha, that would be even funnier. Because you normally hold those picks to kind of counter, maybe see what the rest of the draft is going to look like. But if you're just going to lock in Hanabi and Alpha anyways, and that's what Wasians does, that's also going to be funny. I feel like no matter what happens here, it's going to be comical for whatever Wasians does. But from the side of LaimiTop, they're going to keep it simple and effective, like you said, precise drafting. They locked in a Grok, great pairing with the Farsas along with the Melissa. Also have some great counter ability over there to Lolita. You can kind of use that barrier wall to kind of maybe counter the immune blast, even the wild charge if you need for the counter set as well. Potential, maybe you immune with that S1, and then get your team back in the footing there in good graces after the set coming out from the Lolita here. But you're gonna have to see, the first half of the draft has been locked in, Trex, and I have to tell you, I'm really digging what the side of LaimiTop has. I really feel like they kind of have the answer so far. That R-Lot is the questionable for me. We saw Yureshi playing well, but everyone else on R-Lot has kind of been subpar on it, kind of been so-so. So I'm not really sold on that pick. So I definitely got to give it over to LaimiTop side so far.
Well, I mean, it should, like, in all technicality, it should work well with this Lolita, right? It can work well with Ego. We have some CC here, and R-Lot's going to thrive off of that. Not only that, he can dash in onto this Farza. He can push the Farza, stop the ult. He can get position on the map even when Grok is in the face of the Wasians. So it's a decent pick, but like you said, I feel like we just haven't seen the full potential of it yet in this season. Is it a good pick? I'm still questionable on it. I think overseas it's been very, very popular. It's like prioed for a lot of people. On the side of LaimiTop, though, they are going to lock in this tanks a lot, so I definitely like it.
Absolutely. And something else I like is LaimiTop put Wasians in an uncomfortable position there. They still aren't convinced Grok's going to that roam. Might go XP as they banned out Diggy for their final pick. Still a little cautious. Still want to make sure that Lolita pick is still safe and comfortable here. At least the fact where the CC doesn't immediately just negate it with a time journey. Kind of make them work with the Grok if they will. So that might be a good thing to utilize for LaimiTop. Maybe keep Grok in that roam since they're kind of figuring he's going XP, and you pull something out there to kind of, put in work on our lot here.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Wand Punch has been known to, or is it Hale in the EXP? I always forget. I feel like they've swapped.
They swap. Hale's been going
Yeah.
into the XP. Wand Punch was going to the jungle.
Okay, so I know Hale then has been pretty flexible. We've even seen him like on the Fanny EXP.
Yep.
We know they pull out a lot of different things, get a little bit crazy. On the side of Wasians, though, they're keeping it classic with a 1.5-year-old strategy. 2 fighters in the off lanes, keeping it different with the Granger to wrap it all up. Very pocket strategy, right? Very like, we're going to hyper feed this Granger. We're going to try to get to mid game where we all group up. You do have some decent early game with the Khalid, but very like the epitome of what pocket strategy used to be, what hyper carry used to be. Can it work in today's meta though?
And it's funny, talking about the Khalid, because Trex, I think I even mentioned it when we were kind of going over things before the show kicked off, about that gold link Khalid that they have used. I think they've used it twice so far in NACT. I think this will be their 3rd time locking it in. Not really sure how it'll do up against the Melissa, right? You have the muddles there to kind of add in that damage. It is a melee fighter, so you already kind of disadvantaged as far as range. Obviously, Khalid's passive might allow him to close the gap just a little bit, but the dash as well from Melissa right afterwards to kind of create that space. And once Goldway comes in, can further kick that out. But Trex, here we go. Some predictions are here. Now the teams can see us. We're both going for the 2-1 for LaimiTop. Caster duo, caster chemistry is through the roof right now. Trex, I'm feeling like we're more locked in than ever right now.
Oh yeah, I think all these other casters are tripping right now. LaimiTop coming for a strong win. Strong win. No, I'm not going to be biased. It's definitely not going to be easy. LaimiTop, their draft looks very clean, but before we go any farther, let's see exactly how they do. This is a best of 3, the 3rd series of this night. Wasians going up against LaimiTop. LaimiTop looking for their first win in this season.
Trex, seeing you up there stand side by side with me made me feel good, man. I'm feeling a little bit of bromance, right? You made me look at you differently. I knew there was something about you I like, Trex. We're just men of reason, right? We're going for LaimiTop to go for the win, but like you said, sometimes. But hopefully this time, LaimiTop can find the win up against Wasians. It was 2-1 across the board for everyone, but in the favor of Wasians. We're going to bank on LaimiTop. Desperation act right now, like we have been talking about. It's the second leg of the regular season. LaimiTop going to the playoffs is pretty much out the window. Now we're just hoping they can take a victory at NACT and at least shake off some doubt that they can't find a win in the regular season. And it's all going to start here in game one up against Wasians. They have a nice composition to kind of deal with them. I like what they have going for themselves. They definitely can utilize their range in this match since it is just a Granger in the jungle. Very single target though, not really big on AoE. The Granger is, so they definitely have the advantage with that Farsa and that Melissa in their backside. And then you have Yu Zhong in the tanks a lot to be, oh, actually not tanks a lot. It's going to be a damaged Lance. Now that, funnily enough, it is the curious thing because tanks a lot has become the new meta. Yes, killing spree one punch Lance. For once, the damaged Lance is the odd man out, the minority, if you will. So this is going to be interesting to see. There's more kill pressure now on Chacho on this Granger. Speaking of kill pressure, Trex.
Yeah, a lot of damage on Mar there. Salt is going to come help out. I'm wondering, though, is he still, like, maybe he just picked up the killing spree and he's still going tank? Even more sustainability? I don't know. I'm wondering. I would love to see his items. I'm sure they'll come up in a little bit. I guess we're going to see if he picked up the Molten Core as well in a second here. Merciless comes in, trying to dash. Black Dragon does come out. Mar wants more. In comes Womp Punch. A whole lot of damage. Does get knocked into the tower. Down goes Mar. Merciless looking for more. Wand Punch can't get the finish.
Wow.
Wasians taking first blood.
Merciless with that outplay of his life there, finds the kill and is able to escape last second, courtesy a little bit to hold with this Lolita. That shield passive came in at the right moment as the barrier made contact with them to survive the damage there. And LaimiTop already making a bit of a mistake in the early game tracks. So we talked about it before. The early game really spells a lot for LaimiTop when they fall behind. Not always the best at coming back in those matches. They have shown signs of life in some series, but Turtle right now, though, Trex being worked on by Wasians might be an easy pickup.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be another test to that testament, right? Because, as you said, when they're down 1,000 gold, 2,000 gold in the early phase, they seem to start to fall apart. The threads come loose, and out of nowhere, they're all over the place. Their rotations, everything starts to get a bit sloppy. It's almost like they start panicking. So, if they want to hang out in this game one, they need to keep it together. They have to keep playing steady. It's definitely, you know, they have to change the way they normally react to these situations. Wasians, on the other hand, I think they thrive off of the chaos. They wake up every morning and go, today I'm choosing violence, you know? So it's normal. They love it. They want to make us casters go crazy. They want to make their enemies go crazy. And it's almost like the perfect anti to what LaimiTop needs. They want order, right? They want some normality in the game to where they can just play the game that they want.
That's right, and we're going to have to see if that's going to work out for them. LaimiTop is going to have to work a little hard, right, to take down Wasians. They have a lot to gain here, and truly, more than anyone, nothing to lose. You've already kind of secured where you're going to finish out this regular season. Now it's just, can you walk out of here with a win? A bit of head up high energy, if you will, even with the odds stacked against them. I'd love to see LaimiTop get a win, and I know you also would like to see them get a win, as we both want them to take this match in a 2-1 up against Wasians. But it's going to come down if they can execute, right? They have great drafts a lot of the times, and it's really that gameplay that they kind of got to sharpen up on. We've seen them have moments of a brilliance and some comeback wins against some very formidable teams, or at least keeping it close when they lost. So maybe they can put that all together and take down Wasians in this match.
Yeah, I think a main target for them needs to be Merciless. He's known to really carry for Wasians sometimes, be a huge playmaker, make things happen. And if they can slow him down a little bit, I think it'll kind of fall into the rest of Wasians as well. But here comes Hove with a big Numenon Blast. Golem tries to get the Wild Charge response, force a flicker. Ego doing a little bit of damage. Out comes the Destinata, but Ooga Booga picks up the kill. Assault falls next. Play, trying to get on the backside, pops the go away, but still no damage there for this Melissa. Ooga Booga and Chacho trying to get something else. Ooga Booga comes in, able to not get it. Wand Punch actually responds. Ooga Booga goes a little bit too deep.
You know, something I just realized, Trex, when we were talking about LA with the flexing as far as roles, they flexed him one more spot over. He's in the gold lane on the Melissa. Mar, who was their sub, that was in the gold lane, I believe, last weekend or the weekend prior, is now in the XP, and they also moved Assault into the mid lane, who is actually their starting gold lane when we look at the roster. So there's a lot of pieces that have been moved around from the side of LaimiTop. I feel like what we saw last time was the best that they had with Hale and the XP, One Punch in the jungle. I don't think this is going to be a great lineup right now that they have, but we still got a lot of game to play. But so far, Wasians is definitely playing bully ball with LaimiTop.
But they do find a kill on a Merciless, which is good for Mar, right? And, you know, that could be one of the things that constantly causes them issues. It's almost like they're, wait a second, One Punch, look for Ego. Punctures through, able to use that Phantom Execution to close the distance and find Ego there. Now this turtle should be theirs uncontested. Hale, though, goes down to the boss side. Hope and Ooga Booga able to pick that up. Not a horrible trade, but still Wasians holding a slight lead here.
That's right. His way is going to find the turtle, so he's going to pick up that second neutral in the game. They're trying to keep the game close. They're a little under a 1K deficit. Not too far, not too bad, to where they can't keep this game competitive and close. They're trying to make anything happen here, but it's interesting to note, in that gold lane, we were talking about having that range advantage, but it hasn't bowled well for them, as clearly most of the tower damage has been put onto LaimiTop's side. His Wages has been putting on a lot of pressure with this Granger, the threat of a kill ever imminent with Chacho.
Definitely. Ooh, Chacho, speaking of him, gonna get knocked up. The airstrike comes down. Ooga Booga able to close the distance. Salt forced to use. Wait a second. Big damage. This is bad for Lay. Pops a go away. Able to create more distance. And Ooga Booga now in a bad spot. Golem maybe looking to find something. Can't quite do it. Over on the mid side though, One Punch able to take down the first tower of this game. And that is a mid tier 3. Very important. Watch for Mar here though. Looking for the possible Petrify. Does not use it, decides to back off instead. Maybe a slight misclick, don't know what happened there, but he doesn't want to force it.
Don't want to force it, but speaking of force, Chacho on the Granger was able to take down that turn off side of the map, but hang on.
Ooga Booga finding Assault on the mid side. Mar also in a little bit of trouble here. Golem forced to use that wild charge as more of an escape mechanism here. Ooga Booga looking for Mar. Golem now in a bad spot in between 3 members. Hope trying to go in for the stun. Quite can't connect. Now it looks like they're going to disengage, but still Wasians kind of controlling the map here.
Definitely controlling the map, but they didn't boost that mid tower, so we saw a bot get traded out for the mid. I do like that from the side of LaimiTop if they can keep holding towers. Looks like they're going to look to work on one more. Both of these teams looking on the opposite side of the map for towers right now.
I mean, Golem's trying to defend it. He's going to get stunned though. Chacho comes in. Golem's forced to flicker. Assault drops the feathered airstrike just to make sure they don't push any deeper here. On the bot side though, One Punch doing a nice amount of damage on a Merciless there. They are able to take another tower in the bottom side, so still, actually it's 2-2 in towers. LaimiTop still hanging out in that department.
2-2 in towers, but I really like when you're able to open up that mid tower. It puts so much pressure on the teams and opens up a lot of opportunity.
Nice find. Very nice find by One Punch here. That's that damage build.
Ooh, Chromium.
Ooga Booga though, and the Newman on blast. Big stun. Golem responds with that wild charge though. Khalid with the go away, able to back up. Does find Ooga Booga. Mar picking up the kill. So that airstrike comes down. Ego taking a little bit of damage. One Punch puncturing through, trying to find a target. Phantom Execution does not go off. Still has it. Finally uses it. Hope goes down. One Punch under the tower. Eventually falls as well. Ego picking up the kill. LaimiTop does get a lot of ground there, but Chacho on the top side makes up for it by getting a tower for themselves.
One Punch throwing one too many there. He ended up knocking his own self out. But like you said, LaimiTop doing a great job of balancing and equaling out the macro up against Wasians. 3 for 3 for towers, only behind in the turtle count 2-1. Matching up on kills. Still down 1K, but like we said, that's not bad. Crossing over that 8.5 minute mark. The game is still close. It's still competitive. And the late game still favors heavily into the side of LaimiTop if they can keep their distancy and pacing. They had already opened up the middle of the map up against Wasians, which puts a lot more pressure on them. It looks like Wasians, though, is trying to take down their tower as well and alleviate some of that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, Chacho, without the fact that Chacho hasn't taken any deaths means this Granger will start to pack a punch. But Flay as well has only taken 1 death for the gold lane, and I think when it comes to composition, LaimiTop does have a clear late game here, right? They have plenty of opportunities, plenty of set potential, all of that. Ooga Booga, on the other hand, yes, there's some set there. Yes, there's some damage, but CC is going to be the death of that Khalid, but LaimiTop has to execute it. Flay going to use the go away. Nice try. Ooga Booga drops a Sandstorm, but in comes Golem with the knock-up. Able to stop Ooga Booga there. He's stuck behind the wall. Feather Airstrike comes down. Halei trying to get the finish. Ooga Booga pops, gets a little bit of health back. Will eventually go down. Halei finding the kill. In comes Mar, looking for Chacho now. The Petrify, the knock-up, takes him out. Chacho goes down. One Punch finding the kill. Merciless wants to keep it up. Dashing through, able to pop the ult. Mar goes down. Ego finding the kill. Assault may just be next. Merciless trying to pick up the pieces here. Ego falls to Halei though. It's 3 for 2 currently, and the battle will end at that. LaimiTop coming out on top.
End of that fight, and also the end of the gold lead for Wasians. This LaimiTop has evened it up and actually taken a slight, ever so slight, a pinch of a lead, as they are also looking to pick up this first Lord of the game, Trex, but Merciless and Hove are going to look to secure some space.
Ooh, Merciless will go down though. Newman on blast with Raging Sandstorm. Ooga Booga! The Boogeyman clearing things up. One Punch and Halei are down. Assault wants to try to find a moment, but Chacho takes the Lord. Desanada coming in, raging hell. This is looking rough for LaimiTop. They had it in their hands, and it slipped away.
And just when you think Wasians is starting to fall behind because of their choice of composition, they show you exactly why it blends together so seamlessly. The Numium Blast with a Sandstorm from a Khalid, immediately wiping out members inside of LaimiTop and taking a Lord that should have been picked up by LaimiTop and throwing it into their own lineup here, as they have 6 members on the board if you count that first Lord.
Ooh, nice knock-up on Hove, though. Hove taking a lot of damage. Flay able to pick it up. No, One Punch on the backside with the puncture through. He's going to get stunned, though. Desanada to help clean things up. One Punch low is still able to get away, but the Lord is still coming. Wasians want to try to capitalize on this mid-side. They're going to take the tower. Mar in the Black Dragon, trying to force Chacho away. Takes a couple shots to the face. Well in mid-flight, but he's going to go back to the team. Recuperate, reposition. One Punch doesn't want to give up this purple buff just yet. Chacho wants to try to take it. Petrifying Ooga Booga. Knock up. Raging Sandstorm in the backside, but Ooga Booga still goes down. Mar will fall next. It's 2 for 1 on the map. Lord finally down. Play. Still working on it, actually. Should be able to take it out with these, though. And we're back to a stalemate.
That's right. You know, something interesting to note that I saw got picked up there. Mar going for the Malefic Roar, almost a necessity, as there is not really a marksman outside of Chacho, of course, but able to find some defense. But hang on.
Ooh. Assault doesn't have the Feathered Airstrike, so can't make a huge play off that wild charge. Watch Hove and Chacho holding down the map. They really want this tower here.
That's right, but like I was saying, the Malefic Roar, having to use it because not only do you have the 2 fighters in the side lane, but Granger able to lock in armor. We know the Brute Force is going to come out at some point as well on Chacho if it hasn't already been picked up as we cross over the 12.5-minute mark. So it's a lot of defense to deal with, a lot of armor, right, that Mar's going to have to work with, especially as a backline diver on this Yuzhong. But hang on, Ooga Booga.
Ooga Booga low. Starting to see Flay pack more and more of a punch, and now Golem in a bad spot. Merciless pushes him to the side. One Punch hanging out, though, along with the rest of the team. Here comes the conceal Flay. Hove looking for it.
On Mar.
Does have the Feathered Airstrike. Hove shouldn't go too deep here. He needs to be careful, and they decide to back off.
Weren't able to find that concealed play that they were going for. So a little bit of a utility out of the way. You could say the surprise is gone from the side of Wasians, but since they do still have control on the map, the bushes are still in their favor to make some of those caught off guard moments. You can see them starting to stack up here and put pressure on One Punch.
Feathered Airstrike, maybe a little premature there. One Punch still unable to take his purple buff. Ooga Booga actually gets that one.
Definitely does. But you know, it's interesting to note, One Punch isn't having a bad game, though, even though he's losing the purple buff. He is 6-2-1 on a damaged Lancelot, something that's starting to become a little rare and rarer to see out on the land of Dawn. But he's making it work perfectly. But LaimiTop needs to make this team work perfectly to go ahead and take down Wasians. They have the range, but it doesn't feel like they've been able to abuse it just yet up against Wasians, as now the teams are pairing up to contest for the Lord. But Mar is missing, and the XP is rotating from the side of Wasians.
Golem.
Backside.
Golem taking a little bit of damage there. Lord down to about 20%. A little bit of action on the top side, though. Merciless trying to get in. Assault doesn't go down. Merciless falls first. Lord still up though. One punch in a very bad spot between both of these members though. Golem gets a knock up on a Chacho. Lord gets reset as One Punch goes down. Comes Raging Sandstorm with the flicker though. Finds delay. Home wants to try to follow up. Golem falls next. Double kill for the Boogeyman. Chacho should have a first Lord here. A free Lord here.
Is ridiculous, Trex. You know what? I know you like to see this. I am aware you used to be a bit of a Khalid one trick your own. This got to be amazing to see. That flicker capability with the Raging Sandstorm was amazing.
Hey man, that's one thing. Wait, here comes a nice replay.
There,
right.
That was
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, disgusting. That was disgusting. Putting him in a sand bucket, bearing him away. That's Sandman from a Spider-Man, if you will. Ooga Booga is a freak of nature just like him. Able to make the plays, the double kill to open up that Lord for the side of Wasians right now, making the impossible look possible. Trex, who would have thought Khalid would enter into the competitive scene and put quite the dent in these matches?
I always had faith in him. I always had faith in him, and now he's here under the team of Wasians. I mean, the unexpected happens when you watch this team play, and right now they're pulling it off. LaimiTop up against the ropes, back in their base, being oppressed by the Wasians themselves.
That's right, and right now they are positioning for a huge siege with that enhanced Luminous Lord Boogeyman. Looking to play the macro and open up that mid side.
Lord is going to crash here. Mar with the Black Dragon, trying to help create space so they can melt down the Lord. Play, able to do that job, but not before the turret falls. Ego, trying to find an angle, but in comes Golem. Big wild charge, but they all get pushed aside by Merciless. This could be bad for the side of LaimiTop. Mar, One Punch, and the Numenon Blast falls. Ooga Booga trying to clean things up. It's Assault and Golem. Next will be Golem to fall. The Immortality Paz Chacho will get the finish. Ego finding the kill, and now it's nothing but Assault against the world. Trying to clear these minion waves. They got one tank minion. Should be enough. It's going to be 20 seconds till the rest of the team comes up, and Wasians are looking to finish this out.
Well, there's Assault, but then there's Battery coming in from the side of Wasians. Trex, they're not going to let this go. They're looking to push in onto the Crystal.
And minions are coming up. Decenata comes out, pushes Assault away, and the base will go down. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be it for LaimiTop. One Punch actually trying to come up. Wait a second. He's puncturing through. They buy enough time. Wasians can't get the finish on the bot side. Mar looking for Ooga Booga. Doesn't have the Petrify. Play does pack a punch though, and Mar gets the shutdown. LaimiTop lives to see another day.
Wasians bit off a little bit more than they could chew their Trex. They wanted to end that game, but they didn't have any minions. Granger taking shots from the Crystal base. I don't know who he thought he was, but the backdoor did not come into play for them. Like I pointed out, the death time responding in members of LaimiTop, they got right to work, Trex, to take them down and force them out of the base. And that is a little bit more of a game that they get to play. And with that Lord coming up in less than 15 seconds, Trex, this could be huge. Because if LaimiTop is able to secure this, maybe turn this game back around, we will have to go back to what Wasians did on that potential final siege to give LaimiTop a chance to get back into this match. But keep an eye on Merciless, Trex.
Yeah, he's trying. He's funking right now. He's funking. Keep your eyes on Ego and Chacho, though, and Hove with a nice position from the backside. Does have the Numenon Blast ready to go at any moment. Lord getting low. One Punch isn't taking enough to hang out. This is bad. One Punch goes down. Hove picks up the kill, and Chacho finds the Lord. Merciless looking to clean up here. Lay with the go away, but it's not enough today. Will find Chacho, but Ooga Booga wants to clean things up. This is bad. Ego looking for a possible finish along with the Boogeyman. Mar and Golem are alone, and Golem goes down. Now it's just Mar. He's in the Black Dragon form. Wasians don't want to make the same mistake as last time. It's about 30 seconds until the rest of LaimiTop is up. By then, the Lord shall have made it, broken through, and finished the game. Wasians trying to fix the mistake they made last time. They're going to lock on this base, and when a blast comes down, in comes Mar with the Petrify, trying to last long enough to help the team out, but it's not enough. Wasians take game one.
Woo! Rex, what a match from Wasians. Even though it felt like their composition was going to come up short when you're talking about the range, when you're talking about the late game, somehow, some way. Well, actually, Trex, I know what the answer is. The Boogeyman.
The boogeyman. The boogeyman is real, man. I keep telling everybody that. They just don't believe me. I go to my therapist every week and I say, the boogeyman, the Hanabi, it's real. It hurts me. But seriously, I think that boogeyman played a great game, and Merciless as well. Once again, man. Merciless with those plays, every time that LaimiTop thinks they have a decent position, he's just like, nope, you're over here now. And it puts them off position, helps Chacho, helps the rest of the team get in and make the play happen. I think that game right there, we just saw a slight mechanical diff.
I definitely feel like that could be the case. I mean, Ooga Booga was showing us plays that Khalid should not be making. 7-5 and 10, a monstrous gameplay from him, but we can't sleep on Ho. 3-2 and 16, he was definitely a monstrous force. Partnered up with Ego on that eve. That 1-2 combination leading up to a 5-2-14 KDA from him. Everyone really played their part, and like you said, Merciless cannot be slept on. Quite the XP. Diff Mar was basically a non-factor up against the R-Lot.
Ooga Booga. Ooga Booga, the carry. 25% damage. The man played a game. That's all I can say. He played a game, and not just a game, but it feels like, it's kind of like the predictions things. You pick someone, you pick a Wan or something, no one really bats an eyelash, but you pick up a Khalid and you dominate in a game when you're in the gold lane as Khalid, everybody nods with respect. And right now, Ooga Booga, every time he does it, it needs to stop surprising me, but it always does.
He's a breath of fresh air in this NACT regular season, Trex, but talking about that, a replay here. We're going to go ahead and look at kind of what happened in that final Siege Mar. Tried to do all he can. Last time they were saved by those less than 10-second death timers, but like you pointed out during the cast, and 30 seconds to go, not a lot of room to work with, as Mar was left on an island and Wasians looking to colonize the settlement there, as they went ahead and took over that crystal base from them, finding the win there on top of LaimiTop.
Most definitely. Now, with this, we are going to be moving forward. I mean, I'm excited to see how exactly it goes, but before anything else, we have another big giveaway for you guys. I think we have a lot left over from yesterday, so if you're watching, this is kind of a pop quiz, kind of a surprise giveaway. Get your phones out quick because these 30 giveaway codes are going fast. Advanced Tournament Chest, 99.5% for some tickets, some dust, some premium skin fragments, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for the 0.5%, 1 of 10 skins. I want the Floral Knight. I want those Venom skins. I don't know about you, Deku. Which is your favorite skin? I'm kind of a Venom guy myself.
You give me an option to pick skins, and you have a gun to my head. I want Layla Saber skin.
I like it. Hey, I like your style, man. You're pulling the Ooga Booga here. You're keeping it classy with some off-meta drafting. And speaking of drafting, we're coming into the second draft. LaimiTop sitting at a deficit just like their gold last game. It's looking a little bit rough. They need to get the reverse sweep if they want to win this.
Let him cook. Trex, what was that? A little bit of shade over there to the side of LaimiTop. Thought we wanted them to win.
I voted on them.
Photo mercy, but something to point out here, we got some pickoffs being taken out there. Kaja, Fanny being banned out from Wasians and LaimiTop respectively. So maybe trying to take off some of those single target pickoffs there. Our lot definitely deserved a ban from the side of LaimiTop because like you said, Wasians, Merciless played a phenomenal game and was a bit of an issue in that XP matchup, especially up against Mar on the YZ, who just couldn't get it done. His highlight reel, the only one he had, was over there trying to defend the 1v4 and obviously coming up short, as LaimiTop would take the unfortunate L here. We're going to have to see what they're going to go for. We already see they are trying to target out a little bit of the XP lane. There goes a glue band as well, so they're trying to make Merciless a little uncomfortable there in the XP, maybe give a Mar a fighting chance.
Here's the plan, right? We bait Ooga Booga into the Hanabi pick. We focus hard on Mercy.
You don't have to work that hard to bait it.
you just focus. I think actually, honestly, not a bad idea. Just focus heavy into Merciless here, because he's a major problem. Yes, Ooga Booga had a great game, but I think if they can give their EXP laner, which in the end I don't know who it's going to end up being because LaimiTop seems to consistently swap people around. But if they can do that, it could be the answer. But speaking of consistently swapping around, do we think that is the problem with LaimiTop, because you mentioned it. It's something I didn't really catch on to, but it's coming more and more to light. It almost feels like they draft what they need to, and then it's like, okay, who can play this hero the best? Okay, fine. You're gonna play the Farza this time because you're the best Farza on the team. Okay, you're gonna be in the XP lane this time because you're the best this, or you're the best that. And it just seems like there's this constant swap around, and it shows like why their drafting is so good, because they do have like, they know the core ideas behind that, the technical, what's good on paper and everything. But I think we're starting to see why the cracks of their just their mechanical gameplay is showing, and I think it has a big deal to do with the constant swap arounds.
I couldn't agree with you more there. Like I said, it was pointed out. And I mean, when you think about it, Hale has played 3 different roles in the regular season. He's played in the jungle, he's played in the XP recently, and he just played in the gold lane on the Melissa. I mean, that's a lot for any player to really take on. And I've had this argument, this debate back and forth with a lot of people in the community about this whole flex player type of thing. But when you really get down to it, professional players really kind of stick to that one role. And yeah, they might swap if you have a team that's really capable, but more often than not, they're going to stay exactly where they're placed, because at a certain point, it becomes on either you're a mastery or a specialist in this, or you're a jack of all trades but a master in none kind of deal. And I feel that's what we're kind of running into when you think about LaimiTop. They do have the flexibility, but is that getting you any wins? Would it maybe be better if they stayed in their roles that are kind of working out the most? Like we said, the last time we saw them play, Hale that XP and one punch in the jungle really worked out great for them. So maybe kind of stick with something that's been getting the most wins and just let that ride out.
Let it cook. Let it cook, as the great Coach Deku likes to say. Let it cook. Now, for once, we're seeing Wasians with a pretty normal draft. But that's always how these first 3 picks go, and I'm not going to fall for it this time. On the side of LaimiTop, we get to see a nice little, a nice treat, something we barely ever see, the Wasians. The Wasians.
That's right.
It's a great pick, and it just, once again, goes to show LaimiTop getting some solid picks in. If they don't pull this one off, I'm never voting for them again, Deku.
Well, I have to tell you, right, the Wasians is a strong pick, right? We know she has one of the highest pick and ban rates in every single region, at every single level of competitive. But also have to point out the fact, right, Wasians already has his low leader with the Bulwark Shield. You have something to kind of deal with that, as well as what you have in Valentina. It also means you have Faramus on your team. So now you have the Cold Ultra and the Bulwark Shield to deal with as a Wasian. We know Wasian got some nerfs as well recently. The range of the ultimate has been reduced. Obviously, you know, she still has to use the crossbow attack on whoever she gets the marks on initially. There's a lot of things to work against, and we haven't even seen what Ooga Booga is going to pull out on the gold lane yet to try to counter this out, because it's definitely not going to be something standard. I'd imagine if Ooga Booga takes something normal to counter out this Wasian, I'd be amazed. But I'm expecting something just off the hinges from this man to deal with the Wasian. And with all that on the table, while Wasian's a strong pick, I feel like it's going to have a hard time here up against Wasians.
It's definitely, this is definitely a rough game for it, right? But there's always that potential. Like, I just feel like that's one of the reasons why the Wasian is banned so much, just because there's always that chance, right? All it takes is one big crossbow of Tang. But also, like, you have to have a team that knows how to feed your Wasian, knows how to play with the Wasian. And if we're going to talk about LaimiTop, one of the teams that has the most difficulties applying their brains to their mechanics, it is LaimiTop. So yes, they get this great pick, but can they actually make it work? The doubt is starting to feed into my mind a little bit. Now, the Boogeyman wants to say, I don't care about your Wasian. Because you know what I got? You know what I got, Deku? I got a Hanabi. And Hanabi go brr. Right. Hanabi goes brr.
All those sounds. Oink, oink, oink. Everything, man. It's hey, man, it's Ooga Booga. What can I say? It's, at this point, you can't really even be surprised. You can't really harp on it. It just comes with the territory when you're looking at a team like Wasians. But I do have to say, though, something that's also interesting to know is we're going to see Lancelot again. Last time we saw LaimiTop pull out the damaged Lance, right? And while it has some successes finding the kills, we noticed, like, on that last Lord fight, got taken out nice and early, immediately. And right there, that's where that tanks a lot, is kind of why the reason why it's rose to prominence and why it's become so legitimate is you're able to survive in that pit. Wasn't able to get that done, though, with the damaged Lance. So I'd definitely like to see Wasians now with this Lance show us exactly why tanks a lot is in and damage is out. Speaking of damage in and out, Grok and Kadita combination from the side of LaimiTop, they're looking to find some pickoffs to add in with this Martis.
You know, I think that's really why, like, why it's so important to kind of have those tanky junglers, or at least bulky junglers like the Lancelot who builds tank. You know, it's Lord fights have just gotten so drawn out in today's era, right? Like, we're talking like 3, 4, 5, like maybe 5 minutes is a little extensive, but you know, a few minutes sometimes, especially if like the Lord gets reset, then we regroup somewhere. So like your jungler needs to be involved in that fight, or else you're down a man, and you need to be able to survive in that fight, or else you're down a man. So the only one that I really think we still see here and there is like the Fanny and the Ling, and that's just because of high mobility, able to kind of wait for that time to strike. But even that, you don't see it used as much, mainly I think for that reason. Those Lord fights are so important. Chacho, I got a feeling, is going to build it bulky. And last game, we just got to see the perfect reason of why it's built bulky now. So now we're going to come in to game 2. This is going to be LaimiTop trying to fight for a win here against the Wasians. Wasians at match point, trying to finish this up quickly and move on to the next one.
But you know what? A cornered animal is one of the fiercest things on Earth, so I've heard. And LaimiTop facing elimination, also looking to find their first win in the regular season. Trex, they could look to bounce back here. Wasians in trouble a little bit. CK being bursted out, so LaimiTop obviously having some early damage here to deal with them. You know what? This is actually something interesting to know. I didn't even think about it. The Grok got moved to XP, and they're running that for Ramus in the position 5 Trex.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it. Mark, they have to actually, I feel like LaimiTop has been known to actually put them away a second, a little bit of engage. Does look like the Lethal Wander goes over the side of Wasians there. Golem in a bad spot. Chacho puncturing through, looking for a possible point to strike on. Can't quite find a target, decides to back off, but Assault comes in, able to get the knock up, looking for the final hit. KD gets away with his life there. Assault not able to get the finish.
Narrowly escaping, but I tell you what, Trex, that's still huge. That's a flicker down from the side of Wasians, and it didn't take too much effort there from the side of LaimiTop. Assault doesn't even have level 4 yet, so just a little bit of snipping and dashing with the Kadena, a little bit of a knockup, and you already wasted a very important skill from Wasians. And now that all that means is that if Cade gets caught out again like that, he's not going to have that mobility spell to be able to get out this time, so he needs to be very careful with his positioning if he doesn't want to end up giving any kills over to the side of LaimiTop.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. That's what you got to be able to do if you want to go against Kadena, because the pressure is always there. One Punch trying to put pressure onto the Boogeyman himself right now. The shield comes out, play, looking for the finish. One Punch goes too deep, not able to dodge that one or dip. Ooga Booga going to get pulled back, and comes Slay, still looking for Ooga Booga, but Ooga Booga, Booga's you.
Yo, this is just getting ridiculous, Trex. I never thought I'd see the day a Hanabi would be able to take on a 1v3 and not just survive, but also take down a kill and almost pick up a second one as well, as LaimiTop is struggling right now.
Ooh, One Punch getting a little bit of damage. Looks like 3 members want to invade. One Punch goes down. Assault gets the Petrified, the knock up, the rough waves, and KD takes a lot of damage. Golem finding the kill. Crossbow of Tang goes off. Ooga Booga gets at a distance quick.
And that's right, and we were just talking about that Lolita getting caught off again without that flicker. Still on cooldown from minute 1, not able to escape with a little bit of a hippity-hoppity dash that you were talking about. You got to be able to dip those dots if you want to survive from Kadena, with Assault 1 having the level 4 hot and ready that time to be able to pick him off.
Most definitely. Now, LaimiTop find a kill, right? They're not too far behind on gold. Turtle about to come up. First one goes to Wasians. I do think this Turtle LaimiTop needs to contest. I think they have some opportunity, and if Assault can keep on finding the pick onto KD here, it could be good. I like the rough waves there to get away, but now they're down the utility.
They are down the utility there, but I feel like it's a justifiable cause there. You avoid giving up a for sure kill that was about to happen. So you lose the ultimate, but then you don't give any gold over to the side of Wasians. So it's really hard to argue with that turnout there. It was just a necessary evil there to be able to escape death. The good thing, though, is Kadena's ultimate isn't really that high. And when you're talking about a rough waves for a Numian Blast, I'm kind of okay with that trade, because you can still set up a kill with the knockup, maybe the S1 Petrify combo coming in from Kadena.
Yeah, so I mean, here's the goal, right? I think in future team fights for the side of LaimiTop. Assault takes out KD, which is going to be hard when the mid game comes, but if you can take out KD, you have free roam for your 1-1 to just pop off. Other than that, Not Olay popping off on the bot side though, able to pick up a kill. One punch, looking for something here, not quite able to find it though. Merciless a little too tanky. Merciless wants it, Merciless gets it. Merciless does fall though. It's a 1 for 2 on the map overall. LaimiTop coming out on top.
That's right, and coming out with that is a Corrosion Scythe into the hands of Halay. So he's having a nice gold lane phase right now. He's 1-0-1, hasn't found a death, has picked up a kill, has picked up a core item. Trex, things are looking good for the side of LaimiTop right now, looking better than most of their matches so far. And Wasians needs to be careful not to let them get ahead in the lead. Like we said, they have a hard time playing from behind, but most of these teams, per usual, don't have too much of a struggle playing when ahead.
Most definitely, Chacho going to be able to take that turtle to secure their lead even more. Now playing Golem in a bit of a bad spot. Keep your eyes on KD and Chacho. One punch found Chacho though, so he's going to need to back off. Over on the mid side, Merciless and Hogue in the 2v2. But wait a second, Ooga Booga about to go down. Crossbow tank goes off. Locks onto Chacho next, but they find the boogeyman. In comes Newman on blast though. KD looking for Golem here. Golem gets stunned. Life bar reset, and the Phantom Execution comes in. Golem goes down. Merciless rotates all the way to the boss side to help find that kill. And now LaimiTop looking for Merciless here. KD low, the decimation comes in, but Mar finds the kill. Nice response from LaimiTop there, taking out KD and Boogeyman. Wasians still holding the lead though.
That's right, they are holding the lead, but the roamer from the side of Wasians kind of being punched a little bit. He found a good Numian blast though, right? To go ahead and lead into the second half of that fight. It was a very long fight down on the bot side. Trex, but now Merciless in a little bit of trouble here. He is playing that melee matchup. But speaking of matchups,
oh, what happened there? What happened there, Deku?
You know, I'm not really sure, but if I had to guess, Chacho wasn't playing no games as he looked to invade the purple buff, but he found a little bit more than that. He took down one punch, looking a little bit of a habit. He's already 0-4-3. We were talking about matchups, and right now Chacho easily running away with this one. Trex.
Ooh, Golem does not have a rough way to escape that one. Hove gonna pick it up, splatter him down, looking for the next target. Assault in this push, looking for a target himself. Gets the assault. Waves come in, but the damage still not high enough. KD gonna respond with the stun, and Hove now with the rough waves of his own, gonna take out Assault. Well played from Wasians.
Definitely using that Valentina to max potential there on the kill. Trex, something to note though here. You asked what happened, and I think I kind of got the answer. If you're looking at the XP levels here, Chacho's up 2. He was up 3. Now he's right back up to 3, 11-8. It feels like he's been doing this all game, and all we saw was a 1v1, a bully ball match into the favor of Chacho. That's kind of where the deficit is coming from on the side of LaimiTop.
Yeah, I mean, one punch is 0-4-3, not where you want to be as a Martis. Golem and Mar getting focused in from Chacho and Merciless, the bullies of this game, as you said. Chacho looking for something here, or at least going to hold him in for a while there. The Shadow Stampede comes out, but Chacho able to dash away. Up in the top side play, looking for something himself, goes down to Hove though. Assault not able to help out.
Not able to help out, but they're going to need some help right now if they want to be able to take this match up against Wasians, or maybe not all of them, but definitely some help to one punch. He's been getting taken down by Chacho in kills, in neutrals. He's not exactly a winning piece for the side of LaimiTop.
Yeah, Assault able to get the Petrify though, but Merciless is Merciless. Coming in, Cult Altar comes out, Golem able to help out, but wait a second, big flicker, pulls them both onto the tower, but nobody's there to follow up. Mar finally rotating over to mid, maybe trying to help out here. Chacho comes in, punctures through, clears the wave. This is giving them free roam over this tower if they want to take it. Hove with the Terrified Mar here. Merciless trying to drop this falling Star Moon, looking for a target, comes on to play, still looking for a target, but KD takes the tower. LaimiTop pushed more and more into a hole.
That was a good play from him to zone that off. And you know what, Trex, that Flicker Shadow Stampede might have been good had he had damage at the position for Ramus.
Chacho finds Assault, walks away with his life. This should not be happening, but KD drops the Numion Blast. Merciless went into that wall with that one, but okay. I support it. Play, keeping eyes as well.
Definitely, but eyes onto this tap. Hang on, Halay committing.
Oh, come on, come on. Dead it off, dead it off. Does not get the finish, and down he goes. Hove gonna find that kill. Not enough today, and this is the problem when you have certain heroes like this. when you fall this far behind, the damage isn't there, and it doesn't matter how OP your picks are.
Not at all, but Trex.
Big damage. Hove goes down. Assault finally finding one. Make it 2. One Punch picking up a kill.
A huge setup there from Mar with the flank. Got a nice wild charge. Combo that in with Assault 1 on the Kadita with the rough waves. Able to find something on the board there, but Trex are down 5k right now. Like we already pointed out, One Punch is definitely getting jungle gapped here. He's down 3 levels. Man needs some help, some milk, and a couple other things if they want to get back in this matchup against Wasians. You can fight as hard as you want to, but when you're talking about going for those neutrals, if you're down 3 levels, hang it up in the rafters, the retreat battle will really not go into your favor. It's definitely a 70-30 into the hands of Chacho right now.
Merciless. I mean, this man, this is like the Esmeralda we all used to hate playing against. And a lot of players have been making it work recently in the current meta. And it is a problem watching Merciless. Wait a second, One Punch goes out in One Punch. Ooga Booga picks up the kill. Mar and Hlei trying to just secure their orange buff. That's the only thing they can take right now because everything else is being oppressed and taken. Wasians working on the Lord next. Golem trying to come in. Hlei looking for an angle as well. Mar with the wild charge, not able to connect to anyone though. Hove does have a wild charge of his own. Mar taken down to the backside. The Boogeyman finding another kill, putting him at 3-1-1. Hlei in the mid side needs to be careful not to get picked off here. This Lord should go to the side of Wasians.
Talking about being picked up, One Punch needs the heat of that pick up his 5th death ahead of that Lord and Trex as well. When you're talking about deaths, Mar on this Grok, going for all the physical damage items with the high and dry Grok. He is susceptible to Hove's damage on this Valentina. You saw as soon as he walked into the bush, 1S2 and he was half HP, but more damage up here on the top side.
There we go. Another one comes off, but still the damage not there. Can't quite connect onto Merciless. Merciless gonna be able to get away. KD coming in, looking for the stun. Golem and Assault, force the flicker. Newman on blast for the crash. No flicker back, and Golem is stunned. In comes farther to the backside, saving the day with a wild charge. But he's gonna go down for that one. Wasians not giving it up easy. They want to make them fight for this one. They're trying to take this in a sweep. Chacho punctures through into the backside. Lord has connected onto the inhibitor. Slay's been working on it. Finally goes down. Chacho still in bad waters, deep waters. Forced to use the Phantom Execution just to get away. One Punch looking for something or more to just clear the waves. Try to keep them out of base. But Wasians feeling frisky. Want to try to take this out. In comes the dash. Home for the wild charge. Immobilized. Crash down. Golem stunned up, and this could be it. Wasians trying to clean this up fast. 2 members down. Golem back up though as Chacho moves on to the next inhibitor. LaimiTop trying to defend with all they can, but KD and Boogeyman want to try to make this fast. Mar holding the front side as well. In comes Merciless. Falling Star Moon to close distance. Hlei still dancing. Looking for another crossbow. Dang. The hrrr goes off and he finds Chacho. Boogeyman targeted next. Brought down to about half health as Mar and Golem keep on defending, but Wasians don't want to give this up just yet. Petrified. Rough waves. KD does go down. Nice play by Assault. Able to put them at fault. Ooga Booga maybe next. One Punch finds it. Mar picks up the kill. Merciless way too deep. Taking tower shots. Hlei able to get the finish, and LaimiTop defend with a siege defense of their life.
Definitely. And they took 4 bodies down with them now. The match still in favor. Oh!
Come on.
Oh! That's disgusting. That's just horrendous. Magic damage OP. As you can see, it looks like I'd love to see those items. I think Hlei doesn't have any. I don't think he has a Rose Gold just yet. We saw the same thing with Mar. This Engage is getting bursted out. But speaking of Engage, he's going for it.
Oh my god! Stop.
They need the magic defense, Trex. They need it.
Can I click P? Can I type P? Pause. Something. Wait a second. Response. Oh. Taking on the team all by himself. He's a one-man army right now. They call him Ho for a reason. Just like the man himself, DayZ, coming in like the king. This is looking like a problem.
Man, Hove.
H to the Izzo, V to the Izzo.
Oh, Shizzy, my Hey, man, look. Out here, he puts the Hove in. Oh, my God. Because what was that? The dip and dot dash on Mar. The man still hasn't picked up any magic defense. And then to return the wild charge to pick up another kill. This guy's insane. He's showing Valentina at her best with the flexibility and the usage of those ultimates at the right time. is still a threat even after all the nerfs she's obtained in previous patch notes.
Hove, man. We know why he changed his name. We know why he changed his name because it is working out. Mar able to get the knock up. A lot of damage. Assault. Chacho does go down. Lay able to find that one. Merciless though. Looking for the flank. Locking onto Assault. Bringing him down to about half health. Chacho trying to stop up Merciless just a bit, but watch our eyes on Hove. He's dashing in. The damage is still there. Lord coming soon down the mid side. LaimiTop on the back burner right now. They got to defend this. They got to try to hang out a little bit longer. A lot of weight is on the shoulders of Play here. Need one of the best crossbows Tang's ever pulled off, but he may not be able to do it. In comes Hove. Big damage, big burst, big knock up, and down goes LaimiTop. They still are up. Ooga Booga tries to lock onto the base. It's down to a sliver, but it goes down in the end. And Wasians, Boogeyman, Hove, all of them take it in 2-0 fashion.
What a filthy game we just saw from Hove on the Valentina. Forget HOV Trex. We need a POV from this man's perspective because that was some top tier Valentina gameplay. And I mean, what more can you say? What more could you want from that pick?
All I got to say is, oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh man, that's gotta be it, man. That's crazy. I mean, look at it here, right? Looking at Hove, he doesn't really have anything crazy. I will say he went for full damage though. There is no durability. He went for the clock, the trunch, straight to the double pin, and to finish that in with the holy crystal. No enchanted talisman. He's going all damage here. Forget the CDR. Forget any defense. Just all the damage he had, and it played well. And if you're looking over at the side of LaimiTop, the itemization did not come into play. Hale or Mar, neither one had any magic defense. And at some point, you have to respect what the Valentina is doing to your team.
Yeah, it was a problem. I mean, it was a problem. And I think Assault had a good target at first, but then it's like, wait, do I target Hove? Do I target Chacho? Do I target Tay-Deep? Ooga Booga? It's just, Wasians eventually just kind of, they flooded over, and Hale, it took way too long to come online for Hale. Hale had 32% damage, but still not enough to deal with Hove at 42%.
I mean, just ridiculous. That man almost had half the damage for the team. And I really have to give that not only to his exceptional gameplay on the Valentina, but then the poor choices from LaimiTop to not respect the damage and go for at least some components. Not even a rose gold, just a magic blade from one of them, a magic robe, something to deal with the damage. They just never took advantage of that. And here, we're going to see it again. We were talking about it. Look at the engage from Mar, but look at the Uno reverse from Hove. You think you got me? No. Dip and dash, smack, smack. He's out of there. And then not only from there, he still has the Grok ultimate on standby. And what does he do? Makes the call to go for another engage. A bit of anything you can do, I can do better as he slams into the wall again. Grok meets Grok on the combination there to take out this Kadita. And that's just the power of the Valentina when you put it into a strong player's hand such as that.
LaimiTop tried their best, but the Boogeyman came a knocking, and also HOV was at Hove. He will be taking the MVP this match. What do you guys think of that?
H to the is O, V to the is O. Yeah, but Hove definitely. I mean, after that, that play is gonna go down in history. Deku, yes.
Hove, Jay-Z, the Valentina, the blueprint.
Oh,
if you don't know, you don't know. But that's a good one. That's a good one. If you need to go listen to it's Jay-Z's.
I'm like,
Jay-Z's album.
It's alright. It's okay. It's okay.
Just go listen to Jay-Z. You'll find out. It's good. But anyways, Hove is an amazing Valentina player. To sum it up, nonetheless, and he is the blueprint for all Valentinas right now. If you want to learn how to play it.
He's the bee's knees, for sure. He's the HOV. And right there, I mean, even he was playing Rome in game 1. And even then, Hove and Boogeyman making the plays to take the game. I mean, just from game 1 to game 2, definitely consistently on point. A very, very well-deserved MVP by the HOV himself.
Man, the POV is crazy if you're talking about this team. I mean, they were just so alive, and it's even more impressive now to think about it that it was Hove on that Lolita, right? To go from the Lolita and then to go into something like the Valentina and to perform as far as value the same, if not better in the next match, going off the tank and then going on to that magic damage dealer. Oh, a position 4 and position 5 god apparently. Wasn't really expecting that, and I don't think LaimiTop was either, Trex, but our hearts are broken because all these clips remind us of is that our prediction was wrong. LaimiTop were not able to find the 2-1. Instead, they get 2-0'd. It seems the power of Wasians, the unconventional, the unimaginable, and the unpreparedness from LaimiTop brought us into a loss for them and a victory into the hands of Wasians.
Yeah, I mean, and we just see them. I mean, in game 1, they looked, I mean, no matter, I mean, I don't know, man. They always bring some spice to each game, but they do kind of have the skills to, you know, to back it up a bit. I wonder how well Wasians would do if they didn't, you know, if they I hate to say it, but didn't pick the Hanabi, you know, like imagine they had the Wan there, imagine they had something like that, but they really want to just break the boundaries here. They take out LaimiTop, a little sad about that, but it happens. Now, Xina, tell us about this giveaway.
Yes, before we go on, let's do a quick giveaway for our lovely community. On screen, 40 codes right there for the fertility god Rafaela. Put it in right now into your phones before it's gone. But right now, guys, we are gonna go into a quick break before our next match, which will be the Empire versus Area 77. But we shall see you in a little bit, guys. back, guys. It's time for the last match of the night. Empire versus Area 77. Area 77 was a favorite to be in the top 4, but Empire was not far behind them right now. We shall see. We wonder what the casters' votes are. What is it?
Well, I'm hoping this brings me my first correct guess of the night. No, I had one right, I think, in the second one. But either way, everyone seems to be on the side of Area 77 here, Deku.
That's right. And, you know, I think this is the first time that not only have we had a complete shutout as far as what teams to win, but also down to the score. 2-1s across the board for Area 77. But I got to be honest with you, Trex, earlier when we were looking at Ohio and BTK, you felt like this could easily waver to the other side. And that's kind of how I feel about this Empire matchup, right? Area 77 has been kind of on a decline a bit, right? They kind of struggled in their last outings ever since they took that 0-2 loss. I believe in week 3 on that Saturday, a grim day for them indeed. And Empire has been kind of one of those teams kind of on the upswing as far as improving. They could definitely walk away with this this win in this series, which would be huge for them.
Yeah, it would. I mean, it'd be huge in a sense of like Area 77, they lose. Their number 4 spot is even more for contention.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I'm actually be interested to see how that goes.
It does look like, yeah, if Empire wins this, it'll be, they can have a big chance of getting to 4th, so we shall see, right, guys?
Yeah, I mean, Empire's like fighting for it, right? They're definitely fighting for it. Area 77 also now kind of on the line here. They've taken some losses. They lost to BTK. It's been, you know, it's definitely been some trouble. If they take this loss here, they're looking like Fallout for a minute here. You know, they're slowly on the decline. So let's see how it goes. I definitely think Area 77 still has it in them, but it's up in the air, right, Xina?
Yes, it's all up in the air. Area 77, they have been doing good. But we are ready to get the game started, guys. We're going into the draft. Take it away, casters.
I love it. I love it. Draft, final series of the night, Deku. Empire versus Area 77. Now, you said it. Could go either way. I'm kind of on the boat where I'm wondering, like, I think it could also go in the way of, like, Area 77 sweeping. Like, I think even though they've had some rough games, I think if they come in this strong, it could just be, like, clean. Don't get me out. I'm not counting Empire out. It's just after the games, after the emotional damage I felt tonight, I feel like it could really just be, like, over, which I'm okay with. It's been a long night. Boogeyman still haunting me. BTK takes a 2-0 loss. It's been intense, okay?
It has been a rough day for us up here on the desk. But I have to say, while we're looking over here at Area 77, Empire has moments of reminding you a bit of Area 51, how strange they get in the draft, right? One of the teams that have not only flexed out from using a traditional marksman in the gold lane, but have even branched even further using something such as Alice, who's had less occurrences than Khalid in the gold lane, thanks to Wasians. So they're one of those teams as well that you can see the double fighter lineup. You could see a triple fighter lineup with the Phobius in the mid lane. It's a lot that they could go for that can maybe throw off the side of Area 77, who is kind of more, I'd like to say, used to the traditional things. Area 77 has a history out here in North America, right? One of those top premier teams, but in those top teams, you normally see the usual things as far as drafts. And I feel like that's where a team like Empire can throw a wrench in the fold, right? Show them something they may not be used to. A lot of the top teams don't deviate too much into something particularly crazy. Not as crazy as the way Empire could maybe make it. So I think they have a shot there, maybe at least for a game 1 gimmick, right? To get an early lead. Maybe you hit Area 77 with something they aren't aware of, something they don't know about. Maybe force out some bans in game 2 to kind of deal with that. But speaking of bans, we have a couple on the board. Melissa, interestingly enough, has been taken out by the side of Empire, already starting to work on Amara Cutie's gold lane pull there to kind of slow down Area 77 on that side of the map.
I mean, it's a good position to do that, right? I say it all the time. When you're first pick, you normally have a little bit of flexibility to throw a couple target picks out, and Empire not showing any fear, right? They want to, let's focus on Mark Cutie. Mark Cutie is a good gold laner. I think if you pressure him enough, it could break him. you know, it could be the possible answer here. And the Melissa is slowly like just taking this rise up, right? I think one player, and I think one player that Empire doesn't really want to focus on is like Poggy, right? Because Poggy's shown that he's willing to pick a lot of different things. We've seen him on the X-Board, we've seen him on the Roger, we've seen him on Lancelot, we've seen him on all different types of heroes. So if you're going to target someone, Marcuti, a decent one at that.
Definitely, but I also think it's kind of one of those hints as well to Empire maybe gearing up to not only limit the pool, if that's even the end goal here, but maybe just to take the traditional picks off the wall. We haven't really seen Marcuti branch out anything outside of a traditional marksman, but again, Empire has and will if given the chance. So they could be taking off those prominent marksman picks and still go for something that's not a marksman themselves, which allows them to do this in the first phase of the draft, because if they have no intentions of picking a marksman, everything can be off the board for them. They can take off the Melissa, they can take off a Wan, a Brody, something along those lines in the draft or in the bans. Most
definitely, and they are going to take out this Arlaw, which the more we were debating it earlier in some earlier series, and the more I see it played, I'm like, yeah, I doubted it for a while, but I'm starting to see its appeal, right? I'm starting to see why a lot of teams are considering it prio. It is starting to show up, and it can definitely be a problem. But with heroes like this being banned out, with new heroes coming in being banned out, it goes to open up the board more, right? It goes, a lot of things are now able to get picked that we used to not see. The Valentina still consistently opened up. Fredrin now consistently opened up, even though it's not as good. I'm wondering if the Tanksalot is eventually going to join into this ban phase at any point, maybe in the playoffs when we get to like best of fives, because I do feel like that is a major issue in the right hands. Like best player earlier was a monster on it. Kush did great on it. A lot of teams able to do amazing on it. Same thing with this Valentina, as it is being first picked once again.
That's right. Going to be locked in right away. Probably going to go into the hands of Demon there, right? The mid laner for Empire. It's a strong move to open up on the blue side, especially since Feremis has been taken off the board, and Kaja as well. A couple utilities been taken off, and the little bit that does remain can easily go right into the hands of Demon here on that. And you don't really have to worry too much about being overloaded, per se, potentially, when you have some of those bans out there on the board. But Area 77, they're going to go for the tried and true religion there with the Cho martial arts in play for them. That is going to go over to the hands of Galscutie, who we know is a very strong Cho player. They're going to pair that up with the Lunnox, so mid lane not going to be where Valentina can find some utility.
Yeah, which is a good play, right? It's a very good answer to the Valentina. You also get aggressiveness, mobility. You get a lot with the Cho, and you get a possible hero who can find the Valentina, can find it. Now with like the Melissa gone, whatever marksman Empire decides to pick, also a good target for Galscutie. So I think it's a strong pick with what everything looks like. Even though like it's a kind of a regular pick for Gals, I think it fits really good in the draft so far.
You know, something else to realize as well, that Lunnox pick serves a really good dual purpose, like you said, with Melissa off the board, fares pretty well on the other marksman, you know, coming out that mid lane for the dive. But even if Empire would have went for something, they do lock in the Claude, but had they branched out to something like another fighter, Lunnox still does well. So I feel like that's honestly a great pick if you're going up against Empire in general, because Lunnox is going to do good against any marksman, and she'll generally get you results against any bulky compositions. But with that being off the board, they did lock in that Claude, though, from their side, which actually makes me question why they banned the Melissa, because Claude has actually been a decent answer into Melissa with the BMI and the Blazing Duet. Really don't see a point in why you would ban out the Melissa. Maybe just respect to Marcuti, maybe don't want him to get it, maybe they're a little cautious of it, but if you're just talking about matchups, there's really no need to ban it if you're going to look for Claude in the gold lane.
Most definitely. Now, something I want to point out, this Esmeralda, just coming back, man. We've been seeing it all night tonight. We've seen it at least once in every series, ever since its last buff. Like, even before that, we saw it occasionally, but now ever since its last buff, it's coming in more and more and more and more. Do you think she is back to being, like, a staple in the EXP? Like, it's just going to be a regular sighting, or maybe just, like, a 1 weekend, 2 weekend thing?
I mean, if you're going to compare it to what she used to be, I don't think we'll see that. Before, it was like, dude,
every game.
First pick,
she was the
first
Valentina
phase, like, yeah, it was like ban or pick type of thing, and like there wasn't much to deal with it. But I will say, I feel like Esmeralda now with the recent adjustments has found a spot in the meta where it's like, okay, we can comfortably rely on this pick. It's not an automatic bad slot, and it actually is fairly strong now, because before they had buffed the shield and they nerfed the shield, but now they've buffed her damage. So she's extremely strong now when you're talking about getting access to those back lines. She's not kind of just like a meat shield running around, kind of like a Uranus, but now she really does damage. And they've already banned out the Daroth, which is the great ban, of course, especially with XP on the board, and they ban out Yu Zhong, who can match that sustainability in the lane with that Shaw residue, that Shaw passive. So I think those are some great final bans from the side of Area 77 to give Esmeralda a great shot in the laning phase.
I think what I'm really excited to see is what Poggy ends up picking up here. What does he decide to go for? Does he go for something more regular? Still a lot of junglers up on the board, right, for both teams. Empire banning more and more into these gold lanes. I think maybe they even throw another one out here now. Maybe the Beatrix, something like that. Is Wan 1 open right now?
She is. Wan
is open right now, huh?
Yep. That is
which means it may Leslie getting banned. You know, well, we have a second. I think we may get to a point eventually where Wan like may stop being so prioritized. Like, fun fact, over in Indonesia, she's like 100% ban pick rate, but her win rate's like 10%. It's like super low. But like, and I just think it's, and like you said last game, like some picks can defend against it. Sometimes it's not always the, like, I don't know. I'm just wondering, like, at what point are some other picks going to finally be like, all right, maybe we're not worried about this. Maybe we're not stressed about that. But it is still open. Mark Cutie could still pick it up. It could be a possible threat here.
And, you know, I feel like it goes back to some of those points I had made in the last game, like you pointed out about some picks do well against her. I feel like it's a combination of people realizing there's picks that can counter out the Wan as well as the nerfs that came to Wan. So it's like you're getting nerfed on one side by the devs, and then the players are figuring out ways to counter you in the actual gameplay, which obviously equals out to an even harder time slotting it in. And right now, it's going to go unpicked. Trex, the carry gets locked in from the side of Area 77. They want nothing to do with that Wan pick here, and they're going to put that up against the Claude, which is a great answer in response in that gold lane.
Most definitely. And with the carry, with this Lunox, we're kind of like forcing Empire, like, we dare you to go a tanky jungle, right? Like, we kind of want you to pick up the Fredder in here because we're going to shred that down. So does Empire go for something a little bit different? Lancelot is still up. Could be solid, even though it's tanky. It still outputs some damage. You have enough dash to get away from the Lunox, enough dash to get away from the carry. I think it could definitely be something solid for the side of Empire to pick up, but they go for the Benedetta and the Fredrin. So you get a little bit of mobility, but you're also still going for that bulky jungle.
I'm not mad at the Benedetta at all, you know, because you know what Esmeralda's going to do. Going to look to cut the waves, get out, and start making plays. Same thing you're going to be able to get from the Benedetta. But I will say, another way to look at kind of that carrying a Lennox slot, maybe not even to dare them to go for the jungler pick, because it looks like they're going to go for it anyway. They're not really worried about it. But I think they already had it in their mind they were going for the Esme, right? They took the Lennox nice and early to count out the burst. Then they banned out Daroth and YZ, two lane bullies, and then you pick up the carry just to, you know, cover your base as well. I mean, they had already locked in the Claude, but now there's really nothing on the side of Empire that really screams to me like, ooh, we can burst out Esmeralda, unless maybe you catch her in some CC chain with Kufra, Fredrin, and then Claude is just stacking in some basic attacks with DHS, the Golden Staff, and that Sea Halberd that I would expect to see him pick up, since he's going to be probably the only threat that can really take out Esmeralda here. But the Lancelot has been locked in there, Trex, and that's what's going to go into the hands of Pogi. And I think you said Pogi, correct me if I'm wrong, is one of the best, or the best Lancelot?
He was. I think last time I said that, he had a pretty rough Lancelot game. I think they still ended up winning. I think it was a game that me and you casted. Yeah, it's all my fault. I will take on their sins. But yeah, it's definitely an issue. But I think, like, he has it in him. He definitely has it in him. But again, Area 77 has been shaky, right? But before we talk too much, we are now going to jump into Game 1, the last series of the night. Area 77 looking for a turnaround here. Had a few rough games in the past 2 weeks. The Empire looking to take that number 4 spot.
That's right. They can look to shake this up. And Trex, is that confirmed there? If they do win that, they take that 4th slot?
Keep talking. I'll check for you. Keep talking. I'll check for you.
Oh, it's going to be interesting. We got a pause here, too. Yeah, absolutely. So now we really can get into it, because that's actually very interesting. If Empire wins that, if that's a confirmed 4th place slot, the way Area 77 has been playing, I'm not sure if they'll be able to get back into that spot if they lose it here tonight. So that can create some new storylines. I got you.
Right now, Area 77 sitting at 4 and 3 in overall set counts. Right now, Empire sitting at 3 and 4. So Empire wins this, they tie it up. Now, if Empire sweeps this,
Right.
they take the lead. If Empire 2-1s this, they still... No, it would be tied down the middle. It would be 9-10, 9-10 game count. If they 2-1 this, it'd be 9-10, 9-10. So for Empire to full-on take the number 4 spot and not tie it, they have to sweep. If Empire just beats them 2-1, then they're tied for the number 4 spot.
I mean, Empire winning is going to be a huge storyline going into next weekend either way then. Whether they go 2-1, that means next weekend we're going to see a tiebreaker and see where A77 does in their matches, what Empire does in theirs, and if Empire can find the sweep, if they can hold the lead next weekend, if Area 77 can even get back in good grace, because, you know, after you face Empire, maybe a team like Wasians or LaimiTop, the rest of those teams, it's going to be hard to find those wins to keep yourself up on those standings. Especially that we saw, you know, gameplay like from Fallout tonight up against Ackerman. They played extremely hard. If they're playing on point next weekend, you know, if one of these teams got to face them, that could be rough. The standings are going to get very shaky. And we talked about this before the game, Trex. That 4th spot is going to be a hot commodity for these teams.
Oh, it's at this point, even if Area 77 wins this, even if Area 77 wins this, like, Empire can still contest for it as the rest. I mean, we got 6 more days after this, 6 more rounds after today, 6 more games for each team. Anything can happen. I mean, I know it would sound crazy, but even if Fallout just went on some insane run and started winning games and games and games, they could possibly fight for the number 4 spot. I mean, if like BTK or Ackerman like lost every single series, they could even drop out. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's not completely out of contention for a lot of teams just yet.
Not at all, but like you said, focusing in on this match as the Flicker gets forced out from Lava Cutie on the Linux, there's a lot riding on it for the 4th place. This is going to at least set up the pace for how that's going to work from this weekend into next weekend, Trex. So a lot riding on the line here. And it's going to be decided in between Empire and A77 who's going to kind of make the standing brace out for next week. Because like you said, everything from 3 and up is kind of set in stone at this point, but 4th place is all that's really going to be left.
Yeah, I mean, I know like all the other matches were really hyped up tonight. At least like the BTK TOB match.
Right.
But this one honestly kind of has the most on the line for these two teams, right? Like this one actually has a lot of meaning behind it. Gay Cutie will go down, Demon picking up the first blood. So Empire already to a good spot to start.
Stacking on to what you're saying, right? Like you said, a lot of the other matches were hyped up, kind of more so because of the storyline, more the narrative, pride, ego, more than anything. But when you're talking about actual impact, visual changes as far as the standings, this is that match. Empire and Area 77, one way or the other, someone's going to be securing a spot, someone's going to be losing a spot, or someone will be tying up and have to figure it out on the next episode of NACT Spring 2023. I'm definitely looking for an Empire win potential. I'm hoping for that. Obviously, everyone voted for Area 77, but the storyline only gets juicier if Empire can find the win. And I think with this composition that they do have a pretty decent chance here, but it's going to all fall on if Linux and Mark Cutie here can find these high HP targets. If Kogi can maybe reclaim himself as one of the best Lancelots in North America.
Yeah, Demon has taken the Lunox ult, ready to possibly in a bad spot. The Reckless in the backside. Lava Cutie will go down. K-Cutie finds Jordan, and Mikasa finds the Turtle. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the Turtle does go to the side of the Empire.
And they created themselves a little bit of a lead, and that's really courtesy from that first blood they were able to find on the top side. Demon, with the rotation to XP nice and early, was able to strike first up against Area 77, and they find the Turtle. Claude has already picked up his Demon Hunter Sword. It's only been 3 minutes, Trex. That's pretty early for the DHS from Kokomi. I'm not really sure what he was doing to pick that up so fast.
Well, he's got that money emblem. I forget what exactly it's called.
That's right.
He's got the what?
The Avarice.
What's it called?
There we go.
The Avarice. Yes, he has the Avarice. He's got the support emblem. I know what it does. I know what it is. I just forget the name sometimes. That's going to give him a little bit of gold here, especially getting involved into these team fights, getting shots onto enemy heroes and whatnot. So he's going to be able to scale up even faster. And it's a good emblem for the Claude, right? It works out well because he is very item dependent. Of course, you sacrifice early game damage. You sacrifice some of the things that some other picks could give you in the aggressiveness department. But I think the Empire know that. They're okay with that. They want to try to hang this out until he gets online.
That's right. And they're going to have to try to stall this out until they can get online here. But speaking of things to stall out, Empire, though, are going to look to try to take on this match here. Claude, right? He's definitely going to be a win condition for them. But is that going to be easy to accomplish, right? For one, he does have the sprint. Gauss Cutie is able and going to be able to lock in on him with that way. The Dragon, if he catches him off guard, be able to catch him into the midst of the rest of the team from Area 77. Not only that, he still has the gold lane matchup to worry about. He does lose out to Amar Cutie, at least on paper, through the laning. Even if he dives him later on in the match, the true damage will not be able to be stopped if he goes for that win to nature. But speaking of,
Gauss Cutie hits him with the Shun Po, able to get away. Nice knock up, looking for the kick, not able to connect though. Now in a bad spot. Amar Cutie with the speedy light wheel. Lava Cutie coming in to help out Gals. Pops the Brilliance, will be able to get away, hopefully, because the Empire not giving up just yet. K-Cutie and Poggy now into the midst of this purple buff. Poggy able to pick it up, luckily. Lava Cutie needs to try to escape here. Mikasa and Demon want more. Demon finds it. Able to pick up a kill on the Lava there. Reckless down to about half health. Jordan looking for something as well. Eye for an eye, looking for more. You take mine, I take yours. Mark Cutie in a bad spot. Pops the speedy light wheel though. Jordan forced to run away. Still fighting it out on the mid side. Poggy trying to engage, gets caught by the balancing ball. Knocked up. Brazel's Wrath comes down, but Poggy escapes with the hair on his chin. Able to get away from that one.
that was almost a crazy play from Reckless. Went for the S1 with a flicker to extend that to catch Poggy off guard. I think that tower range was a little overzealous. He kind of pushed him over away to safety, but you can see the creativity from Reckless on the Kufra. I actually believe he's a pretty big Kufra main, if I'm not mistaken, but hang on, Demon in trouble here.
Yeah, Demon, let's see if you can get the outplay like Hove does it. Don't know. Looking for something, walks into K-Cutie, dash through the wall. Still low on health. Lava Cutie with the brilliance, but K-Cutie picks up the kill. Able to rotate down. It seems like K-Cutie's a little bit ahead of Jordan on these rotations every time.
He definitely is, and you know, I kind of wonder why that is. I feel like Benedetta should be able to get out the lane quick and fast, but you're also seeing that she hasn't really been cutting either. Look at her right now. If you're looking at Benedetta on the map, I'm not really sure what they're doing. That's probably why they're not able to rotate, wasting a lot of time going for silly maneuvers. And look, Jordan behind right now. K-Cutie already making a rotation, or at least going for the cut here behind the tier 2, but Turtle being worked on here, Trex.
Yeah, Cutie does a great job of finding Reckless. Watch Reckless trying to come in. Mikasa able to take that turtle. Reckless decided not to make the play, but another big thing, Golden Staff locked in for Kokomi.
That's right, another core item for him. It's been a quiet game, but that's kind of what you want when you're looking at that scaling pit. The angle on unfolding action.
Esmeralda drops the falling Star Moon. Cutie brought very low. They do defend that push, luckily, because losing that mid tower this early could have been bad. On the bot side, we see Cutie take out that bottom gold lane tower.
Poggy in a bit of trouble there, down to the side of the jungle.
Yeah, Poggy brought very, very low. Even the Retry comes out, still able to get away, though.
That's right, and Kokomi just now upgrading those dirty, stale boots into some warrior boots for that physical armor after he went ahead and picked up those cores of the DHS and Golden Staff like you pointed out. But something else to point out here, Trex, I know Cutie is an amazing show player, right? Definitely arguably up there as one of the best, if not the best, on it. But it's going to be extremely hard for him. He's the only engage, really, when you're talking about CC to really set something up. And stepping into those bushes, it's a little uncomfortable. There's Reckless on the Kufra, just like this, where he can maybe get caught up. As K-Cutie takes down Jordan, winning out that XP matchup, and now looking for a bit of an invade. But not even just that, Mikasa on the front can also stun lock him and punish him for a kill. Speaking of punish,
everything gets wasted onto K-Cutie, but I don't think it's a waste because they find the kill. Cutie coming in though, looking for the Shumpo, looking for the kick, not able to find it and pays the price for it. Kokomi picking up the kill. Poggy though with the Phantom Execution and the puncture, trying to find one, can't connect though. Now Reckless with a bouncing ball. Poggy gonna get taunted. Mikasa trying not to let him get away. Keep rising Lava Cutie though, coming around the side. Poggy in a lot of trouble. Able to puncture out. Very low though, along with Reckless. Reckless looking for knockup. Brilliance comes out. Lava Cutie's trying to survive the Electro final blow. Jordan redeeming himself with that set.
Definitely did a good read from him. And right now, Trex, I think we're seeing what we were talking about, right? Empire able to be a little odd for the side of Area 7 to deal with right now. They're not able to keep up when you're talking about in these team fights. They're punishing some of the plays. Demon is playing amazingly on this Valentina. And you know what, Trex? I'm going to say it now. Demon has to be one of the most impressive rising stars when you're talking about new players in NACT high level of competition in the regular season. He's on one of the newest teams, one of the newest mid laners, but he's held his weight in just about every single series. And right now, Lord for grabs.
I like it. I definitely like it. Gal's Cutie goes down, but the Lord does go to the side of Area 77. Lava Cutie finding Reckless. Mikasa, though, with the taunt, like the final blow comes in. Jordan trying to find somebody. Demon in the backside gets a kick on a K Cutie to help them all disconnect from each other. But in comes Mar. Speedy Light Wheel looks for the kill. Finds Mikasa. Moving on to Kokomi next. The chase is on. The lion on the prey. The cheetah hunting down the gazelle, but Kokomi leaps away to safety.
That's right, he is able to get away, but like you said, they did lose that Lord, and then they tried to go for the fight, right? Sometimes when you lose the Lord, you can still go for the fight, maybe trade it out, you lose it, but you're able to pick up the kills to kind of make the Lord useless. But in this case, Area 77 able to win out on both ends, they pick up the neutral, and then still win out the fight overall, as Marcuti picks up the purple buff away from the hands of Mika. So that's going to slow down his farming, his level, as he's now falling behind, just one behind Pogi.
Seal play though from Gals here. Always walks into Reckless though, bouncing ball to delay him. Lord will go down now with the tower, but Gals Cutie walks into death. Pure death. What are you doing? Walks right in, picked off, taken out. Now they can seal play to return. Lava Cutie in a bad spot. Demon picking up the double kill. It's exactly what Demon wants right now. Area 77 with a big whiff.
You know, Trex, now I feel like I got to cast the curse. I say the man's one of the best, if not the best chosen, and he goes and pulls an airhead move like that. What are you doing? You've already been spotted out by the Reckless on the Kufa. There's no way you're diving in on 4 people and finding that kick. You're not playing that crazy right now, and now you've led your team to death. Speaking of death,
Hey Cutie, that's death. That's death.
Add another one. Put him in the death notebook. He's been eliminated right on time right there. As the members of the Empire are starting to break away just a little bit. They're still behind in gold, but they are starting to open up a bit of the map now. They finally found their first tower. They picked up some turtles. They lost that Lord, but they are trying to deal with the objectives pretty nice. They're not that far behind Area 77. They're only down 1K, and then the match that all the casters predicted, pretty much a 2-1. This is a pretty strong game in Game 1 for the side of Empire.
I mean, Kokomi's sitting at 2-0-3, which, as we always say, a gold lane with no deaths is a good gold lane at this point. And they're biding time right now, Empire. This is exactly what they want. But wait a second, Reckless in a bad spot. Going to get taken out from Poggy. Mikasa now gets knocked up. Galscuti doesn't have the way of the dragon just yet. Not able to connect. Kokomi, though, to the backside. A lot of damage on the lava. Forced the BMI away. Damage from Marcuti still up there. K-Cutie trying to find the flank, but walks right into 2 members. Still bulky. Gauss Cutie still looking, still shaking, trying to knock something out of the tree, but can't find it just yet. The Empire pushed into a corner currently. Purple buff will go to the side of Poggy there. K-Cutie also coming in. Jordan testing his limits a little bit. Gauss Cutie still flexing, looking for a kick. Not able to find it. Area 77 finally backs off.
That was a long fight there, Trex, but no one falls, and that just shows you the level of these two teams. We talked about it earlier when we were watching some earlier series. These teams know their threshold, they know their limit, they know when to give it, and they know when they can't take it. They're able to back out ahead of this Lord that has spawned in. It's going to be the second Lord of this match now, Trex. It's going to be interesting to see if the Empire can, this time, be able to pick it up. I love what they're doing, though, right now. They know they have the availability to be able to pick up this tower on the bot side. It's going to be huge if they can play the macro right. They're pressuring in the tower. They're going to respond to it. Maybe they can find control of the river here as Conceal Play comes out. Double Conceal Trex.
Oh, that was close. Nice jump from Galscuti, though. Lava comes into the backside, but Demon still finds Marcuti. That's big for the side of Empire. Kokomi find Gals next. Now they've taken this Lord. Blazing Duet with the back into the backside. Lava Cutie goes down next. Jordan Cutie with the Electo final blow. Gonna give him a show, because at this point, Lava's going to the side of Empire.
But hang on, Poggy not giving up, Trex.
Oh, that's a lot of damage, though. Poggy knocks into the bouncy ball. Everyone gets knocked up. There's no escape. Poggy pulling a Mobazane from the series up before, all alone for the Lord, and goes down for that one.
A bit of desperation there coming up from the side of Area 77. The hands of Demon, he's 7-2-6. Trex making the Valentina look beautiful. We saw this in the last series as well. Valentina in the hands of Hove, and now Demon showing us what he can do. It seems like all these teams a lot of them that are doing extremely well. They have a great Valentina player in that mid lane, and Empire no different. They have Area 77 on the ropes. Trex, we saw the Lord get picked up to him. It was nice and easy, a double conceal play, but Empire no longer concealing their intent and their will. They want to win this match, and they're showing their hands up against A77.
I mean, at this point, with Kokomi online, I mean, it does the same exact job that Mark Cutie does, right? It's going to shred down any tanky heroes, DHS, Golden One, all that good stuff. It shreds it down, and it's the answer. The thing that's better about it is you have so much more mobility than Mark Cutie has. Now, going to BMI away. Demon looking for a possible pick. Lord gets the crash into the top final turret. Mikasa holding the front side. Gauss Cutie and Kay looking for something. Kokomi able to take the Lord. Now, Gauss Cutie gets the kick on to Reckless, but they're all on the run now. Kay Cutie in a bad spot. Looks like the Empire wants to try to finish this. Poggy dashes in. Lava Cutie finds Kokomi. Mikasa will fall as well. Area 77 fighting back. Nice Terrify. Mark Cutie, Poggy, and Gals looking for a possible strike, but at least they get him out of the base and reclaim some of their jungle.
That's right, but that's not too bad from the side of Empire. Obviously, they could have pulled back a little bit and went without any deaths, but they were able to find the first high ground in this match. That's still huge for them to be able to crack open the base just a little bit on the side of Area 77, who are now going to have a hard time. Actually, they lost 2 high ground towers, so all they have is 1. Area 77 doesn't have a lot to work with. Any wipeouts here, like we saw on that previous Lord fight, and that could spell disaster for the side of A77 and a win to open up this series for Empire.
Yeah, but I mean, even with that quick response there, they were able to take now another tier 2 tower, so they're leveling out the playing field a little bit. I think even though the gold's a little bit in the lead of Empire, this could still go any way at all. But Reckless swerves in, able to get the pick off on the Lava Cutie. No time to ult, no time to response. Now the Empire smells blood. They want to strike. Mikasa trying to get the taunt onto K Cutie. Reckless looking for the knockup. Goes a little bit far to the right, but they still find a Demon able to pick up the kill. Kokomi now into the backside. Does have that Blazing Duet. Going to use it on the minions. BMI back and clear out some more waves here. Area 77 on the brink of destruction in game 1.
That's a great pickup from them. They were able to take out K Cutie here, Trex, but hang on, they're not done.
Oh, Immortality pops. Gauss Cutie get knocked up right when he comes back. Taken out. Kokomi picks up the kill. Jordan to the backside. Down goes Mark Cutie, and down goes Poggy. Lava Cutie tries Ruby DD in, but it's not enough today. Empire taking game 1.
Things are getting scary here. Trex and Bomb A77. Standings on the board, on the line, in trouble. Empire coming out to play. Trex, they open up this with a banger. They're up 1-0, and now A77 facing elimination.
It's definitely very interesting. Empire coming in stronger than ever, and we've all kind of seen them from their ups, their downs. I think a lot of us put them down here at first. Now they're contesting for the number 4 spot, and not only are they contesting for the number 4 spot, they just dominated a team in game 1 that a lot of people put at second, third place team. So Area 77 kind of they need to calculate. They need to rethink this. They had a good start in that game, but they were never able to get a pick onto Kokomi, and that man ended up at 5-1-5, 12,000 gold, full build at 16 minutes.
That's right. And I mean, we've seen it just from the efficient farming he had. He had the DHS in under 3 minutes. But then you're talking about efficient Demon on the Valentina. 9, 2, and 9. Put in work on the side of Area 77. Definitely had a bit of a mid gap on Lava Cutie, who really struggled on this Linux to be able to be of any usage. Speaking of struggling, though, it looked like the whole team Area 77 had a hard time up against Reckless, who was finding sets left and right. Really some amazing setups for the side of the Empire to be able to work with and engage on, and to ultimately end side of A77. I have to tell you, Trex, Poggy not in line with the rest of the tank slots we've seen recently, not able to find a victory in game 1.
Hey man, but something to point out as well, you mentioned Demon being one of these up-and-coming rookies, right? One of these players who have really been proving themselves. The man did 40% damage this game, and being a top mid laner right now is a very high goal, because we got some monsters over here in NA. You got Nicolette, you got Hoon, you have so many top players in that mid position, and Demon is definitely trying to show off here, trying to raise the ranks, I would say. So far, he's doing a good job at it.
Right now, I mean, you're seeing a bit of this action. Look at Reckless turning what was supposed to be a takedown on Jordan potentially, or at least a pushback, finding a kill on Lava Cutie, who we were saying was having a hard time, as that was his 6th death after that engage from Reckless. And then they were able to pick up on K Cutie as well, who was trying to make an escape, trying to escape the clutches of the Empire, but expanding their reign of their domain here on the side of A77, as right after this, they were able to close out this series shortly thereafter, Trex. And I thought maybe they were just going to use the pick off on the XP to have some alleviate the pressure on the side lanes to go for that Lord, but no, they took down the kill and then some more as they were able to find their way to the crystal.
I mean, Gauss Cutie was just never able to get a pick off there, right? Was never able to make a big play happen. And I feel like the Cho, it's slowly starting to happen more and more, especially with the Valentina being so prevalent. You get a Terrified with the Kufra being a lot more popular again ever since the map change of him being no sound coming from bushes. Now that he's like a hot roam pick, the Cho's starting to kind of phase out a little bit, or at least when we do see it, it's not as hot of a pick. It doesn't always do as well. And Gauss Cutie, someone that we said is an amazing Cho in NA standards, still wasn't able to pull it off. So I think at this point they need to reevaluate what they want to put in their roam position and how they want to move forward with that.
I think that also goes to do with some of the drafting as well. But speaking of drafting, Trex, we are going into game 2. We're facing an elimination match for A77 and a path to glory here for Empire. If they sweep this, like you said, it's not going to be a tied spot. It's going to be their spot. They can go ahead and edge this out to complete the sweep up against A77.
I mean, it's a lot on the line, and we said it, but we gave it very clear. Empire sweeps this, they take that spot. I mean, of course, they're still tied in total sets with Area 77, so all that has to happen is Area 77 wins one, Empire loses one, but still, the statement is being made, and if Empire can continue that upward spike, winning some games here and there, and Empire continue this flow that they've been doing, losing a couple here, losing a couple there, it's going to be a problem, and Area 77, like I said, is on the brink of destruction here through the Empire.
And, you know, this could be one of the funner teams to kind of keep up with, because when you're talking about that 4th place, right now it's kind of just in between Empire and A77. A team like Fallout, like you said, they can make a great crazy run, then maybe they can end up there. But so far, it's really between these two teams. We could see this bouncing back and forth every single weekend up to the last moment, Trex. So both these teams are giving a little bit of give and take here as far as those match wins, match losses, and just overall series wins. Because after this, they won't meet each other again. So it's going to be based on what they do against these other teams, whether A77 is having great showings, or Empire's having great showings. Like we said, even before they came into this match with Empire, A77 was having a very rocky road up against these other teams. Hopefully, maybe they can shake it off in the second leg, because their playoff spot is not secure. It's easily up for grabs with Empire, and especially if Empire can knock them out right here and now.
Most definitely. Now coming into these bans, Area 77 going to ban out the R-Lot. Let's get rid of this Valentina, and I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of that as the season does continue. I mean, a hero that's just so contested for, eventually it has to make it into the ban phase. And Valentino used to always be on the ban phase, then it wasn't, and I think we may see a possible comeback here, because it just seems it's got a great win rate, it's got a great pick rate. I feel like it's something that has to go at some point. And almost any mage you put on it does well. Nicolette had a little bit of trouble on it earlier today, but still, I mean, it just seems to be an issue. Empire, on the other hand, they've got the advantage here. They have some room to toy around here, maybe try something differently. They kept it pretty simple in Game 1. You mentioned how they like to be different. Do we see anything different from them in Game 2?
I mean, I think on the side of Empire, the target that they had, right, kind of shutting down a little bit of the gold lane and the playstyle they went for, I don't think I would fix anything, right? They won in a convincing manner up against A77. It's like it was like a shot that they were about to lose or anything, but they really took off against A77. So I feel like what they are doing or what they're focused on, they should keep up with that. It's A77 right now that needs to adjust. They're facing elimination, not Empire here, and it's their spot up for grabs. They definitely need to make a quick call right here, and if it was not an adjustment process, they need to start executing a little bit better, because Empire is hungry, and they're one of those teams that can take a 4th place spot right now, and they are aiming to take that 4th place spot. But I have to tell you though, with the first half of those bans being taken out, now it's going to be interesting to see what A77 goes for, because that's going to really determine what happens in this draft.
They pick up the Fredoran up front, which I was going to say, it's not a horrible pick. It's flexible. It's something that can be dealt with, as we've said tonight. So I think it's a solid up front pick. Still some things open, though. This time, the Melissa is going to get picked up by Empire, a hero that they banned in Game 1, meaning they place a lot of value on this. They think it's very solid, which overall Melissa has just kind of shot up into the tier list, and I think it's solid. It gives them some late game security. Then they pick up the Yuzong, which gives them a nice early, middle game, neutral objective fighter, something that can help out in a lot of these team fights, and also fight against whichever gold lane Area 77 wants to pick.
You know, Trex, I was really hoping they were going to go for Melissa Farsa, but I think this is even a better setup. You take the Yuzong, right? That's the counter pick that you kind of see up against Farsa, but now not only does it ward off the potential of A77 going for the Farsa, but now if they get to swing it back, they can still go for it. I'm kind of feeling that because Faramis Valentina has been taken off the board. Kind of the next in line is the Farsa, the Eve, but you really want Farsa in that matchup up against the Eves. So I feel like they've kind of negated the chances of having from Area 77. They can still go for it, but it's kind of a hazard to do it up against the YZ. And now with the YZ being locked in from the side of Empire, they made it pretty safe for themselves to go for the Farsa. I think that's going to be a great follow-up here to close off their first half of the draft.
Yeah, so Area 77, I like this, right? I like the Grok. Instead of, we wanted to see him more on big set potential, not single pick off for gals, right? And again, we've even seen the Grok be flexible, and I wouldn't count it completely against KQ here to use that for himself if he wants, even against the Yuzong. So Area 77 looking, I like their draft, but I like their draft last game too, and they just kind of got washed. So they need to kind of apply this. They're looking like a LaimiTop situation right now, where they bring in some good heroes, but then their execution is a little bit off.
And I kind of feel like what it's been for the side of Area 77. It feels like things have been off. The execution hasn't been there. We know they're a team that can do it, but it hasn't really been happening. And that's an interesting pickup from the side of Empire there, because we haven't seen them put much emphasis on the damage jungle, right? They've had Alex kind of locking in on those beefy tank jungle options, specifically the Martis that they have been running a lot of. But now with the Hayabusa locked in, this is an interesting change of pace for the side of Empire.
Most definitely, and I like it. It's like the Hayabusa we know is solid. We know it's good, and especially against the Farsa. We saw Kushrlu. We've seen so many Hayabusas just abuse the Farsa. It's going to not really have too many issues with the Grok. It shouldn't have too many issues with the Fredoran, as long as you don't stand still for too long around the Fredoran, which Hayabusa doesn't really do that. But yes, there's a little bit of threat there. I think a solid pick. I would say like maybe Franco for Area 77, but they've already got this bulky tank. But if they wanted to get really crazy, they could pick that up, have a really solid front line, and just put a marksman in the gold.
I mean, when you're looking at it, I kind of said like Area 77 could still go for the Farsa. I didn't think it was going to be the best option just because of YZ, but now you got the Hayabusa out there, like you pointed out, right? That's just a double whammy right there. That's extremely tough for this Farsa to play in. And Lava Cutie already had a hard time on the Linux, who has that light ult, some vulnerability, and now you're putting it on the Farsa up against the Yuzong and Hayabusa. Things aren't looking well if you're going off from game one here. They're really going to tighten that up. And I feel like this was kind of a setup. Maybe this could have been a great read, maybe from Coach Wader from Empire. Like, whether we take the Farsa or they take it, it's a win-win for us because we already have one answer. If they take it, boom, we'll stack on the next answer with the Hayabusa, who not only plays good onto the Farsa, but is a nice matchup up against the Fredrin as well. So it feels like either way it went, this Farsa pick being slotted for either team went into their favor, and now they've locked in Kufra on Reckless again, another heavy hitter up against the Farsa pick, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, the Kufra was nasty last game. I got a feeling it's going to be nasty again this game. And Farsa, poor Lava Cutie here, is literally just draw a big target on Lava Cutie's head right now because everyone is aiming for them. And honestly, whatever gold laner they pick too, I'm glad they didn't go for like the carry this time, something short range. They're going to pick up this Beatrix instead, which has a little bit more range, a little bit more utility in a sense, can pull out the sniper, isn't going to be as easy as a target for some of the Empire's picks here.
Potentially, but you know, Yuzong used to get locked in a lot overseas just to match up against the Beatrix. There's the Franco pick. You did call that for Area 77 there, Trex. You didn't think they would do it, but they did.
I thought they would do it. I didn't know, like, because it's a hard call,
beefy.
man. It's well, they're very beefy, but in a lot of teams, that's a that's a big brain play in a sense. That's something you see like, all right, we're gonna flex this Grok over to the XP, pick up the Franco, we already get the Fredder in. And I think it's something you only see in like top tier. Like a lot of teams wouldn't make a pick like that, I feel like, after already having the Grok. At least not here in NA. Something you see overseas. That's
right.
And I think it's just a good pick, I think. Can they execute it though, right? This is definitely, I don't know. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's very solid.
I think I kind of agree with it as well. I feel like it alleviates a lot of pressure. Now that the Bloody Hunt has been picked up, it kind of shifts a bit of the dynamics. Now the Yuzhong, when you're landing out of the Black Dragon form, there's a Bloody Hunt that can catch you. That allows for you to be countered out on those engages. Same with the Hayabusa as well. And when you're talking about that, you have the Wild Charge, the Bloody Hunt, Fredrin with that Energy Eruption. That's a lot of CC to deal with for any diver. If you get caught by one, you might as well consider yourself caught by all. And that's where the damage comes in from the Beatrix and Forest to be able to turn that around on you. If Franco wasn't locked in here for the roam and they maybe went for something a little softer, not as durable, maybe just not with any CC, I think Empire still had the overwhelming kill potential, kill pressure here. But now with that Franco that you were kind of hoping for, it tilts the scale a little bit more even.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. You can use the Franco for peel, right? You can use the Franco for protection if anyone tries to come in, and you still have the heavy engage from the Grok. Like, you don't lose the engage from the Grok. It's just not as early game. It's not as early game present, but we'll see if they can pull it off, because right now, Area 77 is losing 0-1 up against the Empire in a best of 3. This is match point. Will Area 77 bring us to the Game 3, or will Empire take this number 4 spot?
And, it's really going to be scary because A77 doesn't really have a choice but to make this work, because like you said, Trex, they're facing an elimination match. If they don't make it work, they fall out of the graces of that 4th place spot they've been holding on to so desperately, as Empire will replace them. So there is no room for error if you're Area 77. As Reckless is making that rotation down to the goal lane already. Trex. Oh!
Ooh, nice hook on Kokomi there. Mark Cutie trying to get the finish, but Reckless and Demon are here as well. Gauss Cutie gets a bit more poke damage. Gauss Cutie very low. Demon flickers in, not able to get the finish. Mark Cutie, lava from the top side. Finds Kokomi. A nice pick onto that gold lane early on.
That's a good rotation from Lava Cutie, but that was all set up from Gauss Cutie on the Franco. And you know something here, Trex? I'm actually glad he locked that in, because it brings up an interesting topic, interesting point of discussion. I feel like Franco and Cho both fulfill the same role, but one is just a little bit easier to use, a little bit easier as far as execution to make it happen. And I feel like when you're talking about the pickoffs, when you're talking about displacement, Franco and Kaja come up to mind first before Cho, because they're a little bit easier with picking a pickoff.
Bro, your curse is real, bro. Every time you talk about a hero, they die. If I was a team, I would not want you casting my game.
But you could take that. You could take that. It's a roam, but you still got first blood on the marksman. That's huge.
It is still huge. Now, you mentioned the Cho and the Franco. Yes, they're both like that single pick, right? But I think in today's current meta, with, like I said, with picks like the Wait a Second Demon in a very bad spot, Pogi, gonna be able to get the finish there. But with today's current meta, the Cho has a bit more trouble. The Franco just lays back and chills, man. He tosses out the line, looks for the pick. Speaking of pick, Poggy goes down. Jordan finding that one. 2 for 2 on the map right now. Empire behind a few hundred gold.
Ooh, keep an eye on K.
Oh! That's a lot of damage. Down goes Mikasa. K-Cutie able to find it. And with that, take position over this turtle pit. Reckless and Demon still trying to keep vision, though.
That was a lot of damage there, Trex. A wombo combo, if you will, with that Garok and Farsa in alignment for the damage. And following up right about the Franco, I'm right there, which is exactly what I was getting at. It's just a little bit easier. And, with this composition, I know the only caveat she had was that maybe it was a little bit too much beef, but not enough beef from the side of Area 77 here. They went ahead and picked it up anyways. But it's kind of in line with what you were saying about Franco being a little bit more passive, a little more in the back end, just looking for hooks. And you can go for that when you have King Cutie on the Grok, when you have Pogi on the Frederick. You still have front line, you still have engage, and Franco can really play at his best, or really where he's comfortable, which is kind of just sitting back, waiting for hooks, using the Bloody Hunt maybe for some peel, and not really forced or pressured to be 100% accurate to have reliable engages. Oh man.
Oh god.
Man.
That hurts. That's suppression. Reckless goes down. A nice pick. If Gauss Cutie keeps landing hooks like that, it's going to be a tough game for the Empire.
It makes you wonder why he ever wanted to go for Cho in game 1 when you can just go Franco.
Aww. Not another
man.
one. These are the games I love. I love watching a Franco. Another one. Another one.
Oh, man.
Gauss Cutie looking for Kokomi here. Gonna come in. The go away comes out though. Kokomi looking for the pick here. Lava Cutie forced the flicker. Mark Cutie as well. Backing off Gauss Cutie. Looking for another one. You're supposed to pick it up, Deku. Come on, bro.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. My bad. Hey, we're still working on the casting surgery, but speaking of chemistry here.
Foggy getting the taunt. Kokomi keeping the range as well, but nothing too major happening yet.
Nothing major happening just yet, but something that is brewing is Area 77 has created a bit of a gold lead. They're up 1K. Hang on, Mikasa looking for Pogi here.
No, Mikasa.
Not at all.
Bro.
You know what? Not over.
Wait a second. Gauss Cutie goes down. Jordan able to pick up the kill. Lava Cutie and Mark Cutie want to chase down Jordan though. Reckless hanging out. Looking for the possible knockup. Jordan goes down. Reckless is like, nope. Not getting involved in that one.
Shit, I was gonna say, it's kind of funny because I kind of pointed out about the whole Hayabusa thing earlier on, where I was saying you kind of dive into this team and they have the Bloody Hunt, they have the Wild Charge, and we always saw the Energy Eruption, and that was enough to be able to take out Hayabusa. So just think about that, but in, 3 times the odds of that being happening in those team fights when you have Frederick, when you have Brock and Franco present, Hayabusa's gonna have an even harder time. That Iron Hook was so close there, Trex, from Dallas Cutie to pick up another kill on Kokomi.
So close. And, we look at Area 77's composition, and some might say too much bulk, too much appeal. But when you got Mikasa jumping around right now, I feel like it is the perfect amount, because every time Mikasa comes in, he's either getting taunted, he's either getting walled or wild charge, or you're getting bloody hunted. And, literally, it just completely cuts off what the Empire wanted to bring this game. Reckless comes in, you're getting caught off. Anyone tries to dive in, it does so well against the dive composition that Empire has right now. Speaking of, in comes Reckless, shot down from the sky. Another pick for Area 77.
That's right, they're having their way up against Empire right now. And I think that's a blend of a lot of things here. I think the pick-off pressure from the side of A77 with that reliable engage they have, it's a lot to follow up with up against Empire. They can really stack their engages as much as they want to, and then they still have, extreme backliners when you're talking about the Farsa, you're talking about the Beatrix. Speaking of backlines,
Lava able to save that flicker. And a good flicker. Material down, but they've already taken the turtle, so they're looking good right now. A77 holding a big lead at 6 minutes in.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh, Petrify, K-Cutie. Able to use the wild charge, trying to get away, but Mikasa now involved in this. K-Cutie will go down. Empire finally finding a good pick for themselves.
They find the kill up there, but still the gold lane is not in their favor.
Oh, Reckless, very low. Nibiru's passion comes out. Kokomi forced to run. Reckless comes in. Mark Cutie able to get the mega kill, though. Farming up at 4 and 1. Oh, my God. Flickers in. Beautiful.
Mark Cutie Trex Marquee Gaming on the gold lane with the Beatrix. This is extremely impressive. He is completely decimating Kokomi and winning this matchup easily. He's 5-0-1. That's a scary side from the side of Empire. They were already losing the early game, but now you got Mark Cutie running around fed and untouched. If their team mobile.
K-Cutie's ready. He wants Mikasa to come in.
Yeah.
He is waiting for it every time.
Last time it was Pogi, this time it was K-Cutie and Trex again. It's kind of what we were harping on about. Every time Hayabusa goes in, it's just immediate CC, and that's just with one target.
Well, speaking of CC, though, Reckless trying to get Tyrant's Revenge. Not able to pull anything off, though. Kokomi's taken 2 deaths already, and the damage just isn't there. It's going to be a while until we see the Melissa, if ever, get online.
I'm trying not to tell you, though, we were talking about Mark Cutie on the matchup up against Kokomi on this Melissa. Nothing cute about this game, and this is straight nasty. This is ugly. This is savage here. Trex, what the
Another one. Down goes Kokomi. Lava Cutie. We were worried about Lava Cutie. We were worried about Lava Cutie, bro. We're worried about Lava Cutie right now. Lava Cutie's 3-0-4. There's just no way to Lava right now. And that is what's going to really be the big thing. There's no way to Mark Cutie right now, and that is going to be the problem for the Empire.
I mean, it's hard to not play good when you got Gals, Cutie, AK, DJ to lead on your team here with another one and another one and another one. Trex, it feels like every time we look at them, another hook has been landed onto the members of Empire, and it's been leading up to a lot. What is Lava Cutie doing?
Just in case.
now. You saw, just in case, I guess. A little bit of precautionary warning, but look at Reckless charging up.
That was the just in case ult, you know? You never know. Foggy trying to get the taunt onto Reckless. Gauss Cutie swinging out the hook, does not land though, but Area 77 are in the groove right now, having a party in this bush, camping it up, toss out the tent, bring out the hot dogs, because we're ready to find our next target.
Oh,
and there it is! Reckless pulled in, Mark Cutie with the damage, Foggy dashes in as well. Reckless does not go down, but a big knock-up. Kokomi will be the next to fall. Jordan trying to pull something off, looking for the Petrify, moving on to Mark Cutie, finds Lava. Mark Cutie drops next, Demon picking up that one. Gauss Cutie now on the run, Demon finds another. It's a 3-for-3 trade, but Empire finally evens it out in a team fight.
That was a great re-engage there from Jordan. It looks like they were going to lose on the edge after they were able to find Reckless nice and early, but a lot of resources to use, right? Wild Charge on top of him, Feather Airstrike as well with the Bloody Hunt. Didn't have much, nothing to stop Jordan. Once he landed, he found Mark Cutie on the Beatrix and took him down quite easily, paired it up with Demon, like you said, to be able to even it up for the first time in one of these fights. Found the 3-4-3. They're going to lose the tower, but they haven't lost the desire and the will to win this match.
Most definitely Area 77. I mean, at this point, if Area 77 can keep this up, if they can keep this up, we may go to Game 3, but the way that Empire just played out that last team fight, it gives me a little bit of hope. It makes me think that maybe they still have some tricks up their sleeves here, but the damage from Lava Cutie is going to lot. The wings by wings in, able to sidestep Reckless, does drop the Tyrant's Rage, and comes the Shadow kill. Mark Cutie finds Reckless, but Demon responds with a kill of their own. Mark Cutie able to find another one though. Jordan trying to get the re-engage, but not quite able to this time. Kokomi comes in with a go away. Shattered down. Mark Cutie's on fire. The taunt, but not enough today. The shutdown and a triple kill for K Cutie.
I have to tell you something there, Trex. That Wind of Nature picked up by Mark Cutie at the end of that previous fight, right in that mid lane after Wisey was able to find him. I didn't even know he still held on to it after I saw Mikasa diving with the Hayabusa. Kept it in the last minute as they were looking for Kokomi with the Wind of Nature proc, and they weren't able to take him down there. They were able to win out that 5K Cutie, pick up that triple kill like you pointed it out. Speaking of point out, both of them picking up a Malefic Roar right now. So any defense that it seemed Reckless or Jordan were going to be working on are going to be a little bit behind, if you will. Maybe even potentially useless, as double Malefic has been locked in from these damage dealers on the side of A77.
Yeah, it's a lot of pen, it's a lot of damage. Reckless can't even, he can't bush check right now. He can't dive in, because if he does, he's immediately getting locked up. He's landed a few solid, he's getting the plays, he's making them happen, but he's just so squishy right now. He's immediately getting melted in, and anyone else that comes in thinks that they have the advantage, then it's immediately turned around, and Area 77 comes on top of the fight. It's 20-10, 11.5 minutes in. Next Lord is up, and Area 77 has a clear advantage in 5K gold lead.
Definitely have that nice gold lead, and I have to tell you, Trex, Kokomi just now picking up that golden stab, that second item as we're about to cross to the 12-minute mark is not a good sight. That means he's extremely behind. Mark Cutie's been online since he started the game. He's 9-1-4. He started out on fire. He's still on fire. He's only died one time. Kokomi has fell 5 times in this match, Trex. And we talked about this before. That is extremely bad, detrimental to a team when your scaling pick has suffered so many losses out there on the lane of Dawn. It puts you further and further behind right now. And Area 77 is looking to put Game 1 behind them, as long with Empire in Game 2.
Look at the way they wait, though. They don't take
setup.
the Lord. They don't want to force it. They want to
Look
try
at
to make
Mark
a
Cutie.
play, but it might have been a bad play at that. Kokomi does go down. Casa doesn't even want to force it. Does dash in. Reckless looking for something as well. The flank trying to come from Demon, but here comes Area 77. Gauss Cutie looking for the hook, not able to connect. Lava Cutie here as well, and at this point, Foggy on the Lord, Empire on the rebound, bouncing off, looking for a possible play, but there is nothing there. This Lord should go to the side of Area 77 uncontested here.
That's right. I mean, they got vision the whole way. They were able to bring the members down from the bottom side of the map, and Pogi using that to his advantage, kind of pick that up for free. Now A77 looking poised and ready to even up this series. Trex, they're not going to give it away just yet.
Most definitely Empire. I mean, it's looking a little. I just feel like there's no exact answer for them right now. Like Reckless would have to like shoot a curving arrow to get past KQT, to get past Poggy. You'd have to pull a real Robin Hood here to try to even find a target on Lava or Mar. There's just no way in, and as long as Mar and Lava have free roam, there's nothing they can do.
You said he needs a heat-seeking Tyrant's Rage, basically, to be able to get a win from the side of the Empire.
A Mark Cutie seeking Tyrant's Rage.
I can tell you now, I like to look at the patch notes very often, and there is nothing about that being added into Cooper's kit. So that may not be possible from the side of the Empire. They might have to take the unfortunate loss if A77 keeps this up.
Yeah, Jordan maybe going a little bit too deep here. Needs to be careful. Yasuke decides not to spend the Iron Hook. Lord will go down, but not before several towers go down too. Reckless goes into a death sentence there. Falls next. Empire still on the backboard. Nothing but one base turret left.
You know, Trex, this has got to be one of the most annoying compositions you could potentially face. Whether it's Reckless, whether it's Mikasa, whether it's Jordan, it doesn't matter. The CC from A77, the moment you try to engage, you are immediately force!
Deleted, gone. See you later, not today, but Mikasa still wants to find Lava. Area 77 trying to get the finish here. Mark Cutie still up. They've got a tank minion. They've got some space. Mark Cutie has to back off. The Brilliance comes out. The Flicker. Demon trying to find one. Immortality pops onto Gauss Cutie. Poggy wants to get the taunt to protect him. Rear's Passion comes out. Mikasa goes down, dives into death itself. Mark Cutie still up. Jordan looking for it. Petrify comes in. Possible finish. Mark Cutie pops. The Wind of Nature, though. The outplay is real. And 4 members down. Just like that in a snap. Area 77 come in to finish this up. Mark Cutie not here yet. Kokomi back on the map. Down goes KQT. Area 77 might want to back off. Mark Cutie not scared with the monster kill. Gonna lock on base here. Don't think there's much Kokomi can do. The hook comes in. Mark Cutie doesn't focus. Picks up the kill first and ends the game. Area 77 brings us to a rubber match. Game 3.
Victory!
And what a way to transfer into the final series of the night, Trex. Like you said, a rubber band match. We're going to get to see this go to a game 3 in between these two very talented teams. And we were maybe hoping that Empire could put them away and shake up the standings a little bit. But we're heading into either a tie or still a secured spot for Area 77, Trex.
Hey, man, that is the Area 77 I know. That is the one that we should see always playing, right? They definitely had a shaky game 1, but this game they came in with just a textbook draft. It almost feels like they were planning it from the start, but when things got a little hot in that draft, they made the play, they made the choice, and it worked out perfectly. KQT on that Grok, Mark Cutie on the Beatrix, just phenomenal play all around the board.
And I mean, the Grok and the Franco were really some really nice additions to that lineup, especially that Franco. That last pick for their composition with that Franco was really just like the cherry on top. It was, yeah, it was. I mean, they walked away with that flawlessly when you're talking about the draft game. I mean, it just felt like Empire, they just had no way to breach the front line to even get a whiff, a sniff of Mark Cutie and that Farsa. Every time they try to engage, caught out by the CC. But speaking of caught out, let's catch up with what really happened. And it was a lot of a goal diff right there from Mark Cutie. 14-1 and 6. I mean, the man was online as we were crossing into around the 4-5 minute mark. He was already ramping up the damage, ramping up the items. I mean, look at him leading the way with 39% Trex. What a game from Mark Cutie.
I mean, the rich guy, the carry. I think early on, I want to say it was like minute 4, minute 5, something like that, when he picks up the kill on a Reckless and then flickers in and got that kill onto Kokomi. I think that was the moment where I was like, oh man, Mark Cutie's moving this game. He is moving this game. And from there on, it was over. Now, we are going to come in to the third draft, the final draft of tonight. No questions asked. Empire on the blue side up against Area 77. I was a little worried Empire was going to just make this an easy 2-0 sweep. But once again, sometimes the games that we think are going to be the most exciting ones are not, and the games that we never expected turn into the heat.
And it's exciting when it's one of the new teams as well that bring that flavor to go ahead and wrap up tonight's matches. Empire is the one giving A77 the trouble, one of the mainstays out here in North America. But I have to say, Area 77 definitely showed some dog in them. They definitely got it inside those lungs right there, a little bit of woof inside their chest. And I'm excited to see that because, like you said, for a moment, it looked like Empire might just go ahead and close it out on them, especially after the way Game 1 ended. But A77 showing a little bit of remnants, if you will, about their previous domination out here in the NA scene, as they're not going to get put away like that. Not just yet going to put in the retirement center, Trex.
Not yet. I mean, if Area 77 can play what they did last time, they can definitely hold it through, but we know that there is some shakiness there. Empire, if they find some shakiness, they always seem to capitalize. That's what they look for. They wait for that moment when one of these strong teams, you know, has a little limp in the walk, right? They're looking for the weak one in the pack. They're looking for someone to the runt, and they want to try to see if Area 77 is that. Area 77's, like you said, got to become the dog today. They got to have a dog in the fight. They got to put on their growl. I don't mean for Poggy to pick up the Roger here. I just mean to play well. So let's see if they can do it.
And you know, Trex, speaking of dogs, call me Scooby, and I'm going to have to call you Shaggy, because right now we're in the middle of a most delicious sandwich in this 1-1 match between Empire and A77. And I mean, right now, I couldn't be more excited about whichever way it goes, because even if A77 takes this, even if Empire takes this, we know for a fact that 4th spot is going to be up for grabs for the next upcoming weeks. It's not going to go in anyone's favor unless these teams are able to just run away with sweeps in their series while the other team is taking a lot of defeats. Even after tonight's matches, A77 and Empire will be fighting metaphorically without seeing each other moving forward.
Empire, though, banning out the Franco. I like it.
Not a bad ban.
Not a bad ban at all. Not a bad ban at all. And I'm so happy that the season has gotten to this phase where, like, it's not the same ones all the time. Teams are now like, okay, like, we're starting to see a lot more target bans come in. We're seeing and I like to think it has to do with just the current state of the meta. There's a lot more availability for that. Like, it just feels like a lot of things are, I mean, I hate to say it, but it feels, and I don't hate to say it, but it feels like a lot of things are kind of level right now in a sense. Like, there's nothing that's just like completely broken. There's nothing that's like, oh, we cannot let this through. Even the heroes that are constantly banned, like the Joy, we see lose when they get picked sometimes. The heroes like the Wan that are picked, we see lose sometimes. Kaja, Faramis, all of these picks are not just like a pick and win type of hero anymore. And I just feel like we're in a great place right now. Great time to be casting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one thing I always hated was seeing kind of the same old band, same old picks, or one team gets this, it's kind of like an auto win, it's kind of like who gets to it first type of thing, or who's just going to ban it out and go for something different. But like you said, right now, things are pretty level. It feels like no matter what gets picked up, there's always an answer. There's always a draft that can deal with it, always a play style. You know, there's a caveat for everything that gets picked up. And like I said, it's a great time to be a caster. It's a great time to be a player as well. For everyone involved out here in esports, man, it's just a great time for MLBB, especially out here in North America, where you got teams like Empire putting it down on A77. Like you said, this is an elimination match for both of these teams. This could go either way, Trex. About to tell you, I'm very excited about the picks. We got Glue coming out first, nice and strong from inside of Empire, but then on their swing back, Fredrin and Farsa, your front and your back for A77.
I mean, they're very similar to last game, right? Literally the same 2 picks up front for Area 77. This time they're on the red side. And we said it in Game 1 that after Game 1, Area 77 had to change up. They had to adapt. And now this time, Area 77, let's keep it simple. Let's just kind of rock it the same way we did last time. Empire's forced to try to swing back here, change up their draft, find a new way in, maybe not pick up the assassin hero. I mean, with the Franco gone, there's some opportunity there, but still, Area 77 is showing that they're not scared to get different, right? They're not scared to just put everything in the hands of Mark Cutie and Lava as long as they can protect those 2 players.
And I think this Eve is going to be really good. It allows you to create some space. It offers you some team fighting capability, and it's definitely going to help set up for this claw that's been locked in as well later on in the game. Obviously, when you're talking about range, you get beat out by Farsa here, but it's a bit of a give and take. Farsa obviously going to have a lot more for damage, and since she has the range, a lot more in the side of zoning. But Eve still has a lot of control in those team fights when you're talking about that slow, especially after the Ice Cream Wand has been picked up. You get the Enchanted Talisman, and now you're spamming the slow. It becomes almost like a CC. both of these mages have their give and take advantages here, and it can go either way just depending on how one of them plays. I definitely like they didn't try to repeat for that Lummox pick. I did not feel like Demon was comfortable on it at all. We saw him he did die to Pogi underneath tower with the Lummox early on in that match, and I was wondering how that was even possible. They weren't even level 4 yet, and you're getting chased down into your tower in the mid lane and dying to a melee fighter. It was a lot to question. So I think this mage for him is going to provide a lot more when you're talking about the scope of the match.
Yeah, Demon definitely just feels comfortable on kind of whatever he picks. I feel like he has a decent enough hero pool, and I think the rest of his team just needs to kind of, pick it up a little bit. Kokomi seems to have some good games, but a few other players seem to suffer from that same syndrome of once I fall behind, I'm kind of out of the game. There doesn't seem to be a big answer later on. Now, this time Gals Cutie is going to pick up the Kufra for himself. Still need to see a roam from the side of Empire. Wondering exactly what is the option here. Brock's still open. Few picks possibility.
That's right, but something else interesting to talk about here. I pointed out in the last series about the whole no Alex, no Martis type of thing, no tank jungler happening so far. We saw Hayabusa come out from Empire, which is very, very different from what they've been going in for the majority of the season, and it did not look good. That Hayabusa got worked. Yes, you could say a lot of it had to do with the composition that A77 had, with a lot of quick stops to those engages, but at the same time, it's not like any other Hayabusa that never met that kind of resistance. Maybe he could go for the split, maybe he could go for such and such, but it seemed like he just kept trying to find the kill, and instead of finding himself on the short end of the stick, finding himself at the caster's deaths. I believe he had, 7, 8 deaths. Like, it was getting up there. It was getting pretty bad when you're talking about a jungle. Like, there's just no way you can be dying that much when you have Retri in your hand. You're too important for the team, and I really feel like maybe they should go back to the roots of just that's utility. I don't know if maybe it's a pull thing, and Mikasa maybe not able to pull it out, but something, maybe, I don't know, maybe like an Akai or a Barat, something to lock in there in your jungle that's not really assassin.
I feel like we haven't really seen the Barats a whole lot lately, right? Same thing with the Akai. It's kind of fallen off a bit. I think the Barats is still pretty viable. I think any of those picks, as we said earlier, like a lot of picks are still viable. It just has to fit in correctly. Second ban phase is over. Area 77 up front. I mean, Beatrix still open. Mark Cutie had a great game on it. I think it'd be solid for him to pick it again. Yes, it's a little bit different this time. You're up against someone with a bit more dashes with the Claude. It's not as immobile as a Melissa is, but still, Mark Cutie runs it very well. So it could be something solid for them. They decide to go for the Yuzong here. Nice counter to this Eve. Nice someone to get into the backside and maybe even try to target Kokomi.
And again, they're opening up with a lot of the engages here. I mean, you're talking about engage. You got Kufra, you got YZ, you got Fredrin. Last game, it was the Fredrin, the Grok, the Franco. I mean, it seems like A77's kind of got this down to a science now, what they want to do up against Empire. And that's really shoved down the CC, shoved down the engage potential up against them. Or even if they try to engage, you have the CC to answer right back against it. Because getting past a Magic Ball, a Tyrant's Range, a Tyrant's Revenge, an Energy Eruption, you name it, a Furious Dive with Petrify, it's a lot. Farsa can even stun you out on the engage. It's a lot to deal with. It's like dual purpose. They have the potential to engage. They have the potential to stop your engage. And I feel like Empire's a little rattled by that. They don't have an answer to deal with when they're trying to go for the engage. But there it goes. It went in for that Martis again, falling back on old habits.
You want to create space. You want to move some people around. The Martis can do that job. Same thing with the Grok there, right? So now we have something to kind of break through that front line, give Kokomi some opportunity. As long as Demon has a decent position, we also have some ways to trap people inside, hold them inside of that real manipulation as long as possible. And to add it all up, you got the Glue, who does all of those things in one. So I like the Empire's draft here. I think there's definitely some possibilities. Claude has been a monster all tonight in a lot of people's hands. Once the DHS gets locked in, once that Golden Staff gets locked in, we're going to see Poggy having a little bit of trouble dealing with him, not being able to just hold down in the front side. So I think Area 77 are on a little bit of a clock here, especially depending what they pick as their gold laner. They decide to go for the carry.
And I want to talk about those last 3 picks there from the side of Empire. I really like that combination of Grok, Martis, and Claude. It's a lot of instances where they really cover for each other. I mean, you got Claude. He's really good at putting in that initial damage with that Blazing Web, but he's not the greatest at finishing the kills. He's not a great Reaper. Martis is exceptional at reaping with the decimation, so if you can open up the fight with the Blazing Duet, get a couple targets low, now you can talk about sending Martis in that last critical piece to kind of chain up those kills with decimation. Same with Grok to kind of open up the fights. Grok can open up the opportunity for the Blazing Duet. Blazing Duet opens up for Martis. They kind of just stack with each other. Even when you're talking about neutrals with Fredrin, he doesn't have any CC immunity. Grok can go in there, get the wild charge, and you can talk about immuning CC with Martis with the Mortal Coils to be able to pick up the red tree. It's a lot of different here and there interactions they can have to make those three pieces just alone extremely strong. But Trex, draft has been finalized, and without harping too much on, we're heading into game 3. Trex, this is going to be the final match of the night, and the final match to determine what the 4th position on the leaderboards looks like tonight.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Area 77 wins it, right? They win this, they hold their position for another day. The Empire just trying to tie things up at this point. No matter what, it's a 2-1 for them, but winning this puts them even closer. It gets them even closer to trying to secure a playoff position. So I think they're going to be playing this game to the best of their ability. Can they take down Area 77? It does feel like Area 77 kind of got their groove back. Over on the boss side, Jordan will have a bit of an advantage. Don't you just hate that? You got to hate going against that when you get stuck in that position.
It's like if you're playing Mortal Kombat with somebody and they keep spamming the same button for the same attack, and it's like, bro,
against the wall.
Show me something different. Yeah, it's like spam, 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 spam. And like they just keep knocking you down. And I feel like that's what you get with glue. Yeah, exactly. In the landing phase. That's all you get from glue. It's a tired move, but it's consistent. It's reliable. And I mean, you can't blame them for cheesing on them and using it. Why work harder when you can just work smarter?
Why work harder when you can play glue? I mean, for sure. Now, up in the gold lane, Kokomi should have a little bit of an advantage here, right? Does look like Mikasa's kind of hanging out up in the top side too. They went opposite roam jungle pathing. So it will feel like Area 77 will have a little bit of prio over this turtle, but it seems like the Empire want to go for the gold lane instead. Gauss Cutie will get the knock up, sees it coming. Nice wall comes out. Decimation. There it is. First blood to the side of the Empire. Jordan also having a little bit of trouble on the boss side, but they're not able to get the finish, so no response. Pick off from Area 77.
That's right. Not even able to get a lot of that gold plating there, so definitely coming up short as far as the trade. Turtle, though, up on the map in between both these teams, it looks like the Empire has greater control of the river right now. They're quicker to rotate up from the mid than Area 77 from the bot side. But Trex is a 3v3 right now. Glue is about to join back in the mist to make it a 4v4, especially after Gals potentially rotates with the Cooper. But A77 has the prio on their side of the turtle pit. This could get dicey. Neither team looking to give an inch.
Reckless has the flicker ready to go. He's looking for the possible knockup. Reckless takes it. With one click of the first skill, one spin. Where was the retry at? Boggy did pop it, but a little bit too early. That's going to get the turtle over to the side of the Empire.
That's right, Trex. Where was the retry? Fire both these junglers. Reckless says, I'm going to get it done myself.
I'll do it
on
myself.
The roam. I'll do it myself. Yeah, I mean, it's a great play from them. They already found the first blood. They find the first neutral in this game. It's great pacing from the side of Empire when you're talking about having a great shot of being able to win this match.
Yep, and here goes Jordan and K-Cutie once again with the Street Fighter 1v1. Here we go, nice stun. I think he's going to be able to pick that, the grab, the slam, the split. Love saying those skill names, definitely the funnest ones to cast overall. But down goes K-Cutie. Wait, big engage in the mid. Mikasa finds Lava Cutie. Gauss Cutie will be next. Decimation locks in. Mikasa looking for maybe one more up in the top side though. Kokomi taken down by Mark Cutie. Well played.
That's right. I mean, Kokomi having a little bit of an issue there up in that gold lane, but we know this is kind of how the laning phase goes. Carry has a great advantage up there, up against Claude, at least early on. But when you're talking about advantage, you have to address the side of Empire with Mikasa running around 3-0 on at this Martis in the jungle. And you know what, Trex? Old habits don't die hard. They are alive and well. Why break the mold and go for the assassin junglers when you can just slide into Martis and still find kills with a decimation?
I mean, it's very true, and this is exactly what you want to do as a Martis, right? You want to get a couple of kills in the first couple minutes, and now he's going to have a nice steam-rolling lead in here. He's going to be the hero that can break through and get to the back line on the Lava Cutie. He's going to be the hero that can target Mark Cutie. So they found an answer here. Area 77's goal, buy time, wait until Mark Cutie can get a little bit more online, so then even if Mikasa dives in, as long as you can sidestep Reckless or sidestep one of them, you can melt them down quick.
That's right, Trex, and we saw some items be picked up already. Kakomi has found the DHS. He picked it up around the 4-minute mark along with the Book and the Demon, who has opted to avoid to go for the first Ice Queen Wand item slot that we've seen from a couple Eves. A little bit more for the CDR, a little less for the Slow and Poke. But speaking of Slow and Poke here,
slow roll. K-Cutie looking for Jordan. Jordan taking a bit of damage. Lava Cutie picks up the kill. Needed that one to even out the KDA. Now Reckless also in a bad spot. Dives in, but wait. Here comes Mikasa. Wait for the decimation. Trying to find the target. Decides to go for Foggy. Will he get the finish? There it is. A mega kill. Almost locks on to Gals as well, but the flicker is popped. Mikasa sitting at 4-0.
That's a runaway train if I've ever seen one. Mikasa coming alive and really showing that Empire can really show some comfort, right? They can show some reliability on this Martis. Yeah, they've spammed it a lot, and I feel like teams should be able to have the answer to it. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And right now, he's 4-0-0, so whatever he's doing, he needs to keep going for it to keep the side of Empire in this game. And it's also a very bad for the side of A77 because he's the only real early component to this composition. Everyone else is looking for the late game, looking for those 5v5 clashes when you're looking at Reckless, looking at Kakomi and Jordan and Demon. So the fact that Mikasa is kind of backpacking this whole early to mid stage of the game up against A77 is very scary because it only gets a little rougher as the game drags on.
And up on the top side, looks like Empire's looking for a possible play, but wait a second, the play comes first on the mid side. Demon almost getting taken out there. No one able to help seal it. Now Demon drops World Manipulation. Reckless with the big knockup. Mikasa with another decimation. He's on a roll right now. This is looking rough for Area 77. The gold lead starting to escape them. Empire trying to take this game.
That's right, and Mikasa did just pick up a Hunter Strike, interestingly enough. I'm not sure if that's a commit to a full damage. I know he still has that tank jungle, so he may be going for the Hunter Strike as the sole damage item and the rest a bunch of beefy components, beefy final items. But either way, it's all working, and right now they're geared up for a gold lane siege, and it is very possible for it to work out here with these champs.
Yeah, luckily Gals and Lava are kind of onto it. Mark Cutie does pop this speedy light wheel, looking for something. Gals with the knockup. Mark Cutie looking for the pick, does not find it. Reckless gets away, but at least they stop the rush. Jordan does go down on the bot side of K-Cutie. Area 77 fighting back a little bit here.
That's right.
Wait a second. Go Kami. Almost actually gets Mark Cutie. Poggy able to save the day. Gals Cutie calls the push. In comes Reckless. Mikasa here though. Does have the decimation. It pops off. Now he's looking for another one. Gals Cutie drops a monster kill into the hands of Mikasa.
This is the thing about the Martis jungle Trex. When you get such a lead, it feels like you can do no wrong. 6-0-1, and they cannot find an answer up against Martis. And I think at this point, you really can't. I think they're waiting on his timer to kind of expire, where he's not just running around taking everybody down with all this damage. Speaking of damage, speaking of things being taken down, Demon has finally locked in the Ice Queen Wand, so now he has the CDR and the slow. Like I said, things only get a little bit tougher from here on out.
Definitely, speaking of tough, Mikasa trying to make it hard to take that orange buff, and he does. Poggy not able to find it for himself. Mikasa with the re-engage. Big stun. Real manipulation comes out. There's no escape. Poggy in a very bad spot, getting stunned up in the midst of them. Trying to get some life back with a grab, slam, and the godlike kill for Mikasa. Tsukasa, Mikasa, it's my house now. A double kill coming into his hands. 8-0-1, running through the map like it's nothing.
Mikasa and Tsukasa, well, make sure you take your shoes off at the door, because Mikasa's getting a little dirty out here, tracking his footprints all through the house, because he's taking over things from A77 with the smartest 8-0-1, and he still can't be stopped on the side of A77 and Trex. I have to tell you, they're down 6K right now. Things are looking grim in the elimination match between both of these teams. Empire looking to reclaim that fourth place, or not reclaim, but take away the fourth place spot from A77, and they're doing a great job at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 5K gold lead. I will say this, Mark Cutie's still at 0 deaths. Still some chance there. Same thing with Lava Cutie. The two main damage dealers for every 77 have not fallen too far behind. I mean, as far behind as it could be. Luckily, it's just Gals Cutie who's taken all the deaths. The problem is they're kind of having the same issue that Empire had last game. The Kupra can't quite engage, but there's the engage. Nice taunt. Not able to get the finish though. Kokomi, BMI's out and the counter-strike is here. The Empire strikes back, finds 2, and now Area 77 is on the run. The gold deficit just too much to fight against them. Even when they get the perfect play, they can't find the kill. The wall comes out. K-Cutie with the Black Dragon just trying to save this tower with everything he has, but not able to. Empire takes another one.
Well, you said 5K, then about 20 seconds later, looking at a 7K deficit between these two teams. And I have to tell you, Trex, when you have a play like that on Kokomi, an ambush touches that degree, and you still can't find the kill, that kind of lets you know where this game is headed and where it currently is, because there is no shot during any other match or even during an even game would that have ever happened. But at the last second, the BMI into the Blazing Duet with the shield popping and the reality of the Roar manipulation setting in, A77 is still not able to find an opportunity here to take down Empire members. Now, to let you know, even though Marcuti has not found a death, even though Lava Cutie has only found 1, the front line to the side of A77 is having a contest on who can reach the 10 death power spike the fastest. And when you're dying that much as a tank, that means you're not picking up tank items. And if you can't pick up tank items, Wonder, you are definitely going to reach first place in that race. There is no durability. There is no sustainability. Empire is treating all of them the same, a bunch of squishy targets, and they're having their way 12-3 in these team fights.
Yeah, I feel like Galscuti just has to stop. He needs to stop for a little bit. He needs don't go for any big plays. I know it's hard to do when you're Rome. It's what you've been training for all your life, but today is not the day. Give it a few minutes. Give it a little bit of time. Marcuti will be able to melt these down as long as he keeps a solid position. Doesn't get cut off. He'll be okay. Down on the boss side though, Demon with the road manipulation. Reckless is taken off by Marcuti in the top side. K-Cutie with the Black Dragon moving on to Demon here. Double kill for Mar on the top side. A lot of action going on up there, but we're staying down here. K-Cutie onto Jordan there. Galscuti working the side in a very bad spot. Lava Cutie does use the wings by wings, trying to reposition. Poggy and K here as well. Flicker comes in. Or Jordan with the slam. Galscuti goes down to Mikasa. K-Cutie in the midst. Another decimation and another pick. Foggy trying to do something to the backside, but finally Mikasa goes down to make a kill, a shutdown, all in one for Mar. Finally, Area 77's fighting back. Demon in a very bad spot. The flicker comes in. They're looking for more. Reckless back on the map as well, but Area 77 has finally gotten the oppressors out of their base.
Things wouldn't have been so bad if they didn't give 3 kills to Marcuti and one of them being a shutdown, because now that is a lot of gold into some of the damage deals for A77. Overall, though, they're still down 7K, but a little bit of comfort, a little bit of peace of mind on Marcuti is finding kills on the board, is finding shutdowns. There's a little bit of potential here, Trex, for them to be able to bounce back, but it's going to take a couple more mistakes from the side of Empire for them to be able to capitalize on to really swing this in their favor, because they're still down on objectives. They never sniffed a turtle. They have not been able to find the Lord. And when you're talking about that, again, still behind in gold economy, not really too much for them to work with. They're kind of working with whatever Empire gives them. And with them being one of those newer teams, we kind of see it there. They made the mistake, and A77 capitalized, being the veterans that they are.
Oh, Mark Cutie's coming online, bro. 5-0-1.
He is coming online. 5-0-1. Trex, have to respect that there is no denying it, that he is getting himself online. He's finding kills and now finding towers, which is more gold, but hang on, he can still play.
Bring me back up, cameraman. Come on. Big knock-up. This is bad. Mark Cutie in a bad spot. Decimation comes in, but he's not able to finish it, but he does with those coils. Looking rough. Now, Empire has an advantage over this Lord.
He caught him at the last second with a Shura's Wrath there. Able to get that kill. But look at Kokomi. He's been working diligently on this Lord. He's still kind of pulling it. I'd imagine he'd go ahead and finish this up right now. The rest of the Empire being nothing more than some distractions up against A77. Gals Cutie. A little bit of trouble here, Trex.
Conceal play to run away. Not exactly how you want to use it, but you got to do what you can to survive in this bout. Try to defend this tower, but at this point, the Lord is crashing soon. 2 inhibitors at literally nothing on the side of Area 77. Can they defend this, though?
I feel like the only way A77 wins this right now if Empire makes an ill-advised mistake, a bonehead mistake, if you will. Because when you're talking about it, you have Kokomi on this quad. If you can let maybe Jordan go take some tower aggro, maybe Reckless, a free Blazing Duet awaits them along with the Eve, with the seed potential, with that real-world manipulation. It'll be incredibly hard not to walk away with every single high ground turret. But again, this is a newer team to this level of competition, a mistake can be made at any moment for A77 to capitalize on.
Yeah, and literally every inhibitor drops. Area 77 against the World Board, has locked in Mark Cutie, pops a speedy light wheel, almost gets a finish on Mikasa, but just doesn't do it. Base down to 50%, still trying to defend, but the Lord is still up. Don't think they can. Empire contesting for playoffs here. This is huge. They take the 2-1 win against Area 77.
Well, now, Trex, we have something to talk about at the end of tonight's matches. Again, 4th place hasn't been taken just yet, but this does set up the pace for next weekend. 4th place is tied for these teams' respective matches. Will then decide on who will be moving up and who will be moving down on the standings for NACT as we get ever so closer to playoffs.
I think what we really need to talk about is that every caster was wrong in that position, and I feel a little
no, I don't think so.
better today.
Move to the next segment.
Empire upsets everything. But yeah, man, I mean, Empire has been on the tip of our tongues for a while. We've been questioning them, and today they proved even more. I don't want to put it on the fact that like Area 77 had some rough games or this or that. I think Empire has earned their right 100%. To say they beat a very strong team, because yes, Area 77 had a rough game 1, but they played hard in game 2. They played hard in game 3, and today Empire played better.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Cutie went 5-1-1. He definitely put all his effort into that carry, but just wasn't enough. As Empire put up a cohesive effort to be able to take on this game, and Demon 1-0-12. We were talking about it, Trex, not so great on that Lunux. They put him on something a little bit more suited to his playstyle, and he rose to the occasion to find Empire not just a match win this weekend, but a series win up against A77, no less. And then not even just him, but Mikasa. Now that guy was insane. Trex 12-1-3 on the hybrid. Martis there with the 100 strike and a couple tank items. He even almost led in damage there coming up behind Demon. But Trex, what a match from the side of the Empire.
I mean, it's funny. You called it in the very beginning. You mentioned how Mikasa was going to reap, right? And it just goes to show, because it felt like Mikasa was doing everything that game. But the real thing is Demon with 31% damage here. Mikasa just came in and got the finishes. When they were low, all right, decimation, run around like a madman, decimation, do my job correctly. But Demon definitely was a star. Now, with the final series over, let's welcome back our beautiful host, Xina. How'd you like that match?
What a way to end the night, guys. We love a good fight between the teams.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right?
We can't hear you,
So
Xina.
it ended up... Oh, sorry. So what a way to end the night, guys. But we love a good fight between the teams. And it ended up being the last team of the night to actually be the best battle out there, right? The Empire fought hard to move up the ladder to try and steal forth from Area 77. But they were able to just tie it out because our MVP Demon said so. What do you guys think about it?
I like MVP. I like it a lot. Deku was hyping him up. Demon with the MVP, well deserved. A new and aspiring player in NA, and it's always nice to see a name that I haven't seen over the past year become a player on this MVP list.
Absolutely, and not just a player on the MVP list, but should be a player on everybody's radar, especially when you're going up against Empire. Demon will be there to demonize your team, but a strong performance from the team overall, and what a great ending to be able to take up a match against A77.
And let's check out the replays and the recap on how this was happening.
Deku, all you, bro. All you.
No, not all me, all Empire, man. As you can see, they were running away even from game 1. It really showed that they had a collective effort, a collective mindset to take down A77, because game 1 was a convincing loss. It wasn't even really that close in between these two teams. They ran away with that one. Game 2, though, we saw A77 answer back with the Franco pick, the hidden recipe, the secret sauce, if you will, to finalize their draft and to finalize the hopes of Empire finding a sweep, which would have put them in the 4th spot on the standings, but they had to walk away with the 2-1 because of players like Gals, Cutie with the Iron Hook with the Bloody Hunts, but not even just him, K-Cutie as well. Look at here with this wild charge, you're going to see a quick example of what Control-Alt-Delete looks like on your screen as they went to end on this crystal base. I mean, both of these teams gave it their all. We saw moments of excellency, brilliance, and straight heart and determination from both sides, but of course, Empire was able to fear not and run away with the series overall. An amazing performance from them, an amazing performance from A77 in Game 2 to try to bounce back. But of course, we knew how this saga, this trilogy ended and concluded in this match. You see a Marquiti though. In that match, Trex, the wind of natures from Marquitis were amazing. There was about 2 or 3 instances where that wind of nature really swung the fight around, and in that moment right there, was able to turn that final fight into the last push for them as they were able to siege on to that crystal base there with members spawning in. They tried their hardest, but again, Kokomi left all alone up against when it wasn't able to get it done. And now you're seeing over there in Game 3 again, where Empire was able to put it all together. They gave us a little bit of a run, right? They gave A77 a little bit of hope that they can maybe bring this back, but no, Mikasa and Demon, 2 pieces working together in unison, were able to go ahead and put them down, even with Marquiti fighting his hardest on the carry, only suffering 1 death, but still suffering 2 losses, which ultimately ended and lost them the series here. Empire played a clinical game, showing heart as rookies up against the veterans. Trex, I feel like we're seeing a bit of a new age era right now. Some of these old time tickers are getting sent into the retirement home, and a brief look at the standings. Trex, kind of break that down for us.
Okay, so I was a little bit wrong, guys. I was a little bit wrong. Empire has actually taken the 4th place spot. 2 losses on Area 77 puts them at 9-11. Yes, they are tied in standings, but when a team is tied in matches, we go down to the games, and Empire has 1 less loss. So Empire has strucken back. This isn't your typical Star Wars Empires. The Rebels do not win today. The Empire and their Sith Lord Demon have taken the 4th position.
Super exciting stuff. Empire being able to take it, take it from Area 77. What do you guys think?
I love it. Sith Lord, that's a great nickname. We came up with some nice names tonight, Trex.
Hey, man.
Okay, that Sith Lord is a hitter. We're going to keep that. Sith Lord Demon. Great job.
He's with the Empire, I've been waiting for that. I've been waiting for that for the past few days, not gonna lie. Didn't know if anyone would get the Empire joke, but Empire strikes back. Xina?
And for next week's schedule, I'm super excited to see. We are having Area 77 going against Wasians first up, then BTK going against Empire, who just took 4th, LaimiTop going against Fallout for 3rd, and last but not least, Ackerman going against the OhioBrothers. Just to note, next week we'll have these top teams, top 1 and top 3, going against Ackerman, which on Saturday will be Ackerman against the OhioBrothers, and Sunday Ackerman against BTK. Looking forward to see these battles of the NA's top team. Are you guys excited about that as well?
I mean, we've seen all these teams play tonight. We've seen everyone take wins except for BTK tonight. Now, BTK still holding the number 3 spot. Ackerman looking to try to put up a final valiant effort against the monsters, the OhioBrothers themselves, the meme to dream team. I mean, I'm hoping they take them down. Like I said, I love all the players in TOP. I've met them all in person. They're all great people, but someone's got to take down these beasts.
Somebody does indeed. And right now, after BTK, like you said, the only team on that list to not find a win tonight looks like Ackerman. I mean, that's all that's left to defend us against OhioBrothers. Like you said, from a meme to the dream of all these teams, the number 1 spot, the most coveted, the most desired, and the most honorable team in North America. Can anybody humble them, Trex?
I don't know.
Yes, we really want to see somebody take them down, stop them in their tracks. But now it's time to end the night, fans. Let's thank our amazing casters, Trex and Deku, for their awesome play-by-plays. And do you have any final words for our lovely viewers?
You know what? Sometimes the games that end up being the most exciting are the ones we never expect. All 8 of these teams have been showing their grit, have been doing an amazing job, and don't sleep on it on every other team in NA, because as we saw tonight, some of the funnest games to watch are the ones that are kind of underrated at first.
Trex, I really don't have much to say. I feel like the games spoke for themselves, and we're going to have to see what's going on next weekend for NACT Spring 2023.
Yes, really fun matches, and I'm looking forward as well to next week. But thank you everyone for watching and spending your Sunday with us. We hope all of you have a wonderful upcoming week, and good night and goodbye, everyone.